Hello, Hushi, how are you? How's it going, him? And today what we're going to do is we're going to continue working on uploading attachments to images, uploading attachments to messages. So as you can see right now, we have As you can see right now, I'm able to attach files. So we're going to work on this feature a little bit more today. So yesterday, the last thing that we did was we were sending the images to the backend, but we never uploaded the images to the backend yet. So that's what we're going to have to do today. And then we'll have to obviously render out the images in the actual DOM itself. So that'll be the first thing that we will take care of. Let's see. Upload images. Hi Gravity, how are you? So we already have the functionality already, so I can do this and I can select any file I want and upload it. We'll definitely add more functionality, such as like a preview feature where when you click on it, it'll actually show you the whole image in an overlay. And yeah, we can also remove it too. So on the back end, we just have to make sure we actually handle the file upload. We should also probably make it so that if the image is too big, we should probably not let them upload it. So maybe like I don't know what the size, like this file size is in, I don't know what unit it's in. I gotta figure that out real quick. But basically what we'll do is we'll ensure that they cannot upload images that are greater than a certain size. And if they do, we'll just throw an error and we'll display like a pop-up notification that says file too big, something like that. Like it could be really simple, like a modal dialog. So let's go over to message input field. We'll go over to message attachment icon, and we have this on change function over here. And you can see that right over here. This is where we're attaching the file to the store. So every single time we are uploading a file, or adding a file, I should say, we're just adding the attachment to some Redux state. So what I could do is I can just basically console log file.size, right? I can check the size, I can check a lot of different things as well. This type, array buffer, last modified. But I think what I'm most interested in is the size of the file. And I gotta figure out what the unit is. We are using Multer. Yes, Nest uses Multer underneath the hood. Let me open up my Twitch chat. Let's see. Just got home, had a barbecue today. Nice. Chi Hong, how are you? Michael Anthony, welcome to the stream. How's it going? Every day YouTube recommended your live to me. Well, that's good. Well, I'm happy to have you guys here. Make sure you guys drop that like button if you haven't already. We're at 4 likes right now. We're gonna go for 100 likes within the next 2 hours or so. So make sure you guys drop that like button, show some appreciation if you haven't already. I greatly appreciate that. When starting a project, how do you decide what things you want to add? I have a project idea, but I know I want to add more than I have planned, but I don't know what those are. I just honestly do what I want to do, honestly. Like thinking too much about these features that you want to do is just only going to cause a lot of conflict and delay over time. So I just choose what I want to add. Like it depends on what type of project it is, right? Like if, for example, we're talking about personal projects for our own sake, not for a client. So I'll just do whatever I feel like is fun. Like for example, if you look at the Asana board, we have a lot of suggestions from people, from the viewers, from all of you guys. And some of these are great suggestions that I would love to add, but it's not something that I want to do right now. Not because I don't want to do it, because I have interest in doing something else, which is right now we're working on attachments. So I would just say, just, you know, pick whatever you want to do, whatever you think is more fun, that would give you a lot more, you know, instant gratification. And yeah, it doesn't have to be that complicated. Shubham, how are you? Welcome. When you start your project, thoughts in your mind will naturally pop up. Yeah, you know, like as long as you just have fun, that's all that matters. That's all that matters. Let's see. Let's go over to the docs. So file JavaScript. Let's move that there. Okay. So there should be a property called size. And it says turns the size of the file in bytes. So it doesn't say megabytes or kilobytes. Pretty sure it's, let me see. What measuring unit is used for file sizes in JavaScript? So it's measured in bytes. So I think what we'll do is we'll basically, yeah, we can just do the conversion very easily. So watch this. If I do this, so this is 354,378 bytes. So we can just convert this. Let's see, bytes to megabytes. Wait a minute. No way it's that small. Okay, so it seems like, okay, so this file size is 354,378 bytes. So in kilobytes, that's 346 kilobytes. So we want to make sure we are comparing against megabytes. So we could just do a conversion. So let's do, I think what I'll do is I'll just do 2 megabyte. I'll do 1 megabyte for the limit. 1 megabyte to bytes. So that's 1 million bytes is 1 megabyte. Cool. And so we'll just do a comparison. So hopefully I have an image that is greater than 1 megabyte. Let's see. Should have one on my desktop. Yep, I have one that's 1 megabyte. We'll just do 1 megabyte for now. So what we'll do is if file.size is greater than. I wonder if JavaScript has some constants, built-in constants, that we could just use. The official Pyrite, how are you? Welcome to the stream. I'm checking on this project. I was here last time. Nice, well, welcome back. So if file size is greater than 1 million bytes, which is 1 megabyte, just we just return some kind of error and then show the modal. So we just display like a modal to the user that says, hey, look, this file is way too big. So for example, let's do a console log file too big. Okay, so let's just close this out. So let me go ahead and try uploading this image. You can see it says file too big because the size of this image is 1.4 megabytes. Okay. 1.4 megabytes. So file too big. So I think what I'll do is if the file is way too big, we will not add it to the store. And what we'll do is we'll just display a pop-up that says file is too big. So we'll go into our Redux store. We'll go into message panel. And I'll just go ahead and add show file too big modal. And we'll set this to false in the beginning, and then we'll just add a reducer to toggle this. So toggle file too. I'll call it file too large, not too big. File. Or I'll call it file exceeds limit. File exceeds limit modal. There we go. That's way better. Sounds a lot better too. So toggle file. Toggle file exceeds limit modal. So state action, payload action, boolean. And we'll just do this dot state equals action dot payload. There we go. Whoops. What am I doing? Not this dot state, it's state dot show file exceeds limit modal. There we go. I think 1 megabyte won't let you upload anything to Moz. I mean, to be honest with you, it's just a test. It's not really anything permanent right now. Obviously, we'll increase the size later. But there's plenty of pictures that are less than a megabyte. But obviously, it's just testing out because I don't have a larger image on my file system right now. So I'm using 1 megabyte just as an example. It's not going to be permanent. So what I'll do is we'll go ahead and just toggle this. So we'll display dispatch true. And we'll obviously let the user close the modal, of course. And I'll probably just return so that way I don't have to do an else because I personally don't like doing that. I wonder if there's a library that gives us comparisons towards this because I don't like having this hard-coded there. Like, is there a byte data type? Let me look at a Typescript byte. How to store a byte array? Yeah, no. Yeah, I'll just leave it like this for now. I could also just let's do this. Types, not here, constants. I could also just do this. Export enum bytes, something like this. And I could just do something like, or I could do a file limit. And let's see, 1 megabyte. Something like that. So this is in the number in bytes. So you just compare it to a file limit dot megabyte. You do something like that, but maybe I might not need that right now, maybe later. User can change the binary to make a 2 gigabyte video look like 2 megabyte. This bug has always existed in Discord. Interesting. Okay, so I think what I'll do is let's go up one layer. So where are we right now? We are currently in. Is there like some kind of extension where I can see what hierarchy I am, like React component? Because like sometimes I always wonder like what is the parent component that I'm inside right now. That would be very helpful. Because I always have to wonder what component I'm in. And I always got to do right click, find all references, and figure out where this component is being referenced. Which kind of gets a little bit annoying sometimes, but it's okay. Well, right now what I'll do is I'll create a modal. Let's go over to, where is it? Modals. And we'll literally just copy this and paste this in here. So we're going to be using the same thing anyways. But I can just go ahead and remove this. Remove that. And then we'll do the handle overlay click. So we'll do over here. So for this, I probably won't really have anything except for just, it's supposed to be like an error dialog that says file too big. Isn't there a setting in VSC? Yeah, but that's not what I'm talking about though. Because sticky only shows you what component or what class you're in. I'm talking about the current component. Where is it being rendered currently? So that way I don't have to, you know, search for where it is being rendered. I can just go directly to the parent component and find it from there. Most servers look like binaries inside binaries to determine file size. If you change his binary code to make his MB start from negative. Let's see. So I'll probably just render it right over here. Or maybe I want to render that. One more, maybe up one, so right over here. Yep, that's fine. There we go. So, well, actually, wait, why am I doing this? I don't even need to define. I don't even need to define this. What am I doing? Because we're using the state, so I probably don't need set show modal. Yeah, I don't need this anymore. So we'll get dispatch, use dispatch. And then instead of set show modal, we'll just do dispatch toggle. File exceeds limit modal, and that will be set to false. Same thing over here, because we are no longer using component state for this. So let's just copy this, paste that there, remove this. Cool. And instead of show modal, we just need to select the message panel state, which I think we might have selected it somewhere, maybe not yet. Oh, right over here. So perfect. So show file exceeds limit modal and file exceeds limit modal. So if this is true, we'll render this out. So now what will happen is inside this file, inside message attachment action, what we'll do is this. Whenever the file exceeds 1 million in bytes, which is 1 megabyte, we'll dispatch this toggle file exceeds limit modal, set that's true. That should show the modal, and then we can close it, which will set the state. We'll set that state in Redux to false. So yeah, so let's go ahead and upload that image that exceeds the file limit. So you can see right here it says file too large, and the file does not get uploaded, or it doesn't get attached to the state. So that's good. If I were to upload a file that is smaller, you can see that it works. So that's perfect. So for now, we'll limit it to 1 megabyte because our DigitalOcean space is actually really, really slow. If you try to upload files to that space, it will actually take forever. Probably due to like network speeds and such. I'm not too sure, but it is really slow. I think for scalability, S3 buckets might probably be way more faster. I can't really find any additional plans with DigitalOcean spaces. I personally think buckets, the S3 buckets from Amazon might be a lot more faster in my opinion. I'm not sure though. But for our use case right now, for what we're doing, we don't really need anything crazy right now. Harry Bay99, how are you? Welcome from Twitch. How are you doing, my friend? Welcome to the stream. Cool, so obviously, let me look up a better UX and UI design for an error dialog for our modal, because right now, you know, I don't really like how it obviously looks. It could use some good touch-ups, right? You know, so I'll look something up on Dribble to see if we can find anything that's good. So look up error, see if there's anything that can appear. Error dialog. Best thing to do is if you run out of if you don't really have any good ideas of what you want to do for like design, is just look at dribble.com. And there's a lot of good designs that you can find on Dribble that could give you good inspiration. You don't have to copy exactly what they do, but it can give you a good starting point on what your design can yield towards. So for example, let's see. We want something that's obviously dark to fit our theme. So this wouldn't, you know, necessarily be what I want, but maybe something similar. Doesn't have to be too complex though. Let me see. Maybe what I'll do. File too large. Honestly, I don't really think it matters, honestly. For now, I'll just go ahead and just display like a close on the bottom over there. So we'll do that, and we'll create another variant for, We also don't even need to use modals too, you know, because you know what's funny is that I don't even need to use a modal too. I completely forgot that we could also just use toasts as well. So instead of using a modal, we could probably use toast. I don't know, what do you guys think? Do you guys think modals would be better? Do you guys think toasts would be better? What do you guys think? What would be better, modals or toasts? Because I already have React Toastify already. And we could just use that. So that way we can avoid adding additional stuff that are overlays that are positioned of absolute, like modals, for example. What do you guys think? Do you guys think toast would be better? Modals would be better? Hey Derek, how's it going? Toast? Let me see. Let's do a poll. Let's do a poll. Toast or modal for error message. Let's do a poll. Let's see what you guys. Oh shit! I messed up the poll. Excuse me. There you go. I'll let you guys vote. What do you guys think? Toasts or modals? Hey, why did you prefer React over Flutter? Well, I mean, I personally only use Flutter if I were to build a mobile application. Right now, we're just building a web app right now. And then we're going to use React Native to build the mobile version. Lots of you guys like toasts. I think maybe toast would be a lot better. For a couple reasons, not only in terms of aesthetics, but because it requires us to add a bunch of stuff into the store. So we don't even need to do that. So yeah, I think maybe we'll go with that, honestly. We'll go with using a toast instead of using a modal. I think that would be way better, honestly. Are you not working in a company now? I am working right now. Okay, let's refresh. Hey, Auxiliary, how are you? So file exceeds limit of 1 megabyte. Cool. And we'll just return, so that way it doesn't actually get added to the state. So if I do this, let me refresh. There we go. File exceeds limit of 1 megabyte. Cool. Obviously, we'll increase the limit at some point later on. But yeah, for now, that should take care of file sizes. Okay. What I'll also do is this. Maybe I could do if file and file.size is greater than 1. So if file and file.size, then what I could just do is return this. So then what I could do is, because at this point I should know, let's see, if file and file's not size greater than 100 or 1 million, if file there we go, looks a lot better. Could also do make this an else too. That's interesting because if file is defined, yeah, no, we can't do that. So let's just leave it like that. By the way, guys, make sure, if you haven't already, make sure you guys drop that like button. If you haven't already, we're going for 100 likes within the next 2 hours. So make sure you drop that like button if you haven't already. What's going on over here? Oh, it's just my Typescript server being annoying. Okay, so we'll also do one more thing as well. If they've uploaded, if they have 5 images attached to the store, then we definitely don't want to allow them to add any more. Well, right now the limit is 10. Actually, you know, right now the limit is 10, but we could always set to, for now I'll just set it to 5 for now. I'll keep it small scale. I'll just do 5 images max. So I'll have to go back to the backend and set the max to 5. So we'll go inside here. Let's go over, where is it? Attachments max count. Change it to 5. Cool. And what I'll also do is if file and file.size is greater than. So what we'll do first is this. We'll need to obviously get the attachments from the store. So let's get the attachments. And what we'll do is before we add the attachment, we'll do if attachments.length is greater than 5. Then we'll just display a toast that says maximum 5 attachments allowed. There we go. And so now let's refresh real quick. Let's add. This will, yep, perfect. Let's do 1, 2, and then 3. This one will exceed the limit. Okay, and then let's add one more. So that's 5. Let's try to add a 6th one. Interesting. If it's greater than 5. Huh, interesting. If attachments.length is 5, greater than 5. Huh, that's interesting. Okay, so now it doesn't. Oh, wait. Well, if there's greater than 5. Oh, wait. I guess we should do this. If it's greater than or equal to 5, there we go. I should fix that. So let's try uploading 2 more. So, yeah, something's wrong with, I don't know why sometimes whenever there we go. Let me actually check the store though, because I don't actually know if that gets added to the store. Message attachments, 1, 2, 3, 4, perfect. Cool. So if I try to, let me do this. For some reason, sometimes if it's the same image, it does not get added again, which is very strange to me. Which I don't really understand that. Let me do this file. It's really weird. One. Yeah. So if I select the same one, nothing happens. I guess it's because it's the same image. It's technically the file never really changes. It's the same file. So I guess that makes sense. So I wonder if I could do something like this. I could probably add it and then maybe do something like file e.target.files and then maybe remove it somehow. I don't know, but I don't think you could probably remove it though. Yeah, I don't think you remove it. I guess that makes sense because the file technically does not change. So now if I do this and then upload that again, then it'll work because the file doesn't change actually. So that's 4. I can upload a 5th one. 5, okay. If I try to upload a 6th one, it will display that perfect. Cool. So that works pretty well. For now, we'll do 5 images max. And so when we hit submit, it's supposed to upload all these images to the backend. So what we'll need to do is this. So I think in terms of front end validation, we should be okay. We can also delete this. Okay, I think that's fine. We're checking to see if the attachments.length is greater than or equal to 5. If file and file size is greater than 1 megabyte, if file is truthy, then we will go ahead and add it to there and it will increment the counter perfect. Okay, so now let's go over to send messages. I think it's right over here. So let me remove this. So we're gonna get the ID, the content that the user is, let's see. So right now, the front end form, it only allows you to send a message if there is some text over here. We'll have to make this so that if there is no route ID, if there's no content, or if attachments dot length. So we'll do if no attachments. Okay. So that means if the length of it is 0, which is a falsy value, we'll negate that. So if that's truthy, then that means we'll return. So the user must have at least 1 attachment or no attachment but have content. So from there, we probably don't even need to parse params. This is going to get removed later because we're going to need to pass this to the group message chat. So we'll create a new form data. We'll append the ID. We'll do this if content. We'll do this trimmed content. And also don't know why I'm doing content.trim. I just do trimmed content. There we go. So if there's trimmed content and there's form.append, because this could be false, but this could also be true, so that should work. Okay. And I should probably, let's see. So if trimmed content and, so this is truthy, then we'll append this. ID is always going to be there, of course, that's mandatory. And for attachments, we can just do a simple for each loop. Of course, if there's no elements in there, then it won't do anything. Cool, and then we'll just submit this to the backend. So right now, if I go into my console and if I were to hit enter, a network tab should, in the network tab, it should actually, let's see. Where am I from? I'm from America. Let's see, do I have this disabled? What's going on here? Let's see. Might have this validator over here. So multi-line should still work, okay. Let's see. If there's no shift keys, call send message. Cool, so send message should be called. And then if there's no route ID or if there's no trimmed content, or if there's no attachments.length. I think this needs to be changed up a little bit. Let me do this. If there's no route ID, return. Now if there's no trimmed content and there's no attachments.length, return. So if both of these are true, then return. They obviously cannot do that. And then from here, we'll get this. Yeah, I think this is fine. So now if I hit enter, there we go. It's going to give us a 500. At least it's calling the API though. But if I try to delete all these attachments and if I hit enter, nothing's going to happen, which is rightfully so because there's no trimmed content and there's no attachments. If I pass in some content, it'll work. If I hit enter, it will not work if I add at least one attachment. Let's see. Your state seems to be a little bit messed up right now. There we go. The Redux store should, of course, have one. Perfect. Okay, cool. So it's going to give us an error. That's fine. And it's complaining about content doesn't have a default value, which we had the error yesterday, so we're just going to fix that today. So we can go to the back end and we can fix that. Uzumaki Venix, how are you? Welcome to the Twitch stream. How are you doing? Okay, so we have uploaded files, we have param. Let's see. Let me create another exception right here. Chillin', what about you? I'm just working on this application right now. Hi Displant, how are you? Stories by Drew, welcome back to the stream, how are you doing? 2LuckX, how are you? I started to watch your video today, you explained so nicely, thanks. No worries, I'm glad that you like the videos, man. And more videos will be coming soon. I'm going to be uploading some videos next week, so stay tuned for that. So let's just go over here. I need a pin this so that way I don't lose track of this, because I have an issue with losing my files. Not losing my files, I mean like I have an issue with my files being all over the place. So I'm going to do that. Throw new empty message exception. So there's no attachment and there's no content. we'll throw an empty message exception. Now, I'd ideally like to use a pipe for this, so I don't have to do this. That'll make it a lot easier, honestly. I wonder, let's see, the pipe transform, I think. Forgot what it was called. I gotta look that up real quick. Sorry. Is it possible to use MVC and React, like separating the view and logic using something like controller? I honestly have no idea. Maybe it's possible, but maybe it would be done differently. But maybe it is possible, but the term for that is a lot different. But I know Angular has a different way of handling that, though. Can you give some advice on learning TypeScript? Because I'm a beginner. Just focus on properly type annotating your variables and your data types. I feel like if you can effectively type annotate everything in TypeScript, it'll help you a lot in the long run. It seems like it might seem easy, but it actually type annotating things and also making sure you know what correct type to use is always a difficult thing, an annoying thing with TypeScript. Do you think I should switch from studying 16 hours a day to 22 so I can get insane at full stack? I mean, you don't really need to study for 16 hours a day. You could probably do maybe 4 to 5 hours and do it effectively by, like, for example, like if you study 16 hours a day but you don't get anything done, like that's not really an effective way to study. If you study compared to someone who studies 4 hours a day and studies effectively, they would make more progress than someone who does it for, like, 22 hours a day. So I wouldn't say study 16 hours a day. I would say find ways to improve your current study habits and see if it's working for you. And if it is, you'll be able to know based on the progress that you're making. I've seen that done, but I think React paradigms keep things simpler. What keyboard switches are you using? I am using Cherry MX Blue switches right now. Any plans to add message pinning? Yes. Angular is very MVC, yes. Is NestJS used as a backend? I mean, normally people would probably not use NestJS only as a backend. You could, but it's just like, why would you only want to use that for the backend when you could use Express? No worries, Bill Specting. All right, let's see. Pipe transform. The command is ! keyboards, by the way. Not keyboard, keyboards. Keyboards with an S. What is NestJS used for? NestJS is used for backend. Next is primarily for React with server-side rendering. So they're different tools. They are different tools. Inside message validator pipe, value is the file. Inside message validator pipe, value. I'm not sure why it does it multiple times though. It's really weird. I'm gonna go ahead and remove some logs because these logs are kind of annoying. Honestly, I might honestly use Splunk to log, or I might use some other tool to log, because this logging mechanism is it's kind of driving me insane, not gonna lie. It's helpful, but drives me insane a little bit. On typing start, remove this, remove this. I'm just gonna do this. Let's do this. Let's go over here. We have way too many. There we go. That should be it for now. Okay. So we are inside message val. I don't know why it logs it multiple times. I guess it does it for every single property, but that's not what I want. I want it all in one go, and I also don't know why it's logging this. Value, metadata, there we go. So I think in this one it combines both, but for the other ones it doesn't want to combine all of them together, which is unfortunate. Any plans for meta embeds from like websites? Does it have image embeds? No, we are working on that. Splunk is a tool that you can use to log more effectively. So companies typically use Splunk to take care of all their logging. So for example, at my old job, we used Splunk to log any error messages, anything useful that we might need to log. So instead of logging it into your application, you can have everything in Splunk, and you can always refer to Splunk, and you can search through the logs. So that way, if something happens, you can actually see what's going on. Of course, if you log in your actual application, that's not really a good idea for production. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna have to figure this pipe out. I don't really like how it only validates it one at a time. I want it to validate every single one of the form data, but it doesn't want to do what I want to do. Let me see. Splunk has a free tier, but it's normally it's paid. Usually, you probably will never really use Splunk unless you actually are building out an enterprise level application. By the way, you just recreate Discord and better. But yeah, usually you'll use these tools for enterprise level, not really for your own personal usage. If you want like something similar to Splunk that's free, maybe you could use something like Winston. NestJS file. Look at this. Okay, that was not what I wanted. So what I'll do is, I'll just do it like this for now. I'll do some research later on, so that way I can figure out what I can do to make this a little bit more effective. Because I definitely don't want to like do this type of validation manually when we could just do it inside like a pipe or something like that, you know. Maybe I could use an interceptor. I'm not really sure because right over here, we are using a file interceptor. So it is intercepting the file. So maybe there's something that I could do to override file interceptor. I don't know, though. We'll have to see. Let me look at the definition. Yeah, this is a function, not a class. So don't think we can actually like extend it or, you know, override, but it's fine. We'll do it like this for now. Have you done any front end yet or just working on back end? Yeah, we actually have the front end already done already. Well, not done, but like we have most of it done. We're adding more features. There's no such thing as done because like we're always going to have stuff to do. But you can see that right over here, we have friend request feature working. I can send friend requests to whomever I want and I can cancel that. We have the chat working, obviously. Right now we're just adding the message upload, image upload functionality for the chat. The past 2 days we were working on uploading banners, so I can go ahead and upload this banner right over here. And when I hit save, it's going to load, and then it will go ahead and save for me. And when I refresh, we'll have the banner right over there, which, you know, uses DigitalOcean spaces, which is very similar to S3 buckets. But yeah, right now we're just working on image upload for now. Will you add voice video chat? To answer that question again, yes, we will add that in the future. Once we finish all these things, I look at all these suggestions that we have from viewers and myself. A lot of stuff that we have on here are probably not going to be implementing. For example, we already let me just move this over here. Profile pictures. We're working on emojis. That's something that we have to work on. Embed messages is already there. Someone recommended online perspective AI, which, you know, I think that's a good suggestion, so I'm not going to remove that. Blocking feature is going to be needed. Pin messages has already been suggested a while ago. Archiving chat, same thing. But yeah, voice chat and video chat, that will come later once we actually finish all of these things. I don't want to add more and more stuff until we actually create like a stable version of this app. So that'll have to come that'll have to come later. My man has a backlog. What's online perspective AI? From what they told me it was like something where you can detect like profanity and NSFW stuff, I guess. That's what I was told. So I'm not really too sure though. My man has a backlog. Yeah, we got a huge backlog. We got a lot of stuff that people are suggesting though. I do wish that I could share this on board with people, but I don't know if there's a way to do it without leaking permissions. So maybe I might just switch to Trello, honestly, because I think that would be a lot easier for everyone. I don't know, we'll see. Hey you 1008. What's going on, Everest? How are you? Perspective API can help mitigate toxicity and ensure healthy dialogue online. Do you stream every single day? Yes, I stream every single day on this channel, on both here and on Twitch as well. I stream on here and Twitch as well. This looks cool. What is it? The app is currently down right now. Yeah, like if you want to test it out later, I'll probably let you guys test it out. I just got to finish out this image uploading feature, and then I can let you guys test it out and see if it works. Okay, so let's see. So I guess what we'll do is we'll need to pass an attachments array somewhere into params. So content will no longer be required because it has to be either attachments or content. So we'll go over to our utils types and we'll look for, let's see, what is it? Create message params right over here. And so now content can be optional. So we'll use the question mark operator, which denotes this property as optional. And attachments can also be optional as well. And the type for this is going to be expressmulter.file, which I don't really like how bloated this name looks. So I'll probably just change the name of this to something else. So this is an interface. So maybe what I'll do is I'll create like a custom type. So export interface. Extends export interface attachment extends express.multer.file, something like that. And you know, we're not really going to do anything different, but of course this is going to complain about that. Might just disable this, honestly. Yeah, because I just really don't want to have to keep referencing this over and over again, you know. I mean, I could, but it's just like, you know, why not just do that instead? How long are you gonna stream in this day? I'm gonna be streaming today for about, I don't know, we'll be here for a very long time, my friends. So I'll be here for a while. I started using Asana, great project manager. Thanks for sharing. No worries. I personally like Asana as well. Have you tried the Power Mode extension for VS Code? What is Power Mode? I'm not sure. What is this? References. Interesting. I've never seen this before. What is Power Mode? What is that? An explosive way to code. Probably is going to give me epilepsy. Wonder how many JS web frameworks are just Express under the hood. A lot, actually. I think either they are using Express under the hood or they are inspired by Express. But I know for a fact NestJS is 100% using Express under the hood. Is it like Discord or something, chat app, or Facebook? It's just a chat for fun. Can I see what the app looks like if you don't mind showing me? Sure. This is what we have so far. I can delete messages from the channel, right? I can also create a group message right over here. I have a group message. I have a group chat with some other user, Danny. I can also log into that account right now, so I'll show you how that works if I log into the other account. So let's go over here. Let's do Danny. Don't even know what the password is. So over here, I can do hi, and they'll send the message on the other screen. And I can go over here, and the message status I think is a little bit messed up right now. I'm not sure. I think we may have broken the message status. I am not too sure, but it's not. Oh, is this a group chat? Oh wait, this is a. Oh wait, whoops. There we go. I was in the wrong channel. So you can see the status still works. And I can also send a friend request to Anson. And I can also receive the friend request over here and accept it. And I can also do this. I can also do that. So yeah, I mean, in terms of like, you know, we have like a lot of basic features already done. What we were working on the past couple days was working on a banner feature and changing avatar and about me. Once we're done with this, we'll work on security, which is going to be adding stuff like 2FA, adding stuff, changing your password, email verification, things like that. Like, we're gonna everything is coming along slowly. How do you do real time? We use Socket.io for that. How do you stay motivated? I mean, 12-hour stream, that's insane. It's just discipline, my friend. Like, it's just discipline. We got work to do. And, you know, you got to go ahead and just do what you got to do. Can you tell us what keyboard are you using? Use the keyboards command to get the keyboard. Uza, sorry I missed your message, man. Uza, how are you, my friend? How's it going, Uza? Hopefully, you're still there. Do you have a deadline for when you want to finish this application? If you're talking about this specific application, not really. Like, I'm just building for fun. Like, I'm not really trying to make money or profit or, you know, make any, you know, gains from this, right? I'm just doing it for fun, for myself, really. And it's open source, so if anyone wants to use it as a reference or do whatever they want with it, that's also fine as well. But I'm just chilling, you know. I'm just chilling. Uza, how's it going, man? How are you? Myth Hacker, welcome back to the stream. How are you? All right. I've always wanted to build a chat platform like this, but didn't know how to start. Got any tips? I would say definitely learn how WebSockets work first. Understand how WebSockets work first. Once you understand WebSockets, you can then start building real-time applications. Little by little, you have to build a chat app from the very beginning. You just build something small, right? Learn how to connect the front to the back end using WebSockets. That's what I would start with first. Let's see. So what I want to do is, let's see. Cons params equals user conversation ID content. So we'll pass in attachments right over here. And now in the create message function, all we'll do is this. So majority of this code is going to be pretty much very, very similar. The only thing that we'll need to do is this. What we'll do, well, the thing is, the message will always be created no matter what. So I think what we'll do is if there is content, we will add it. over here. But even if content is empty though, I'm trying to think. Even if content is empty, oh yeah, content doesn't have a default value. So I think what we'll do is we could just add a default value for message. Let me do this message, base message. So content, let's do default. We'll do nullable. We'll make this nullable because it could be nullable. And I think I already have attachments already right over here. So what we'll do at the very end is if there are any attachments, we'll just need to loop through. Each attachment, upload them to the S3 bucket, and then we could just save the key to the attachment. So let's go over here. Let's see, where is our image storage service? Okay, so we'll need to basically do this. We'll need to generate a key, pass in the file, make ACL, which is read permissions. We'll set it to public read, and then we'll pass in the MIME type. So I think maybe I could probably remove a lot of these functions. And probably don't need a lot of these functions, to be honest with you. Have you ever had to manage a timer over many website clients, like for a video game with multiple users with a countdown timer? I've never done that before personally. I have not gotten to that point yet. Are you also writing tests? We are writing unit tests. Like I do have some unit tests written, but we'll have to catch up with that at some point. How do you run the React open source and local host with VS Code so I can use that as reference? How do you run the React open source and local host with VS Code? I'm not sure what you mean. I just run the React app like a normal React app. Do you prefer Mongoose or TypeORM? I personally don't like MongoDB. For a project like this, I don't like MongoDB. How's it going, Divi? Welcome back to the stream. Banner. I think maybe image. Honestly, I could probably just remove upload banner, and I could just change just upload, honestly, because I think the function is just always going to stay the same no matter what, or like the functionality will always stay the same. So I don't really think we really even need this function. We'll just do upload, and we'll go over here. Let's go over to users. Where is it? Profile, right over here. And we'll change it to upload, pass in the key and pass in the file. Cool, and then we can always generate our UUID. So let's just do that. So right over here, when we create the message, let's see. We're gonna obviously tidy up our code a little bit because keeping all of this inside this one function is not good. And we don't want our function to do too many things. So we have to kind of like break it down to make it a little bit more better. Let me see, I think I do already have a function that I could probably reuse somewhere. Let me see. I might have a find function. I don't. Yeah, that kind of sucks. Let me look at conversations repository. Find conversation by ID is created, has access. Let me see. Is WebRTC different than SOG connections? I think they are. They're different protocols. I want to find a way to get rid of all of this crap over here. Let me see something. Does conversation module use message module? It doesn't. My only fear is ending up having circular dependencies. What's going on over here? So I think what we'll do is, so this is going to be an array of files. So I think what I could do is I could probably just do this. In the end, we'll need to get the key. So what I'll do is for each attachment, I could probably just call the image store service. So we'll need to import this into here. Let's do that. Right over there. And then we can inject services image service project. And then what I'll do is this dot image storage service upload. So we'll need to pass in the key, which is just going to be a generate UUID. But actually, you know, now that I think about it, I don't even need to call this function because we created this type ORM entity. So I think what I could do is, instead of doing this, I could probably just create a record in the database that represents this. So I think maybe instead of doing this, I could probably do something like this. Const new attachment equals. And this is where it gets annoying because we do need to do this asynchronously. Const new attachment equals, we need the message attachment repository as well. That is fun message. Are the NestJS and React open source, or are they both required to run this? They're both open source, and yes, you do need both to run it. Hi Gravity, welcome back. I think they ask it often, but why do you have two keyboards? Because I just want two keyboards. Let's see. So I think what I'll do here is this dot message repository create. I really only need the UUID for this attachment. That's really all I need. So when I do const saved attachment equals points, when I do this, return this. And I can call then and then we can do this, then this dot image to our service upload, and then for the key I can just pass the message attachment.key. Okay. Of course, it's saying type number is not assignable to type string. No, not sure why it's saying number, because UUID should be a string. I think maybe I could just change this to this. Right, because UUID is a string. Right? UUID is a string. Pretty sure it is. So let's come planning over here. And then we'll need the file. And then I'll just do file. Or attachment is the file, actually. And so this will just return this, and then we can just call promise.all on this. So that way we are creating the entity in the database, and then we're uploading it. And now this will end up returning to us. Well, actually, what I could do is this. I can call upload. And we'll have to tidy this up a little bit, of course, but I will just for now do it this way. Because I do want to return the message attachment in the end. So that way, yep. And I can just do const promise.all attachments. So this should give me all of the attachments, and then I can just do this. Let me actually do this as well. And I just take this and then pass this inside here. A little bit messy, but we'll have to fix it up a little bit as we... Yeah, we'll have to fix this up a little bit, don't worry. What's complaining about over here? Attachments. Oh. There we go. I mean, while using both keyboards at the same time, I'm not using both at the same time. I just switched between the two of them. Hey Devil, how are you? Welcome back. Smoothly moving cursor while changing its position is one of the best VS Code features. Can't wait to see how you integrate the S3 bucket thing for image storage. Yeah, we are. We already have profile pictures and banners working already. Right now we're just making it support images or images for the messaging. So that'll be a big feature to work on. So what we're doing right now. So this should take care of uploading all the images. And then saving it to the database. And let's see if it throws any errors though. But before I do anything else, I will also do one more thing. In the React app, when we successfully send all messages, we will reset the content and we will reset the entire state of the attachments. So we should be able to do that very easily. Let me look at the store real quick. Attachments, add attachments. So I guess we could do is remove all attachments, state.attachments equal empty array. We just export that. So that will remove all the attachments when we successfully dispatch or when we successfully send a message. So let's go over, let's delete that. Let's go over back here and let's do this. We'll do dispatch. Use dispatch. So that should remove everything on success. Do you touch type? Yeah, I do touch type. I guess that's what they call touch type. Basically, I can type without having to look at my keyboard. Are you going to be updating the Git open source once you're done? What do you mean by that? Okay. Let's see. Backend is throwing an error. Yeah, it's complaining about this right over here. It's complaining about params.attach is undefined. So what I'll do is, we'll just do this. Damn. I think maybe what I'll do is I'll create another service to handle this because this just looks really ugly. I like your lives. I just subbed. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate that. Thank you for subbing. Hopefully the sub banner on the top is not distracting. I turned off the sound. I mean, updating it since making your changes now. How many commits am I even behind from the main branch? I'm not even sure. Most of the time it's good enough. Curious why you're not using the built-in debugger versus console logs. Why would I use the built-in debugger if I just need to log some messages? But yeah, for something like multiplayer fast-paced games, more precise network architecture is a must. Let's see. Probably also do this because attachments, I keep forgetting attachments could be, I don't know why Typescript is not complaining about that though, because attachments could possibly be undefined, so I'm not sure why it's not like error checking that, which is very strange to me, but I don't know. Very weird behavior sometimes. Let's see. Yeah, I'm just gonna do this. This is, I really don't like how this looks. I'm gonna just fix this real quick. Hey Gabor, how are you? Also hate the boilerplate NestJS requires HostMSC, it seems. Are you building the chat app as some real project or just portfolio for fun? Mostly the latter. You know, just building for fun really. So we'll create one for message attachments, and we'll use the message attachment service class. So let's just go over here. Let's go over here. Message attachments equals service. Okay, and we'll also have to add this as an export as well. So that way, what I'll do is I'll inject this into the message service, so I can eliminate all this crap over here. I kind of like opinionated frameworks sometimes. Yeah, I personally like opinionated more than unopinionated. I think of Nest as more geared towards enterprise projects in that regard. What does it mean when you name a file with an extra dot like module.ts? It doesn't. It's just a naming convention that you can follow. It's inspired from Angular. Like Angular has it done like that, and like NestJS is also inspired from Angular as well. So in Angular, for example, you'll have something like I forgot what it was called, like something like I don't know, something dot component.ts and then dot provider.ts, something like that. And Angular is inspired by that. It's just like a way to name your files. So for example, this right here is a controller, so we'll name it .control.ts. This right over here is a nest module, so we'll name it .module.ts. This right over here is a service, so we'll name it service.ts, etc., etc. You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that, but you know, it's just a convention. How long have I been coding? 4 years. I started learning 6 years ago, but I began actually doing stuff 4 years ago. Which, when I think about it, it's crazy because I never actually, time just flies so fast, you know? Time just flies way too fast. Alright, so I'll probably remove the repository because I'm not going to need this anymore. So I'm going to remove that, and I'm going to go ahead and just comment out all of this right over here. I'm not going to remove it entirely because I'll need it as a reference later. And instead what we'll do is we'll just inject the message attachment service. First we'll go in here and let's just remove this as well. And we're going to import message attachment module. And then we can inject that service. So I think we'll not need this as well anymore. Inject services dots message attachments right over here. Private read only message attachment service. There we go. And then we'll just basically call the create function from here to handle creating the attachments. So let's go over here. So let me just also modify this as well. So the arguments that we'll need for this, let's see, where's my message service? There we go. So we'll just need an array of attachments. So attachments, and the return value of this will just be promise of message attachment. An array of message attachment, there we go. So literally what we're doing here is we'll just pass it in here. And attachments could also be undefined, so actually no, I'll just leave it like that. Do you think blockchain development will be a big field in the future? I have no idea, honestly, because I never really paid much attention to blockchain or cared much about it, honestly. Okay, so what we'll do is the same thing that we're doing over here. We know attachments will be defined, so I guess what we could just do is for each attachment, I think maybe I'll just do the same thing that I'm doing inside here. Equals parent or attachments.map. And then what we'll do is this. we'll create a new attachment from the repository. So let's just inject that real quick. And I might just call this an attachment repository, just to shorten it a little bit because it's way too long. So we'll do const new attachment equals this dot attachment repository dot create. So when we create that, what we want to do is we want to go ahead and save it. Once we save it, we want to upload the image. Message attachment repository dot save. RX3 Dev, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Golden Gaming, what's up? Question: how similar to Discord are we going for? I mean, I'm just building features, honestly. Like, if it just happens to look like Discord, then it just happens to look like Discord. Like, we're not trying to completely copy Discord. We're just building a project for fun, honestly. If it happens to end up looking similar to Discord, then, you know, that was obviously not intentional. Alright, so .save, and then after we save, we should be able to get that saved attachment. So this is going to be in the message attachment, and then we can go ahead and just upload and return. So I think what I'll do is this. Maybe what I'll also do is maybe I'll do something like this just to make the design a little bit better. We go over here. Hey AJXD, how are you? Will we create an account on this app in the future? I mean, what do you mean by that? I mean, in order to use it, you'll need to create an account, of course. There we go. So image storage will need to implement this. So just paste this in for now. Let's fix this as well. And so instead of params.key, it should be params.messageAttachment.key, because this is going to be that. And I think what I'll do is this. We might also save some of these other properties later. But what I would like to do is call this I don't know. Private read only. Read only. Curious on your thoughts of Nest moving towards observables versus promises. If that ever happens, I probably would just go back. I'll probably just use Spring Boot from now on. I personally, I mean, I've used observables in the past and they were okay, but it's not that RxJS and observables is what I dislike. I just really dislike the operators and how it just feels really weird to me. I've used them when I used Angular in the past and it was whatever to me, but after not using Angular for a while, I probably don't want to go back to observables ever again. So let's see, let's see, attachment. That should be fine. And what I would like to do is, well, when I return this attach.save, now I call it then. What I want to do is, after this has been uploaded, I want to return the original attachment. So I think what I'll do is I'll just do an await. And then this will return a message attachment, so that way I don't have to manually return. Or manually do async and return inside here. And so this right over here. Okay. And what I can do is just do, so at this point we've already created the attachment, we've saved it, we've uploaded to the cloud. And then we can just do promise.all, promise. And this will return all this right over here. So when we call .create, this will return a promise of that. Okay. This real quick. Every day I come here to hear your voice. It's like a ritual now. Even though I never knew you before, but the series has kept me coming back. What's going on, Rise? How are you? Welcome back. Don't forget to try power mode. Oh, I'll take a look at it. What's going on, Akshat? How are you? Welcome back to the stream. Okay, so let's first go into, where is user profile? Service.ts. We got to go into message attachments. Then last is message service right over here. Probably not going to be using this in here, so it's fine. Okay. So now we just have to add the message attachment. Repository. You obviously know how to program in JavaScript, right? Yeah, I mean, TypeScript and JavaScript are... TypeScript is literally just JavaScript with additional features and type safety and a proper data type system. So, of course, if you know how to do TypeScript, then you could definitely do JavaScript. How does the bot know the theme? Oh, it's just a manual command that I added. Nothing special. All right, so I'm going to try calling this endpoint right now. And it should just go through here. So we will be adding attachments right now. So let's try this. So let me refresh here. So let's do hi. Okay, so it throws an error. Attachments.map is not a function. Okay, so that's really interesting. So if params.attachments, otherwise return this. So I don't know why it is doing that. If I remove this. Okay, so I don't understand why it's trying to call this params.attachments is undefined. So related to me. Okay, so attachments is not undefined. It's an object of null prototype. Okay, that's really annoying. Let's see. Is there a way to kind of like convert this? Okay. So right now over here it's complaining about, it's not a regular array. Do I need to like serialize or something? Do I need to like call JSON.parse or something? I don't even know. That's really lame. Object null prototype. So annoying. Let's see. What's my typing speed? 103 words per minute. I was wondering if your React tutorials go in, or do you recommend them to be learned in a certain sequence? Yeah, they're in order right now. Well, okay, the first one is going to be the crash course, which is 2 hours long. Once you finish that, then you can go ahead and watch the other ones. So I would definitely recommend doing it in order. Okay, so this is very weird. Let me try something as well. Hold on. Okay, there, that will get rid of it. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. Alright, so... Okay, I think it may have uploaded everything. Let me open up my DigitalOcean Spaces instance and show you guys real quick. Smashing things. No worries, JJ. I'll just call you JJ from now on. That's a lot easier. If you don't mind, that's a lot easier for me. Alright, let's take a look at what we got over here. So we just uploaded... So we just uploaded 2 images, one over here and one over here. Cool. So we have the images working, and you can see that the state has been resetted. So watch this. Let's go back over here. It's gonna be gone. We'll also we'll also disable the form too. So that way they cannot spam it, because if I try to do something like hi, and then, you know, it will probably not be good. It will spam it. So you can see that they are being uploaded, which is good. And it's based on the UID, the UUID. And if we look in our database right now, select from search attachments. You can see that we have 3 instances. We have 2 attachments that are associated with one message, okay, and then we have 1 attachment associated with another message, which is good. That's good. So now all we need to do is we basically need to just query. So for example, select from messages. Okay, and so what we'll do is for the messages, right? All we need to do is literally just combine the message attachments with the messages, which should be very, very, very simple. And I'll show you how we can do that. It's actually very, very easy. But this is good, though. We are able to submit the images to the backend and upload them successfully, so that's good. Cool. And so now what we want to do is this. Let's go into Thunder Client real quick, and let's get all of the messages. I think it's conversation number 1. Let's first log in, though. So you can see that this is fetching all the messages, so we just need to obviously get the attachments as well. So let's go ahead and grab that. Anson, which service are you using to store the images? I am using DigitalOcean Spaces to store it. DigitalOcean Spaces. Wow, we are almost at 9. Wow, guys, you guys are insane. We've only been streaming for like less than 2 hours, and we're already almost at 100 likes, guys. If you haven't already, make sure you guys hit that like button. We're going for 200 likes within the next couple hours, so make sure you drop that like button. We've only been streaming for literally less than 2 hours, and we're already at almost 100. Add an attachment array comments to messages. But I started following now. Are you doing tests? Yes, we are. The reason why you probably don't want to add an array to a column is, well, first of all, that's not really native. Is like, that doesn't really, how do I say this? When you use SQL, you want to normalize your data as much as possible. And when you have situations where you have one-to-many relationships, you want to actually use like those one-to-many relationships as an advantage. The message can have many attachments. An attachment can only belong to one message. So it makes sense for us to have like a table, create two relationships between two of them. Now, you could add an array, but I just personally feel like that would be breaking rules of normalization. And also, there was like some weird issue that I had a while ago with using the array data type. No lie, I'm going into my second year of university as an SWD degree, and I'm struggling to understand a lot of things here, but SQL I understand some. Yeah, no worries. Like, you're only in your second year. Give it a couple more years, and I'm sure that things will catch up. Yeah, it's like, for example, like adding JSON data to a table. You'd probably be better off storing those data in a separate table and creating a one-to-one or a one-to-many relationship. In the end, though, type ORM will map all those attachments for you, so you'll be able to reference them as an array, which is a nice thing. So right now, when I fetch the messages, you can see that I don't have the attachments, but that's not a problem. We can always very easily go ahead and grab that. So what we'll do is we'll go into message services and get messages by conversation ID. We just need to add the attachments relation right over here. Okay. And if I go over here, you can see now I have this attachments, which is an array of keys, right? And so all we'll literally do on the front end is we'll literally just prepend the CDN URL with the key itself, and then that'll give us the image. And of course, we'll obviously pass that as a source. So yeah, and of course, the way that we'll add images, the way that we'll render it on the page itself is we'll just render it all at the bottom. So now that we have all of those, we just have to go into our front end, and we need to go into types right over here. And where is message type? Where is it? Right over here? And we'll just add this attachment array, and all we'll literally do is, I think the attachment type is a little bit different. So I'll change this to a message attachment instead of an attachment. And export type, message attachment, and the property is going to be key of string. And I think it's just key. That's really all we need. Yep. Cool. And so now all we got to do, there's no other errors on our front end. Cool. So now what we can do is let's go over to where we are rendering our messages. Let's go over here. Okay. So this is message item content. So I think what I'll do is I'll probably just do this message dot. Oh, did it not message type? It's interesting. How do you prevent users from uploading too much attachments? Right now there's a limit of 5, so the backend can only take 5 at a time, and so can the front end. Will you give the resource code or something? Is there anywhere in your Discord I can ask about unit testing? Yes, you can ask that anywhere in the any of the help channels. You can probably ask that in. Any help channel is fine. Maybe general programming, maybe. Do you have coding experience in Java? I do. But after they are uploaded, are the old attachments and storage just deleted? Not yet. At least for if you're deleting a message that has any attachments, later on we'll have to obviously delete all of the messages, all of the attachments from the store. Okay, so this is where message content is being rendered. Let's see, calling format messages, and then in the end, okay. So we're going to need to do it for formatted messages and message item content. So that should be fine. So we'll go over here. So let's do this. So I think just for testing purpose, I'll put this in a div. Just for now, I'll put it in a div and do message.attachments.map. For each attachment, it's going to have a key. And I'm going to do image source cdn url.concates. And then the string, which is just attachment.key, I believe, if I remember correctly. And width, we'll do maybe 300. Height, I'll leave it like that. Let's see what happens here. Nothing's gonna happen right now. So let's just do an alt text of, and we'll do key, that, and we'll do the same thing right over here. For now, we'll just leave it like this. Let's see what happens. This is M. All right, let's see what happens. There we go. And of course, it is going to take a little bit longer to load up because it is coming from, we don't have a CDN enabled right now. And of course, the scroll might be a little bit laggy, so I might actually change this to maybe like a canned or something like that. I don't know. Hello. Submit. And now the message is there. Of course, we'll need to add some stuff when we are sending the message. That way, the user cannot, spam while that's happening. But yeah, what we have so far is not bad. I can send images now, and if what I will need to do also is when I right-click an image, what I'll need to do is if the image is, we need to also make it so that we can copy the image URL, because right now the context menu is using the old one. So I think for this will be a little bit tricky because how will I make sure that the image has I think what I'll do is I'll have to add an additional context menu on the image itself, but I can delete this message. Now the problem here is on database right now, I can't delete this image because it's complaining about let's see, cannot delete open the parent row, foreign key constraint fails. Yeah, so I'm trying to delete a record. I'm trying to delete the parent without deleting the child. So when I delete this message, I'll need to actually delete the children first, which are all the message attachments, and then I can delete the message then. We process the images through Image Magic and make different sizes so users don't have to load full resolution. I think the browser has an API to do that now. Yeah, but I like it though. It's working pretty well, not gonna lie. And I can try doing for groups. What's going on with groups? Why is groups messed up? What's going on? Oh yeah, because attachments is not defined. Yeah, that's fine. We have to do m.attachments. Wait, let me do this. Let me go into types. Message type and group type. There we go. The picture element. I think maybe group chat. Yeah, group chat is not supported yet for images, I think. Yeah, no, it's not supported yet. We'll have to add support for that. But yeah, obviously just needs some additional touches to it. There should be like some way we can, let me see, picture HTML. The picture elements. The browser will consider each child source element and choose the best match along. There's no image source, common use case for picture. You don't get dizzy with those keyboard lights? No, not really. Oh boy, so many changes. Let's see. All right, good night, Drew. What will that connections tab actually be used for? Yeah, it'll be for OAuth too. Are you going to consider how you'll scale this service? If I were to scale this, I'd probably maybe start with what comes to mind is obviously maybe using something like a load balancer. Scale the back end, though I don't know how that would work. With load balancing, you could probably do something like a sticky session. So that way the user, when they go to the same, that way the user will stick to the same server. So that way they're not going across different servers. I don't know how that would affect sockets, though. I think that would have no effect because sockets are using the same cookie. So as long as there's a valid cookie, then I think it's okay. In terms of database, probably maybe each scaled server or each scaled instance might have its own database. Well, actually, no. I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of things that I would have to think about. You will also need Redux and Socket IO Redux adapter. Yeah, I've heard about that. What VS Code theme is this? What's happening? It seems your code is getting better. Yeah, I'm not really thinking that far ahead right now because, like I said, I'm just building this app for fun for like the billionth time. But in terms of scalability, though, yeah, I would consider those things 100%. I would probably separate the authentication server. So I could probably draw a diagram right now, honestly, and kind of just give my thoughts on what I would do to scale this. Might as well right now since a lot of people are interested. This is what I would personally do. Doesn't mean that it's the only viable solution because there's many different ways that one could do it. But let me draw a diagram real quick. I'd probably use something like something like RabbitMQ to emit all of the data. Let me turn on my dark reader as well. There we go. Is that better? So I think what I'll do is I'd probably have like an Auth Server. So this Auth Server will take care of like all of the database credentials, like not database credentials, like the user's credentials. Where is database? Wish they had an actual database. But yeah, this is where we will store user credentials. And all of this could be encrypted as well. So that'll actually make it a lot easier too, because you can then just easily encrypt the user's data without having to have it attached to the rest of the application, which I think is great, honestly. Let's see. So what I would do is I would probably have like an auth server, and this auth server could act like a proxy that can sit in front of the other servers. So for example, let me delete this. Where is it? Let's use this. So for example, this would be HTTP API, REST API. So this will be, we'll denote this one as the first instance. So I'd probably do something like a load balancer, right? And so what will happen is this. So this auth server will basically be like a proxy. So every single time the client is to make a request, it will always go through this auth server. The auth server will check the user credentials, and then it will route it to a REST API. And this could obviously be, this is going to be horizontally scaled with a load balancer. Like that. And now, in terms of socket, yeah, we'll use like an adapter like Redux or something like that. I was reading about that the other day. With Redux, probably use that. And let's see. I'm trying to think. So go through here, go through here. So you'll have each, and yeah, I think what will happen is, you want to, I think what would need to happen is you want to make sure that every single node gets the event. So somewhere over here, you could probably throw in like a Kafka instance, or maybe like RabbitMQ, like a message broker that can be, that every single server can consume, right? So this could be like some kind of RabbitMQ or some kind of message broker. And basically you can push messages to that pub sub instance, and you can just consume from there, which I think would be very good. I mean, there's a lot of other stuff that we could do too, but this is like this is where I would kind of like go. But the socket thing is what I would be interested in figuring out the most, because I've never done WebSocket with load balancers before, so I'm curious to see how that would work out. You just need to, yeah, default adapter with Redux adapter. Yeah, let me actually, I'll have to read about that, because like, we could definitely just throw up a Redux instance. Yeah, because Redux pretty much does pub sub as well. So I guess what is this? This is Redux, right? Then you have the servers. So these are, so for example, this would be horizontally scaled. You have server 1, server 2, and Redux would, I guess, manage it, and they can keep track of publishing all of the events to every single server that needs it, I guess. So if the user is connected on, let's say user A is on server 1 and user B is on server 2, they're still using the same instance of the app, but you need to make sure that they receive the same events. So I think Redux would do a good job taking care of that. The nice thing is, though, is that NestJS has documentation on that, which is really nice. NestJS, Redux. Let's see right over here. NestJS does have some documentation on this right over here. Where is it? WebSockets, adapters. Right over here, perfect. You can do a Redux IO. So you can connect to the Redux server. And then I guess you connect. Though to actually get it to work though is something that I have not done yet, but that would be for later on. That'll be like the end game though. But yeah, we can replace Kafka with Redux. What website is this? Diagrams.net, app.diagrams.net. Could you elaborate how Kafka works in a chat application? I can only tell you how Kafka works. I can't tell you how it would work in a chat application, but at least what I would assume is that you have this message broker that you're publishing events, or what they call topics, in Kafka, right? So for example, this API would publish an event, or some kind of message. So with this one, and so with this one. And now Kafka would basically be responsible for, you know, storing those messages and then publishing it to whichever consumer needs it. So for example, if this consumer needs it, then, you know, you would consume it from there. That's what I would assume, but I've never done it before, so I can't really give a detailed explanation. Backend is all fun and games until you have a global outage at 3 AM because your entire infrastructure does implode. Yeah, the on-call engineers are gonna have a lot of fun. You might need to start a socket and database if you're scaling multiple servers. Hey dude, hope your night is going well. What's going on, Guitar? How are you? Welcome back to the stream. How's it going, my friend? Okay. Yeah, I mean, message attachments, obviously it's a little bit wonky, but there should be a way where we can make it so that I know there's a way that we can optimize this, but we'll have to worry about that some other day. At least we got it to work. The proof of concept is there. Now we just have to add some touch-ups to it, and then it'll be a lot better. But let's go over here. Let's do this. Of course, my browser wants to freeze. All right. Let's see. Let's do that. We change this to number 5. Drag and drop feature is still going to need to be done. Send images to backend. Already did that. Upload files to spaces. Pull messages from DB and render to DOM. So we just have to do drag and drop and control V feature. Cool. So I guess we'll work on that next. Can someone tell me the VS Code theme? Use the !theme command. You've ever used Svelte? Never, not yet at least. The next project though will definitely be done with something that does not create React app. We'll definitely use something like either Next, Remix, Astro, Vite, or Svelte. I don't know, we'll see. Also, do you prefer Asana or something like Linear? I don't know what Linear is, but I like Asana personally. What is Linear? Let me look that up. Linear. Features. Sign up for free. Let's see. What is this? Looks pretty cool. Looks pretty cool, not gonna lie. Not gonna lie, looks pretty cool. Let me sign up real quick. Continue with Google. I'll do this later. Looks pretty cool though. I'll have to take a look at that later. ZenX Draken, how are you? Welcome to the stream. How is your keyboard setup? Looks cool. What do you mean by like how is my keyboard set up? Like, do you mean what switches I have or what keyboards I use? To get the keyboards, I'll do the !keyboards command. Alright, let's continue. Will it support other files like videos or text files? Yeah, it will. Later though, not right now. We'll work on it one at a time. Let's see. So I want to add the drag and drop feature, so that shouldn't be too difficult. All we need to really do is just, there is an event called on Maybe not here. There we go. So there's a couple of events that we can listen to support drag and drop, and it shouldn't really be hard, honestly. Let me go ahead and image upload React. I mean, what purpose do you use for both of them? Is one for the computer and one for the... I mean, I just have them plugged in, honestly. Like, sometimes I'll get bored of this one, so I'll switch to this one. Like, if I don't like this one, I'll just take this one, move it up here, and then use this one. And yeah, it's just, you know, yeah, like I don't use both of them at the same time. I just like if I like using cherry, you know, reds, right? Then I'll just switch to this one. Hey Anson, do you take on paid projects? Do I take on paid projects? I mean, if you're serious about it, you can send me a direct message on Discord. I'm using Monday previously and ClickUp for now. I haven't found a favorite. Might check out Linear like you said. Yeah, I'll take a look at it. Take a look at it later. Okay, so I wonder, let me see something real quick. Image upload. So we're gonna listen to a couple. Yeah, so we're gonna listen to on drag over, on drag leave, and on drag on drop. So on drag over, on drag leave, and on drop. These are functions that we'll need to. These are events that we'll need to listen to. Abi, thank you so much for the super chat, man. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Saying keep it up. Thank you, man. I really appreciate it, brother. Thank you so much. Reminds me of Cyberpunk 2077. Have you guys played Cyberpunk yet? I have not played Cyberpunk at all. Alright, let's see. Handle, okay. The reviews got me weak. Yeah, I heard about that too. It seemed like a very promising game, but yeah, it's okay. All right, so what I did last time, I remember because last year I was building out this image upload project, and to be honest with you, for all the image uploading features that we added, I was actually referencing a lot of old code that I was using in the past. Because might as well recycle some code from a previous project that I was using. But what I'll do is the important you know, I wish I could demo. You know what? Why don't I show you guys this project? Do you guys want to see the project real quick? Do you guys want to see it? I can show it to you guys if you guys want. It will only take like 5 minutes though. Do you guys want to see the project that we built last year? It was an image upload clone. And I'll show you guys real quick. All right, it's an open source project too, so you guys can take a look at it if you want. And the live stream is all there. We only spent 3 days on this project. We only spent about 3 days on this project, so yeah. Sure, I'll show you guys real quick, and we'll get back to this later. But I want to show you these features because a lot of the features that we built in this project that I did on live last year, like I'll show you. Once you see it, it'll make a lot of sense. So let's get the React and let's get the Nest instance. Let's get the Nest instance. port did I run this app on? 3000. I'll do 9001 for now. And we'll go over here, and where is API? We'll do 9001. Am I using Windows? Yes. Is there a reason why you use Socket.io? Why would I not use Socket.io? If there's something else like WebRTC, maybe I could use that. But yeah, I mean, like I said before, like Socket.io made sense to me because that's what most real-time apps that are built are using. And I was really just building this app for fun without considering scalability. Like I wasn't really, you know, building this with the intent to deploy it or release it, you know what I mean? But of course, I've learned a lot from this project, and a lot of people have told me about a lot of different RPCs, a lot of different protocols like TRPC, gRPC, RPC, you know, and I've learned a lot, so that's good. Yeah, you know, like it really just, you know, to me it's just like I was using it really for fun. I was really just using it for fun. Okay, so I'm going to use the same endpoint. So let me just grab the same one from here real quick. Let's go over, not here. So Amsterdam is where our images are located. We have our endpoint in Amsterdam. AMS, Amsterdam 3. Okay, so I have the spaces key and the spaces secret key saved on my system variable, so that way I cannot leak that by accident. And now let me just go ahead and install the dependency. So let me just run this. Hopefully this does not crash or anything like that. Okay, it works. Awesome. So running on port 9001. But yeah, you know, maybe in the future, I mean, I still want to add voice and video feature to this app, but we'll of course need to use Pure.js or WebRTC for that, which I don't know how to use, but you know, that's something that we'll definitely look into. But there's a lot of things that I would like to add to this app, such as Google CAPTCHA for security. All right, let's start. Let's see. Let me turn off the other app real quick. All right, let's see. All right, so yeah, like I said, it's a very simple feature. So I can go ahead and let me just do this real quick. So yeah, I can basically just click on this right over here, and I can upload whatever image I want. So I can upload this, and when you click on it, it'll show you like an overlay of the image itself, and you can click X to remove it. You can also click this X over here to remove that as well. I can also upload, let's do this one, and I can see the full image itself. And this is just a blob, and I remember we were able to do NSFW. So if I remember correctly, when we did NSFW, it blurs the image, I think. I'll have to check. But you can also set a private image as well. And if I do password, let's do 123. And when I click upload, what happens is it uploads it. And I think it's supposed to give you a link. Okay, it's saying no such bucket. I gotta fix that real quick. Yeah, let me fix something in the back end real quick. Where is it? Bucket name. The bucket name is CHWACHATS. There we go. We'll just reuse the same bucket that we're using for our application. All right, so if I do upload, what should happen is it should actually redirect us to the image itself over here. And then you can see that we have the image. Now, this image is a private image. So if I refresh, it's going to ask you for a password, and then you can visit it. And It really, and all it does, if it's a private image, it'll actually, if I remember correctly, we fetch the actual binary data from the backend, and we create a blob from it, and then we load the image in the browser. If it's not a private image, it will just pull it from the CDN. So watch this. Let me try NSFW. I don't think we implemented this feature. Well, I'll have to see. Okay, let's refresh. Okay, seems like it's broken. Says 404 not found. Oh, I think it's because I am on the front end. It's pulling the wrong. Let me do this real quick. It's pulling the wrong URL. So watch this. Where is it? Image result page, spinner page. Let's see. This is not the right one. Image result page. Spaces URL. Where's spaces URL? Let me get my CDN URL real quick. Does is protected encrypt it? No, it doesn't encrypt it. It just makes it it just protects it from people. It just protects it from the public. That's all it does. It just protects it from the public. So I'll just save that. Okay. Alright, so now when I save, it should work now. There you go. Yeah, there you go. So anyone can access this image without a password, okay? I think for the database, I think I may have used TypeORM, if I remember correctly. I may have used TypeORM. But we only have one entity, and so you can see that the properties on this table are as follows. We have the ID, which is randomly generated. Now that I look back at it, I probably have just used the UUID for it. The same thing that we're doing right now. We have the image ID, we have the E tag, we have is NSFW, we have is protected, we have password. I don't think we've ever done anything with is NSFW though. I don't think we've ever done anything with that. But one more thing to mention is this. We created this endpoint called getProtectedImage, and what happens is we check to see if the password is the same, and then what we do is we call this function getImage, and this actually gets the image, it gets the actual file from the actual store itself. And what we did was we had to return the actual binary data to the front end, because if you don't do that, the user, anyone will be able to access the CDN's image, right? And you don't want that to happen. So that's why we had to fetch the actual image, set the permissions for the image to private, so no one else can actually access it. So the only way to actually access it is by calling it through the API. So that's what we did over here, and then we just returned it as a readable.pipe, and the front end will take that image, and then it will just create a blob, and then it'll render it to the user. So yeah, that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. What do you guys think about the app? What do you guys think about this app? It took us about we spent about 3 days on this app, if I remember correctly. We spent about 3 days on this app. You guys can go back to the old live streams and watch it if you guys want, from last year. It was a lot of fun, honestly. I had a lot of fun building this out, if I'm being honest with you. Let me show you real quick. Building an image hosting site. I'll send you guys a link right now, so that way you guys can take a look at it if you want. There you go. There's the link, and of course, all the code is in the description. I'll also send you guys the code too if you guys want. Here's the React version. And let's see, let me just close this out. Close this out as well. Send you guys the NestJS app as well. There we go. How are you doing optimization package vulnerabilities and formatting? I don't think we're doing that right now. Or I'm not really too sure what that is, to be honest. We haven't gotten to that part yet, is what I would say. Not that we're not doing something. If there's something that you're seeing that we're not doing, it's likely that we haven't done it yet. Haven't done it yet. But yeah, the reason why I showed you guys that app was because we're basically just going to do the same thing. Oh, I also forgot to show you guys the drag and drop feature. Let me do that real quick. I closed it too soon. Wait, no, I still have it running. Wait. I still have it running. Wait. There we go. All right, let me show you guys the drag and drop feature real quick before I close this out. Okay, so here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go ahead and drag this image, and you see what happens is when I drag the image, you can see that there's a little border over it, right? And then it literally just, it handles the on drop and then adds that over there. Okay, so I just wanted to show that real quick. And that's basically what we'll do is we'll handle the on drop event to actually attach the file to the state. And that'll be all we'll do for that. So yeah, that's pretty much it with that. Let's just go back to our original project. Let's go over here. Let's go. There we go. I recall there's another besides UUID mentioned recently. The name slipped my mind. Do you prefer DigitalOcean or AWS? I mean, I like DigitalOcean for small projects because I just think it's really easy to use and it's not as bloated as AWS. AWS is not bad. It's just that I personally just like using DigitalOcean because it's just nice, it's simple, it's easy to use. It's very beginner friendly, like, you know, it's just really simple. Everything makes sense. AWS has so many products that sometimes you just get confused of where to navigate, what to go after, what to use, etc. Like, for example, the first time I used AWS, we used something called Elastic Beanstalks, EC2, which is just basically another word for a virtual machine. That's what they call it. But AWS is not bad. There's a lot of great products that AWS has to offer. But I personally just like using DigitalOcean because it's just really simple. It's really easy to set up. And it has a lot of great products that I can, you know, use for a full-scale app if I ever need it. Is there any specific reason you like using Nest over Next? Well, I mean, there are different things. Like NestJS is an entire backend framework. Next is for server-side rendering for React. So they're different things, you know. They're different things. Excuse me. I can fire up a local server right now and run Lighthouse on it. Well, for the price you pay for AWS. Okay, so I think what we'll do is we'll listen to this on drop event right over here. And we're going to take this react.drag event. So let me just take this. I'm going to copy that, and I'm going to go ahead and, where is my types? And then what we'll do, you know, when I think about it, okay, that's fine. Okay, and so what we'll do is on drop, There should be a way where we get the files. Target.files. I think, I'm not sure. There should be a way where we can check to see if there's files. And then we can just basically add it to the store and now render the preview. So let's do this. Let's see. So let's do stop propagation, prevent default. And so the property that we'll need is data transfer on the drag event right over here. And there's this property called files, so we can just go ahead and grab that. So const files equals e.data transfer. Okay. And then what we can do is we can just go ahead and get the files by doing item.0. And for this implementation, this will only support one file. But of course, there might be multiple files that they might want to drag and drop, so we'll work on that later. Where are you from, Anson? I am from Arizona. Did you try Railway? I have not yet. Vultr and Linode are also very good beginner-friendly options. Hey, and I don't understand why I should use the underscore naming convention in TypeScript and name the field private, and then create a getter set for it, and why I shouldn't use the public word. Well, that's not really TypeScript specific. That's really mostly... Well, okay, so the getter and setter thing, that's mostly like an object-oriented thing. Basically, the idea is encapsulation. You define the fields. Those fields should be kept private to the class itself, and you create a way to expose those fields by creating a getter and setter. The analogy that they taught us was, for example, if you have a house, you don't want to let everything be exposed to the public, right? So what you do is you give a key to someone, and that key can be used to access the house. They can go into the house and do whatever they want inside. So you can kind of think of it like that. The getters and setters are basically like a key to access and mutate the data that is private to the instance itself. It's mostly just semantics, to be honest with you. It's mostly semantics. In reality, right, you could get away with not defining things private and have the functionality work the same way, but it's just an approach that they've decided to go about when it comes to software design. Can you screen zoom a little bit? Sure. Which full stack would you suggest to learn? I mean, Express is pretty easy to get started with. So is Python with Flask. So I would ask you, which language do you already know? And then we'll go from there. But the underscore naming convention in TypeScript, that's just to make it so that way you avoid calling the same property. And so basically this is what is also something that's weird about JavaScript and TypeScript too. So I'll show you a quick example. So for example, if I have a class, right, export class, solve class, right, and let's say for example you want to use the get. So let's do this in like private name string, right? And then you do set name and then get name like this, like that. Let's go over here. So first off, it'll actually complain about why is it complaining about that? That's weird. But first off, if you were to do this in JavaScript, right, it would actually not even complain about this. But the other problem also is that if you were to reference this .name, it would be calling this, and it'll basically create a Stack Overflow. So that's why they do underscore behind this, and then what you do instead is you do this .name like that instead. It's just the convention that they have thought of. In Java though, you wouldn't do it that way. In Java, you would actually create like a getter. Like in Java, you would do something like get name like that. You don't even need to do it the way that TypeScript or JavaScript has designed it for. But the only reason why you would use the get keyword like this is because when you access the property, it'll treat it as a property from the surface level than an actual method, if that makes sense. Where do you born? I was born in New York. Really appreciate the helper role on Discord, by the way. Guitar, what was your name on Discord? Because I think your name on Discord is different. So I don't know what your name on Discord is. Who are you on Discord? By the way, guys, make sure you guys also join the Discord server as well. Make sure you guys join the Discord server. We have over 1,000 members right now. Our server is growing every single day, so make sure you guys join the Discord server. What's going on, Aaron? How are you? Welcome to the stream, my friend. Hi Willow, welcome back to the stream. I'm currently in the class, got bored and saw you streaming. I'm doing pretty good, I hope you're having a great day. I am, thank you for asking. Thank you for saying that, I appreciate it. What's going on, Usama? Welcome back to the stream, how are you? Okay, so what we'll do is we'll just dispatch, let's go ahead and dispatch an action. We'll dispatch the add attachment and then we'll pass in, let's see, we'll need to pass in the ID. So the same thing that we're doing here, let me show you. We'll basically pass in the ID, and the ID is whatever the value of attachment counter is, and then we will go ahead. So we'll need to get the attachment counter as well. So let's use a selector, so const. Right over here. So ID will be attachment counter, and file will just be file. And then we'll need to increment the attachment counter again. Okay. And so this will take care of adding the file to the store when we drag and drop. So let's go ahead and do this. So let's see if it works. So right now I'm going to go into my file system. I'm going to go and drag a file and watch what happens. You see how now when I drag that file over here, you see how it appears over there? So I can drag files. Oh, whoops. Let me just close that out there over there. So let's just do this, just drag over here. And I can also drag this image over here. There we go. And I can also drag this image over here. And I can also drag this image over here. And of course we have to add the checks to make sure that they don't add more than 5 attachments. So that's pretty cool. That is pretty cool. And yeah, we'll obviously need to add the other stuff too. So for example, if attachment.length is greater than or equal to 5, if file and file size is greater than 1 million bytes, then we will do that. So let's do that right over here. So let's get the error. So let's first get the attachments from the state. So attachments, and then we'll go and do const use toast. Okay. And so, of course, if we now watch this, if I were to add an attachment that exceeds 1 megabyte, it's going to say file exceeds limit 1 megabyte and it won't get added. Now, let's try to add multiple. Now, I think with this, so I'm going to try to drag 3. And notice how it's only going to add 1. So we should make it so that the user can actually add 3. So what we should do is probably this. Because files is actually a list of files, right? And so what we should do is, I mean, how does Discord do it? Like if you drag more than 20 files, like does Discord limit, or I don't know. But all right, sir, it's been fun hanging around. I'm off to work now. All right, take it easy, Abby, and thank you again for the super chat from earlier. I really appreciate it, brother, and I hope to catch you tomorrow or next time. Take it easy, my friend. What plugin do you use to get your cursor like that in the editor? What's going on, Kelvin? Just go over to settings, go to caret. Oh, what did I just show? So type caret and then just select cursor, smooth, caret, animation. And yeah, that's pretty much it. And you can also change the cursor style, cursor blinking. Yeah, that's how you do it. That's how you do it. You implement the file well. That's awesome. Yeah, like it's looking pretty cool so far. We'll also make it so that it'll add a border around the input field whenever we are hovering, whenever like dragging it over. Thanks. Keep up the good work. Fun to watch stream. Thank you. I appreciate it, man. I'm glad that you think that. Okay, so yeah, now we just need to make it so that we can drag multiple files. So here's what we'll do. Let's see. If attachments.length is greater than 5, then we will say this: maximum 5 attachments allowed. Now here's the problem: is that, let's see. Let me do this. Because we want to support multiple files, right? We want to support multiple files. So I have to change our logic a little bit. So let me just remove this. Just remove this. Is it possible to use select menu builder in Modals on Discord bot? I have no idea what that is, to be honest with you. Jishu, how are you, man? Welcome to the stream. How's it going, brother? Okay, so here's what we'll do. Let's do this. So we want to work with multiple files. So I think what we'll do is const for, or maybe we could do files. I wonder what's the proper way to traverse through files. Using like a generator, maybe? I don't even know. I think it's iterable. I think file list is iterable. I think. File list is iterable. We will find out. Is file list iterable? A file list is not an array. So yeah, I think you can iterate through it. Or wait. I think we'll need to create an array. I think we'll need to create an array from it, I think. Array dot. I think we could do array dot from. So let's do. How do you know everything? I don't know everything. How do you get the box on VSC? What box? Alright, man, see you later. If you're still streaming, gotta go. Good luck, PS, making something cool for you. We'll tell you in Discord. Alright, thank you, Aaron. I appreciate that, man. And I'll catch you later. Good morning, Anson. What's going on, Hiren? Or Hiren? Is it Hiren or Hiren? Just search for cursor in VS Code settings, and you can just change the cursor type from there. Now let's try this. Let's go over here. Okay, so it did iterate through it. Perfect. Perfect. Okay. So for each file, what we'll do is this. We'll do file. So we'll do this. We'll do our check. If file dot size is greater than 1 megabyte, we'll just do error. And of course, the 1 megabyte limit is only temporarily. Shouldn't attachments.length be greater than or equal to 5? I mean, it is right over here. Greater than or equal to 5. Herein. Gotcha. Herein. What's going on, Kirill? How are you, man? Welcome to the stream. Right now, we're working on file attachments right over here. We were able to send attachments. So watch this. I'm going to go ahead and do this. So wait, I got to do it the other way. But we have attachments working, so I can do this. And you're going to see that it throws an error because it's saying cannot read properties of length. So I think we have to do one more thing. Constant could also be undefined as well. So we'll have to obviously fix that. Yeah, right now it's going to throw an error. So I think we'll have to fix that, of course. Because constant could be undefined. Let's go over here. So now we just got to go into formatted message, and yeah, I think what should happen is this. Let's go over to formatted message, message container. I think just these two areas we need to do that. Conversation sidebar item. Oh yeah, because yeah, this is annoying because there could be an attachment. So interesting. Here we go. So this over here, this message over here is the image itself. So let's try it again. Let's do this. And that message should send with the attachment. There we go, right over there. Cool. Okay, so what we'll do is if the file exceeds 1 megabyte, we'll go ahead and display that. If attachments.length is already greater than or equal to 5, we'll return and if that is not the case, then what we'll do is we'll go ahead and just add the attachment. So Let's go over here real quick. So we'll dispatch the add attachment and increment counter. Yeah, I think this should take care of handling multiple files being dragged and dropped. So we can try it out right now and see what happens in the end. Have you ever heard of the T3 stack? Someone told me about it from our YouTube stream like 3 weeks ago, but I've never used it before. I have heard about it. I'm not too familiar with it. All right, so let's try dragging some attachments real quick. So I'm going to drag a total of 7 attachments. So you can see that one of them says exceeds 1 megabyte, okay? And you can see that 6 are actually added, which is not good. It should only be 5 max. That's really interesting. Why did that do 6? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That is interesting. If attachments.length is greater than or equal to 5, return the error. Yeah, we're returning. So why is it doing 6 though? That's really weird. Attachments. So when we add the first one, that should be 1. That's strange. And when I click X, that removes all of them. That is really interesting. Thoughts on the new React router DOM? I don't mind it, honestly. Like, it was a little bit. It took a little bit of adjusting to it, but honestly, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's not bad at all, honestly. So no complaints from my side. Okay, so when I clicked on that button, it deleted every single attachment, which is really strange to me. Let me see something real quick. We have attachment counter and we're incrementing it every single time. That is very strange. Is it because we are returning? Is that what it is? I don't think so, because I mean, if you return in the loop, does it just stop the loop? I don't think it does. I don't think it should. Okay, so adding this, adding set. Oh, okay, so for some reason the increment attached counter is not. Huh. Okay, I guess that makes sense. So we're doing it inside of for each, and it's using the same. Oh, okay. Maybe for each is not the thing that we want to use. I think maybe it has something to do with the closure, because the attachment counter is never going to ever change. Might have something to do with the closure. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll try something else. For const file of files array. Maybe it's something to do with the closures, so the actual values never actually get updated. So try this. Maybe this will be better. Not to bore you with details, but it consists of TypeScript, Next, and TRPC, Tailwind, and Prisma. I see. I'll have to look into it. I will definitely use this chap if you can finish it. We'll see how far we can go. You cannot return inside for each. You'll have to use the conventional for loop. That design looks amazing. Thank you. Is there any styling framework involved? Nope. We are using everything is built from scratch. Though I probably might migrate to like Storybook or something alternative to that, and then publish a Storybook as a UI library and then download it from Storybook. So that way I can have a more consistent design system for our application. All right, let's try this out now. So does the ID ever change? Okay, so the ID here doesn't even change. Okay, that's really weird. Let me see something real quick. Redux dispatch. Redux dispatch and loop. I think maybe you can dispatch in a loop. I think maybe you can't do that. Increment attach counter. Yeah, my guess is that you cannot actually, or maybe, I don't know, maybe do we have to re-render the component whenever attachment counter is changed? I don't know, we'll see. No, that's not gonna do that. Attachment counter. I think my guess is that the attachment counter here is always going to stay the same. The state will never be updated inside the for loop. The state never gets updated inside the for loop. Awesome, thanks. We'll follow this tutorial from start to after build is over. Awesome. Currently learning React, and it's really fun watching you develop. That's good. I'm glad that you are learning React. Kuldeep Singh Rajput, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Could you just use the for loop index? I mean, I don't really think it would make much of a difference because we're going to be doing the same action. We're still going to be dispatching and incrementing the counter, but it seems like it won't actually update the counter. No, I don't think using the length of the array as a key is a good idea, because when you remove the element from the DOM, React will still think that it's there. So that's why we're using an incrementer to keep track of the keys in the state. So it'll be 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. If you remove 4 from the state, you'll go 5, 6, 7, 8. Remove 8, it'll be 9, 10. So that way React won't think that those elements are still there in the DOM. Because if you use that, it will cause error. It's the same thing as using the index as a key. It's not good. I'm trying to see. It seems like dispatch and for loop. Loop to dispatch Redux. Using a UUID is overkill for this. It's not really, doesn't make a difference using a UUID or using a counter. How's your night going, Anson? It's going pretty well. How about you? Let me see. It's definitely better to add separate actions to reduce passing array for tools reducer. Yeah, let's see. Seems like, I don't know why I can't find anything about updating the state inside a for loop. Updates update state in the for loop. Yeah, likely because it's an asynchronous. It's probably asynchronous. Yeah, it's probably asynchronous, so that's probably the reason why. So we can't use a loop, unfortunately. That kind of sucks. So how do we do this then? I think what I'll just do is this. If the array, if the length of the, I think, yeah, instead of looping, I think what I'll just do is this. If files.length is greater than or equal to 5, we just won't let them add all of them at the same time. Or maybe, I mean, what we can also do is this. If files array.length is greater than or equal to 5, we can just get the first 5 elements from the array, and then we can just add that to the state immediately. So that way we don't have to do that. But now the problem here is that you now don't have a counter, which is the problem. You don't have the ID, so that's really annoying. Damn, that really sucks. You cannot update the counter in a loop, so you can't. So that's out of the question. Add attachment, current attachment counter, attachment counter. Make the attachment take props like use state set method. Yo, what's going on, Alina Beats? How are you? Another issue is that the reason why this attachments.length never is true is because the attachments is always going to be is empty, and inside the loop it never actually updates. So that's why attachments.length is in this case never gets hit, and that's why we're able to upload or add 7 files all at a time instead of adding 5. But if we want to make sure that the keys are unique, then we need to make sure we have, we definitely need to increment the counter in some way. I mean, what I could also do is whenever I call add attachment, I could also just increment the state counter like this. But it makes me wonder if I do that, will it actually update the counter? So that's what I'm curious about. So that's what I'm curious about. If I don't do this, but if I dispatch this, if I dispatch that, it will. So I mean, it is adding the attachments, right? Like you can see that the add attach, it is in fact adding the attachments, but it's just the state never actually gets updated inside this context, inside this closure. The state gets updated, but it doesn't get updated inside this closure over here, which is the problem, right? That's the problem. It never gets updated in that closure. Alina Beats, I love you. Thank you. So like the state does get updated. Like you can clearly see that right over here. The state does get updated. It's just that inside that closure, it never gets updated inside that specific closure. So there's no way that we can use a loop. Okay. Yeah, that's really annoying. Maybe I have an idea though. What if I did something like this? What if I did if files.length is greater than or equal to 5, I'll return error. Well, we won't do this. Well, actually, we don't even need to do that. We can always just do this. Array.fromFiles, and then we can just do maybe like slice 0 to 5, and that should give us that should give us at 5 at most, right? Let's see what happens in files array. So if I do 7, it'll give me only 5 at most, and it'll do it in order. So the last 2 are not there, which is good. So it does it in order. Awesome. Okay. So what we'll do is we could probably get all 5 of these, right? And what I think we could do is this. Probably we could loop through, because we know that the state is being updated. In this closure, it isn't. So what I could probably do is for const file of files array, okay? What I could do is first we do need to obviously check the size of the file. So well, actually no, this is a problem now. This is a problem. All right, let's see. Because we also need to see what the state of attachments.length is. Let's see. Okay, so let me see. What if I did this const max drop? Attachments. So 5 minus attachments length. So we know that max of 5 is always going to be max of 5. So we can take the max, which is 5, right? And I should probably define this somewhere. I'll leave it. I'll just do this for now, and then we'll fix it up later. So if there's only 4 elements in the attachments array, that means the max files that they can drop is 1. So that means that's how many times we can loop. So for let I equal 0, I less than max files dropped, I plus plus, and we'll just loop through the array because only 5 can be dropped, right? And then what we could do is we can just use the local incrementer. So to get the actual incrementer, what we could do is we take current state attachment counter. So we still will need to dispatch an action up to increment the counter to stay consistent. But what we could do is we could do let local counter equals attachment counter, and then we can just increment local counter for the attachment. So we could do dispatch add attachments ID is going to be equal to local counter plus plus. So we'll increment local counter for the next iteration, but it'll use the current value of it for ID, and then we can just pass in let's see, files array at subscript I. Okay, so this way we kind of like define the state locally, but we're still updating the Redux state, and we can just dispatch increments attachment counter, and this is just for other use cases as well. So this will ensure that the counter actually gets updated in the store. And let's see, local counter plus plus. Okay, so if there's already 4 elements, then that means we can upload 1. If there's already 2 elements, we can upload 3. If there's 0 elements, we can upload 5. So that means it'll iterate from 0 to 5, increment I by 1 every single time. And so ID will be incremented by 1 after every single file. And yeah, I think that's fine, though. We could also do another thing where, yeah, the thing is like, well, attachments.length. If I were to get the attachments.length, let's say if I were to use that, We would have, I think, yeah, I don't know. I think this is fine though. We can always try it out and see what happens. So hopefully this works. So right now I have clean state. I have no images. If I try to upload 7 at a time, it'll do it in order. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I look at the Redux store, let's open that up. You can see that the counter is 10, which is strange. The counter should not be 10. Oh, you know why the counter is 10? It's because I went ahead and I updated the state right over here, which we probably shouldn't do. We will avoid doing that. There we go. Let's try it again. So let's drag 7 images in here. Okay. And if I go over here, let's go back to the Redux store. So now you can see that the counter is 5. So the next time we were to add an image, the counter, the ID 5 will be used. So watch this. If I delete, and if I were to just drag 1, okay, now it adds 5. Oh wait, actually I think I dragged more by accident. Whoops. Let's go over here. Let me just delete all of this. I may have dragged all of them by accident because Windows preserves the highlighted files. Let's drag this. Okay, so now it throws an error. Cannot read properties of name. That's really strange. That is weird. Why would that throw an error? Okay, why would that throw an error? Because I clearly have a name on the file. Why would that be a problem? I have no idea. Strange. And it only happens when I upload one file. Okay, that's very weird. Line 38 of message attachment container. Line 38 message attachment container right over here. Attachment.file.name. Okay. That is really strange. That is very, very strange. I don't know what's going on. Should have a name. That's really weird. Caronto. Yes, I went to college. Today's second day. Second day. What do you mean by second day? This is like day number like 20. Message text field number 69. So let's see right over here. Okay, so it's clearly there, but for some reason it loops again 4 more times, undefined. That's really weird. Files array at subscript I. Oh, you know what it is? Oh, I get it. Okay. So the reason why it's throwing an error is because max files drop right now is 5, so it loops 4 more times. But we also should do this. We need to take the length of the files that they are dropping. So let's do this. So I think what we'll do is 5 minus files.length. So if it's 1, hold on, let me do this. So this is how many attachments that they could drop left. Okay. Now I think what we want to do is, instead of slicing from 0 to 5, we'll slice from 0 to max files drop. Okay, so that will loop 1 time if it's 1 file. So let's say if there's 3 files already, so that means we can only loop 2. So it will only slice from 0 to 2, which will give us the first 2 elements that they have or that they're dropping. I think that should work. So let's try this now. Okay, of course it still throws an error. What is going on? 5 minus 0. Okay, 5, that's fine. Okay, yeah, it's still, no, it's still gonna loop the number of times. We should probably only loop files.filesarray.length times. So the length of files array should be only 1, so we should only loop 1 time. Yep. So 0 to max files drop will be 5. Wait, no. Files.length. files array will be, but then that wouldn't really make any sense though. Yeah, that wouldn't make any sense. So what I'll do is probably maybe this. Max files drop 5 minus attachments dot length. So if there's no attachments, that means there's 5. That's max. So that's the max number. So we definitely want to iterate through that though. Okay. The max number that we can drop is 5 because there's nothing in the store. And now if we drop only 1, it'll iterate 4 more times, and of course it's going to throw an error. So we probably should iterate the number of times that there are in the file. So I think maybe maybe we won't slice. So files array will give us only 1. So this will iterate like this. Okay. And then what we could do is if I is equal to max files dropped, then we just break out of the, so if I is equal to max files dropped, which I guess we'll have to do, I think we'll do I plus 1 or max files dropped minus 1. Minus 1 because let's say for example the max, well, what if happens if max files drop is 0? Okay, so if max files drop is 0, then we obviously can't do anything. Because that means that they have exceeded already. So return error. Okay. And over here, let's say if there's 4, let's say the max files drop you can do is 1. Okay. Of course, I is currently 0, so that's not good. So when I reaches 1, which is the second iteration, 1 will be equal to 1, right? Or wait. No, wait, actually, wait, what am I doing? Max files drop. I think it should just be max files drop. And then, so we could do 5. So if we did 5 minus 4, okay, we can still upload 1. So if I equals max files, I'll just break. So now if I can upload 5, then that means if I'm only uploading 1, well, it will only iterate once anyways, so that's okay. Yeah, it should only iterate once. So like if I dropped 1, files array.length is 1, okay. I is not going to be equal to max files drop because max files drop will be 5, so it'll break. Okay. Let's refresh and see what happens. So if I do this, that'll work. And if I do 7 at a time, I can do 7 at a time. So if I did 7 at a time, so let's try this. Let's remove 2. So now the max is 3. If I try to drop 7, it'll only give us 5. Okay. So yeah, that makes sense because if we are at 3 files currently, the max that we can drop is 2. Okay. So that means the length of the array is 7, right? If the length of the array is 7, then what we need to do is we're going to loop from 0 to 7. But if we come across the point where I is equal to max files dropped, right? Well, the first iteration, I will be 0. Second iteration, I will be 1. Third iteration, I will be 2. But does that actually fix that though? That's what I'm curious about. If max files you can drop is 3. Let me see something. So loop from 0 to 7. First iter. Okay, so on the third iteration, that's the third item that can be dropped. It'll increment, and then we'll go to the loop again. After it increments, right? So first iteration I is 0, second I is 1. On the third iteration, I is not equal to max files dropped. So it'll add the attachment correctly. It'll add the attachment. Then it'll increment I. So I will be, on the fourth iteration, I will be 3. And then 3 will be equal to max files, and then we'll break. Perfect. Naptime.js, how are you? That keyboard sounds good. Thank you. It's the Discord keyboard. Literally copied your Visual Studio theme and settings. Well, I'm glad that you like it. I'm glad that you like it. Okay, yeah, this logic is good. So if I is current, so let's say if we drop 5 items. If we drop 5 items, I will be 0. Max files dropped equal 5. Files array, the length will be 5. And then what happens is on the first iteration, right? I will be 0. We'll drop the item. Second iteration, I is 1. Third, fourth, and fifth. Fifth iteration, I will be 4. Well, it doesn't really matter at that point anyways, because we're only going to iterate up until... So yeah, that won't really matter. So let's try 5 only. So let's try 2. 2 will work. If I drop 3 more, that will work with no error. If I drop another one, it will not do anything. It will say max files reached. Good. Now if I drop 5 at a time, which is the max, that will work fine. Okay, if I try to drop 1 more, it will say max files reached. Okay. Okay, cool. So now, yeah, I think this is fine, honestly. And so this will ensure we keep track of the counter. We preserve the counter. So let's go over to state. Action states. Where is my states? Where is it? Okay, so attachment counter is 19. So if I go ahead and add 5 images, that first element will have the ID of 19, right? Because you increment the counter for the next element to be used for its... You increment the counter, right? And that counter value, currently 24, will be used for the next file that is added. When you delete, right? You'll still start from where you started from, so 24. The reason why you don't want to use things like indices or array.length is because if you remove the element, React will still think, let's say for example, if you remove an element where its key is equal to 3, and if you remove it, right, React will still think that it's still there, which is why you don't want to use indices or length, because that's predictable. So using a counter will, and preserving that counter across the entire state, so even when you remove the element by its key, let's say key number 23, right? You'll just continue adding more elements with a +1 on the counter. Because what happens is if you add another element with a counter value, or let's say you add an element where the ID was an ID of something that was used previously as the key, you'll end up with a lot of state issues, which is why it's not recommended to use indices as your key or array.length. Let's see. What's your ideal monitor size when you do coding? I mean, right now I have a 32-inch that I use primarily for coding, but it's not really about monitor size. It's mostly about the resolution. I personally like a 2K monitor, which is a 2560 by 1440p monitor. I personally like that a lot. Yeah, that's usually my go-to. Today's Monday, right? Oh, today's Tuesday. Oh, shit. So tomorrow's Wednesday. Damn, the week's going by fast. Sorry for not being here much. Been very busy with life once I got home. Oh, no, you're fine. No need to be sorry. Alright, let's see. Okay. Yeah, so I think this is working great. So I can add any number of elements I want, and it will always only get 5 at most. And we don't even need to do array.slice. We can just do I equals 0, iterate through the files array. So it'll just go in order. So it'll just get the first X number of elements that can be added. So I think this is not bad. Honestly, I don't think this is that bad, honestly. All right, I am going to be right back. I'll be right back in about 15 minutes. I'm gonna just take a little break. In the meantime, you guys can just sit around or just close the stream or come back in 15 minutes. But when I come back, we're just going to tidy up some stuff with the attachments, and once we're done with that, we'll work on group message attachments, and then we'll look at our Asana board and see what we can do. So I'll be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. All right, let's see, where were we? Let's go over here. Hi Millie, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Welcome back, I should say. How's everything been for you? Okay, so I think this should be okay for now. Let's go to the React app. Where is the React app? Right over here. Perfect. Okay, so we'll definitely need to add a context menu, a custom one for the message image itself. So we can do stuff like copy the image URL, delete or edit. I wonder if there's a way, if we can tell if they are on the image though, that'll be kind of difficult. But we'll definitely make it so that we can copy the image URL and then they can you know, link the image somewhere else. So I think the other thing that we'll need to do is we'll need to implement, let's see, we'll need to implement Control V. So I think we'll do that next. Good. Having my morning coffee, but thinking about a task from work I need to do it. It's killing me, haha, but I guess I'm gonna figure it out. How are you? Oh, wow. Yeah, I understand how that feels sometimes. But I'm sure you have a lot of people at work that that you can ask, right? So what I'll do now is I will go ahead and figure, let's see, control, let's see, JavaScript, detect paste. So I think there's an event called onInput. And I think what we could do is get the input type. By the way, are you accepting applications for the helper role on Discord? Yeah, of course. We're always looking for more people. So if you're interested, you know, just let me know. Why did you already apply already? And did you not get added to a role? Because if that's the case, I could just add you to it right now if you're interested. Let's see. So on input, now what if I were to take this, paste, insert from paste. Okay. Now what if let me copy an image. Let me see if I get copy an image from somewhere on the internet. Let's see. Maybe I'll use my print screen. Let's see. Okay. Okay, so I'm pasting right now and it says input. Okay, but now right over here on Stack Overflow, let's see. Well, there's actually an on paste. So we don't even need this. And let's see. Clipboard event. So target. I wonder if it gets detected as a file. We'll have to find out. Const file is equal to e.target. Or it's e.clipboard data. Okay, so yeah, it seems like there is a file over here. Okay, cool. So I guess what we'll do is we'll do the same thing. Const on paste. And the data type is React.clipboard event. So we'll type annotate that. Same way that we do it here. This is so annoying. Oh, wait. It's using the wrong type. There we go. So we can go ahead and get the files. Now, I wonder, I don't think you can paste multiple files, right? I don't know, can you? I don't even know if that's even possible. Paste multiple files. e.data clipboard data dot files. And we'll do if attachment dot length is greater than or equal to 5. Now the thing is though to wonder is this could also be for text as well. So let's say for example if I paste text. Yeah, so right now it's not pasting text, or it's not letting me paste text. So we need to make sure that we don't prevent the user from pasting text. So we probably don't want to call event.prevent default. Palash, how are you? Welcome to the stream. For example, selecting multiple files and Explorer and pasting. Yep, so I can paste multiple. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, so I guess in that case, we'll just literally have the same algorithm that we have here, right? The same code that we wrote earlier. Max files drop 5. Yeah, I guess we could do the same thing. Probably might create a separate function for this though, so I have to copy and paste this again. Hey Anton, can you reply to my video? Hey, if you are interested, would you like to play a game I just finished? I'm a new dev, and it would make me so happy. I welcome constructive criticism, of course. I can take a look at it, sure. I can take a look at it. What video are you talking about? Whatever, I don't know what you're talking about. What video are you referring to? Okay, so what we'll do is this. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, we'll do the same algorithm that we're doing here, that we're doing for both on drop and on paste. And we'll also do the same thing for when we allow multi-select for files. Yeah, so this is going to be reusable though. This will be reusable. How many days? Today is probably day 21 or 22 probably. I saw the stream recommendation a couple days ago. Oh yeah, we're at day number 22, I believe. Day number 22. Okay, so we'll go ahead and get rid of this. Nice. So this will take care of. Yep, that should be fine. And we can just do this. All right, so let's try this out now. So I'm going to go ahead and copy. Sorry, I just had to sneeze. So I'm going to go ahead and copy 3 images from my Explorer. And I paste it, and you can see that they're all being pasted. I can then drag those images back, and I can delete that. And I can also attach them. Now, I can't attach multiple right now. We'll fix that, don't worry. Okay, seems like the state is not being messed up. Now, what if I copied 6 at the same time and pasted all 6? You'll see only 5 will be there. Okay. And if I have only 4, and if I add 1 more, that'll be 5. Okay. If I want to copy this, paste this, that's 5 as well. Cool. And now, of course, I can also just paste text as well. So that won't be a problem as well. That's fine. Okay. Awesome. All right. So I think this is fine for handling paste. So let's copy this, paste that there. Hello world. Let's send. There we go. So the messages or images are attached. I'll probably download some kind of image compressor library. I don't know. Because I definitely I don't like the way that these images are being attached. An image compressor, maybe enabling the CDN would load the image a lot faster. We'll see though. Image compressor for the preview. Because when the user clicks on it, we obviously want to display the full loaded image, which we could do that. It's actually day 27. Damn. Well, no, it's definitely not day 27 because there are some streams that are not labeled. You can't count the videos. You have to count the actual day, because there are some streams where I did have to restart the stream. So for example, yesterday was day number 20. Today is day 21. Yeah, let me just fix that real quick. Yeah, there we go. But yeah, don't worry though. I mean, we'll build more applications in the future. So if you have missed this project, you know, I mean, you can always rewatch the other videos, of course. But you know, we'll build more projects in the future. Don't worry. Fan, how are you? Welcome back to the stream. Okay, so I'm gonna commit this, and we'll just say. Okay, cool. So now we'll add the feature where we can add multiple images at once. So it should be really easy. We have to go to where we are. Where is the icon? Right over here. Accept and then multi. I think this is yeah, Boolean. So we could just do multiple. And I think that should work. So if I do this, I can now select multiple. But of course, it's not going to do anything right now. We need to fix that, of course. So on change, keep in mind that on change this is a file. So we'll use the same function that we did over here, handle file add. Because now they can add multiple, right? So I might just comment all that out. Const files files. Madi, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Okay. So if there's no files, we'll return. And then of course we have to do the same thing, max files dropped. Cool, let's try it out. So let's do 2, add 2 of them. If I select 7 now, it'll only add 3 at most, which is good. Okay, so let's try it again. So let's do 4. And I can add 1 more. Perfect. The state will be fine. Let's drag 3. Let's try this. 1, 2, 3. So add this one, but it will not add, it didn't add this one. If I try to add that one, it'll say max files reached, which is good. Okay, and you can see if max files drop is equal to 0, that means we've reached the max files, right? Because we're basically taking the max, which is 5, minus attachments.length. I wonder if I can call dispatch in like in a function outside that. So because what I'm thinking is maybe I can just export this function as a helper function, But I wonder if I can even dispatch outside of it though. I think maybe if it's in the context of a React file, a React component, it should be able to, it should work, I think. I'm not sure. Fine, bro. That's my pleasure. That's good, man. That's good. Nice to see you here again, Madi. I'm glad that everything is good for you. Is the backend with Firebase? It is not. We're using NestJS and MySQL. I'm doing internship in web development after 15 to 20 year programming scope. What do you mean long con? I'm not sure what you were saying. I hope I can actually do all of this, and I hope that it doesn't only work. Well, actually, does programming have a scope in the next 15-20 years? Yeah, I think so. Why not use Pocketbase or Firebase? Probably because I don't want to. But I think programming will definitely be around in the next couple years or so. But we'll have to see what happens. Okay, so const handle file add. Yeah, so this should be fine. So now we can upload multiple. Okay. I'll probably add like an action bar on top so we can actually like, you know, remove all of the attachments at the same time. Kind of like clear all attachments, you know. So maybe what I'll do is like on top over here, maybe like somewhere over here, I'll add something where you can like, you know, remove all the attachments, something like that. Like I'll probably add it like right over here, maybe. We'll see. What time do you end the live stream for today? I'll be streaming until probably 6 a.m. today. So for the next 7 hours, I'll be streaming or so, something like that. Okay, cool. Now, let's see. I'm gonna go ahead and enable the CDN real quick so we can load up our files a lot faster. Because right now we don't have a CDN. So maybe images might load faster once we have a CDN. I'm not sure though. Okay, there it is. So this is the CDN link. AMS CDN. Yep, it's beyond the CDN right now. And then this is the origin. So only difference is that there's a CDS. So let's just copy this URL. We'll try. Let me see. I feel like maybe that could help, but it won't really do much because the image size is still ridiculously large. I think. It's still a large image. And we're not really condensing the image down. There has to be some kind of library that we can do to process the image and then upload it. And what we can do is we can get the preview of the image, and then when they click on it, we'll serve the actual full URL. So that way the image will load a lot faster. If I refresh right now, okay, so you see how the images load a lot faster now? Because we're using a CDN. Watch, if I don't use a CDN, if I refresh the page, see how long the images take? Well, I mean, it's kind of not really noticeable now. But if I refresh, Yeah, it's not really noticeable, honestly. Anson, don't you have any plan to create a Udemy course? Not really. I mean, to be honest with you, creating a Udemy course and making it on YouTube, the only difference is really just making money off of it. And I don't really have any plans on that at the moment. So for now, I plan on just keeping all of my content free on YouTube, available for everyone who wants to watch it. And yeah, like, you know, maybe in the future I'll create a Udemy course. Who knows? But I want to make my content accessible for everyone. AIs are already capable of programming drag and drop website builders, so live healthy. Programming will never die, but low quality programmers are going to be replaced. Yeah, that's true. Because AI will definitely replace. It's like AI has already replaced a lot of jobs already, right? A lot of jobs have already been replaced by AI. Jobs that were existing in the 1990s are, a lot of them are no longer existing anymore. And so, you know, the more AI improves, it'll weed out lower quality programmers. Are we going to be able to test this soon? Yeah. Something's wrong. Yeah, the image also lags too. Yeah, we'll definitely need some kind of image compression library. Have you tested a site for cross-site scripting yet? I have not, but others have tried injecting SQL and their own JavaScript code, and they have not been successful. So I'd say that's pretty good. Let's see. Yeah, I think maybe, let me see, NestJS image compression. Let's see, and of course maybe NestJS might have. Maybe not here. Maybe we'll just have to download some other one. Let's see. Node.js image compression. Maybe we'll do this then. Maybe we'll use this instead. This one seems pretty promising compared to the other one. Hey, how's the project going? It's going pretty well right now. We have attachments working, but what we need to do is we need to compress the images so that way we can actually load the chats faster, because right now the images are going to take some time to load, which is obviously not good. And the more images that you send, you know, it's going to obviously lag up the chat. So we want to compress the image and show that to the user. And so we still have to also make it so when they click on it, they can actually view the entire image in full resolution. So I think we'll probably use Sharp. This seems like a promising library. Seems really easy to use. Why do you have two keyboards? What's the difference between them? This one is Cherry MX Blue. This one is Cherry Gat Reds. Or no, this is not Cherry Gat Reds. And I just like to switch between the two of them, honestly. Like sometimes I'll get bored of using this one. So for example, I was using this one for the past couple hours. So I'll switch to this one, and I get to enjoy using, you know, a clicky keyboard. So I just like using both of them. Hey Techno, how's it going? For me, it's going pretty well, man. I hope all is well for you. So yeah, it seems like this one is pretty decent. 2 million downloads, so very promising library. Very, very promising library. I love both of those switched. Yeah, I really like this keyboard, honestly. Like, it's really nice. Been told by my boss that I have a decently sized project to do. Oh, weak, lol. Well, that's good. That should be more fun for you, right? That should be more fun for you. What CDN am I using? I'm just using a DigitalOcean CDN. DigitalOcean has something called Spaces, and you can enable a CDN from it. I meant switches, my bad. Oh, you're good. I understood what you meant. Let's see. Alright, let's go ahead and install this package. So let's do that. Let's go over here. Hopefully we can just install this with no issues. Seems pretty promising. 2 million downloads. So should be fine. And it said it does support TypeScript out of the box, so maybe we don't need to install types. I don't know. I'll move this to the other screen. So that way you guys can see this screen with the code. And I think what I'll do is I'll just go inside utils helpers, and then I'll import that module. So import export const, and we basically, the function Sharp itself, let's do compress. So Sharp itself should expect, I guess, a binary. Maybe I need to install types. Let's install types. Is it better than Cloudflare? I've never used Cloudflare before, so I can't really tell you, to be honest. Object with optional attributes creates a Sharp instance from an image. So I think, do we just pass in a buffer or something like that? That's what I'm wondering. Input buffer. Okay, so I guess we could pass in a buffer. String. Okay, I think we need the actual buffer. Yeah. Yeah, there we go. We get the binary data. So we can pass in the buffer. Okay. And I think that buffer. Yep. And then we can also do a lot of stuff, like we can rotate. We can rotate the image. I think crop the image, maybe. I don't know about that. Resize. You can resize the image. I think what I want to do is I want to compress the image. Is there, let's see. I don't know, do I want to resize or do I want to compress? I mean, I could resize the image when both a width and height are provided. But here's the thing though, I would need to get the height and width of the image somehow. I'm not sure how to get that. Maybe we'll have to pass that from the front end. I don't know. We'll see. Well, I mean, okay, I could just resize it to like, you know, 300. I could resize it to a fixed width for the preview, right? Because the preview doesn't really matter. The preview doesn't really matter. What matters the most is obviously the real image. And what we're doing already is we are already setting a fixed width, I believe, on the UI. I can check what is the fixed width for the image. 300 is the fixed width. So let me see. I wonder if I change the width, I wonder if it will, if the aspect ratio will be maintained. That's what I wonder. So resize 300. And let's see what else. There's also other stuff that we could do, like we can convert it to a JPEG. We can convert it to JPEG. And then we can then call it to buffer, which means that this will return a buffer, which we can then save it to the store, save it to DigitalOcean. So I think we'll try this out. Let's try this out. So what we'll do is we'll go into image storage. So upload message attachment. What we'll do is for body, so params.file.buffer. I'll do await compress image params.file. This will return a buffer, okay? And let's see what happens. So hopefully this will work without throwing any errors the first try. So let's see what happens. So let's upload three images. It says sharp default is not a function. Okay. That is likely due to, let's see, images. Okay, so it seems like that worked. Now let's try this now. That feels way faster. That feels a lot faster. What do you guys think? That looks a lot faster, right? Let me show you guys the image right now. All right, let's see. So just now 5.4 kilobytes for the image. Okay, so we did compress it. Okay, so this is what we could do for the preview. We could display the preview, right? And then when they click on the actual preview itself, right? When they click on the preview, we just open the overlay, and then we can show them the actual full-scaled image in high resolution. But the only problem is that it will take forever to upload. But I think honestly, like, what I could do is I could also, you know, kind of like create like another endpoint that can call asynchronously. So that way we don't have to wait for the other images to finish uploading. As long as the previews are uploaded, then that's fine, right? That's what I think. Because like, you know, you don't want the user to wait forever for the images to be uploaded. You know, you don't want the user to wait. So I do enter, right? So now watch what happens if I don't compress the image. So let's do this. Let's Control Z this. And now let's watch what happens if I don't compress the image. And let's see how long it takes. So let's try the same two files again. Now if I hit enter, that took like what, 4 seconds? Let's see. Let's try sending this one. Let's just send these two. Okay, ready? So I'm gonna hit enter. 1, 2, 3. So about 2.5 seconds. So 2.5 seconds it took to send and upload. Now if I compress it, right? If I compress it, Maybe it won't, maybe, I don't know, let's see. Let's try sending these two again. So if I compress it, 1, 2, it's almost roughly the same time though, but what if we refresh the page? You see how the images load up immediately? The images load, like, now these images are obviously going to load, like, take longer to load. It's going to lag, but these images though are going to just be there. So, yeah, I don't know. I thought compressing the pic would add even more overhead, but I guess uploading it to see was taking all that time. Yeah, so, basically we just, like, use this for the preview. And then when they click on it, we can just fetch the actual image itself and render it to the user. Hey, Aaron, how's it going? Hey, Aussie Hayden, how are you? Welcome back to the stream, my friend. True ML needs a metric F tone of resources. Yo, what's going on, Ahmed? How are you, my friend? Long time no see, man. Welcome. How's everything doing for you? What's going on, everyone? Welcome back to the stream, everyone. How's everyone doing? But I'm thinking, you know, maybe I could create like a microservice to kind of like scale this. You know, this is where we're talking about scalability, right? Because what I could do, because like, think of it like this, right? Right now, we are waiting for the preview to upload, and we're also going to need to upload the actual image itself. What we could do is we could probably create like a microservice that can take care of uploading images. So that way it happens asynchronously. And we only need to worry about sending the previews to the user. You know what I mean? Though streaming might be hogging up all your bandwidth right now, that's how image loads feel slow. Maybe, I don't know. I mean, I don't really think that would make much of a difference because I have a lot of good upload and download speed anyways. And I'm only streaming, I'm only streaming on like 5 megabits, I think. Just came back from a trip. Nice. Welcome back, my friend. Oh yeah, you did mention that like last week. But I hope you had fun, man. Hope you had fun. Is this project open source? Yes, it is. The link to the GitHub repositories are down below. You should see if you can use Cloudflare workers, and I think that would be cool to see you incorporate. What would I use Cloudflare workers for? I don't know what Cloudflare workers are, so if you inform me on that, maybe I can find a way to like integrate that. Well, what do they do normally? Like, what do Cloudflare workers do? How do you take care of authentication authorization with multiple microservices? Basically, what I would do is I'll create one authentication service that would act as a proxy gateway, and whenever the user makes a request, I will then check the database to see if that user is valid, right? And yeah, you can then route them to the correct microservice. You can basically forward the request, basically. You should do an AurellaJS v14 Discord series. Alright, but yeah, like, basically, yeah, I don't know. My only concern is that we have to take care of uploading the original file as well as the compressed file, and that could take up a lot of bandwidth. And of course, waiting for the file to be, you know, uploaded would obviously, you know, it would obviously take forever, you know. So that's why, like, you know, that's where the concern comes from. Maybe what we could do is we can upload the original file asynchronously, so we don't have to wait for it. So, for example, what I could do is I can await for this to be uploaded, right? So this is the compressed version. The compressed version is what we need, right? And then I think for attachment, I think for message attachment, I think what we'll do is we'll add another property here. So we'll need 2 keys. So actually, this is actually, and it's actually really okay. Now we just okay. This is annoying. So now we gotta. I just realized now we need 2 separate UUIDs. Well, actually, you know what? Maybe we don't, because maybe what I could do is I could just, for the key, I could just probably do preview UUID, right? So UUID preview, but I don't know that, yeah. So instead of using two separate UUIDs, I could just do, you know, this, you know, like for example, preview and then UUID, something like that. Maybe that would work. So that way I don't need to create multiple. Stunt Facts, how are you, man? Are you gonna port this to a desktop app as well? At some point, I would like to use Electron. I would like to use Electron for that. We have React Native in mind to set up the mobile app though. Yo man, you should low-key make a Roblox game development. Like it's like trying. It's so fun. Sure, maybe at some point I'll definitely look into that. Cloudflare Workers provide a service execution environment that allows you to create applications or augment existing ones without configuring or maintaining infrastructure. I gotcha. I'll look into that. So I think what I can do is this. I think what I'll do is I will call this function. I think what I'll do is I'll upload this. I wonder, is it possible to put folders in here? Because I would like to group everything in its own corresponding folder. I'm not sure how to do that though. Because I can create a new folder preview. But I don't know how would I let's go over here, let's see. Let's do this file. Is there a way to specify the folder? Okay, so you see how there's preview over here? So maybe what I could do for the preview, I could put all the previews inside here. But how do I do that though? I wonder if there's a way to specify like a folder inside the API. Let me look that up. Let me close the window out. I can't believe I just discovered your channel literally like 1 minute ago. I'm gonna start watching you now. I subbed. Thank you, Van. I appreciate that. I'm coding with Angular now. Nice. You should add throttling you connection to see how long it will take to upload a pic for people with not so good internet. What are you using to compress your images? We're using Sharp. It's a library called Sharp. Let me see. AWS S3 SDK folder. Let me try something. I think the bucket would just need to be chat preview. So I think over here, this is the compressed version. The compressed version we need, so chat preview, maybe. And this could be chat original. Let's try this, see what happens. So I'll upload it here and here. I want to see how that affects uploading the image. So let's go here. Let's do this. Bucket should contain / receive chat original. Okay, that kind of sucks. Interesting. Didn't realize you were using S3. Well, I'm calling it S3, but it's DigitalOcean Spaces. Because calling it DigitalOcean Spaces it's so much bloat, you know. So I'm just gonna call it a S3 to be honest with you. Because S3 is just easy to say, you know. Saying DigitalOcean Spaces is just like so much overload. Hey, can you create me a Discord bot? If you pay me, sure. Do you have like a development team helping you? Or this is, well, I mean, this is a solo project, but I am taking suggestions and feedback and you know, pointers from the chat. Some of the chat has actually gave a lot of great assistance and help. So it depends on what kind of Discord bot you need. But if you want, you can send me a message on Discord and we can talk more about that if you're serious about it. Yeah, DigitalOcean uses the same bucket. You can just join my Discord server. The link is in the pinned message, and I'm the admin of the server. So just look for my name all the way at the top, and you'll see it. I think the key needs to be prefixed. I think the key needs to be prefixed. Well, we'll try it out. So the bucket will stay the same. The key needs to be prefixed from what I'm seeing on the Google Docs, or not Google Docs, from Stack Overflow. We'll try it out and see what happens. Okay, so now obviously the links are going to break because we are in a new folder. So there should be 2 folders created. Or is there? Okay, so a folder was created, original. Okay, perfect. There we go. We have the original pictures. Or, let's see, original. Oh, we compressed both of them. Let's just do this. So original will be params.file. So this will happen asynchronously. We won't await this. We will not await this, but we will wait for this to finish. Okay, this is the compressed version. All we gotta do is just change the URL, and then we'll be on the front end. We'll be fine. So yeah, I think that's fine. How much would you charge for like a regular roleplay bot? Like I said, just message me on Discord and we could talk about that. This video is very helpful. Can up down in your channel later you finished? Do you mean upload? All of these live streams are gonna stay on my channel. Like they're gonna stay on the channel. I'm not gonna delete them. Are you out of fuel? No. Hey man, since you're a developer, I want to make a Roblox game, but I need to code. Do you think I should go for it? Yeah, why not? I mean, you can learn Lua. Lua is a very popular language for Roblox, I heard. So you can definitely learn Lua for that. That's what I would recommend. Okay. So yeah, it seems like we have preview right over here. I really wish that I could actually like sort. I don't know why it won't let me sort, you know? Like that's really whack. Like why can't I sort? Like that's so dumb. Like sorting is like a huge feature that should be available in every single type of thing. I don't know, man. Like it's so weird. And we could also prefix the preview with the user's ID. So that way, so for example, I could do chua chat original, right? And then I can prefix it with the user's ID, so that way we know where these images belong to, you know. Sorry for the spelling mistakes in my previous message. You're fine. You're fine. I heard a lot of games use Lua for scripting the scenarios. Yeah, I heard that too. I heard that too. All right, so let's do this. So yeah, so we can have the same exact key, and now the only difference is going to be the original will be prefixed with original, right? So you see how on the browser it says original slash, and then preview will be preview slash, okay? So that should be fine, and then we just have to change the URL reference on the front end. So what I'll do is this. Let's go over to constants. Because right now, right, like on the front end right now, if I refresh, it's gonna complain. It's gonna say cannot load the resource because it can't find it, right? It can't find it, so we just have to change the URL. So let's do this. So for the preview, it'll literally just be this whole URL over here. right over here, preview. So we'll use cdn URL preview. So instead of cdn URL, we'll use cdn URL preview, and this is for the image, right? And same thing over here, cdn URL preview. So now let's close this out. And obviously the other images are going to be broken, right? Because those, but we can also just move those to their corresponding files. Okay. So hopefully that makes sense. Hey man, I have to go, but just remember you're an amazing YouTuber and developer. See you, man. Thank you, Stunt Facts. Take it easy, brother. I messaged you on Discord. Sure, I'll take a look at it later. Alright, so let's try uploading some more images again. So let's upload this and this. Okay. So now let's refresh. So these are the originals. Full resolution image. Perfect. Full resolution. No loss of quality. Let's go to preview. Let's go over here. Okay, preview. Perfect. Okay. And so now all we got to do is when they click on the preview, right, we'll just display an overlay with a backdrop, right? A nice dimmed background with the full image. Okay. What do you think about building a web app using Java with Spring Boot? I mean, first of all, Spring Boot is a very good framework. I would recommend anyone to learn it. It's a very amazing framework. So I think it's a good idea. Keyboard name, use the keyboards command to get the keyboards that I use. Okay, so let's just commit this real quick. Let's see. Compress. Here you go. Keyboards. There you go. That will give you the keyboard name. Adib, how are you? Welcome to the stream. I am doing good. I'm doing good. Can't complain and can't complain. Alright, I'm going to turn on my DigitalOcean server right now, and I'll let you guys test it out for those who want. You guys can, you guys let me know if you guys want to test it out. I'll turn on the server though. Damn, already 10 votes already, damn. Why do you have two keyboards? Cause I just like having two keyboards. If I get bored of one, I can always switch to the other. That's why. All right, let me just push the changes to GitHub. And then I can pull them. Sir, do you share source code with us? Do you plan to make full image view swipeable with Swipe.js? I don't know what that is, but we'll see. Can I be the beta tester? Of course. It's so cool project already. 164 hours of streams. Thanks you. No worries. I'm not adding any more suggestions to our backlog until we finish all of these. Otherwise, we'll never be fully finished. So for now, I will finish that first before we do anything else. Am I late? Just woke up. I mean, you're not late. You're not late. We're always gonna be here. But welcome to the stream, Nor. This man is so cool. Thank you, man. Thank you. Amazing developer. Helped me learn basic coding. Yo, thank you so much, Aussie Hayden, for the $2, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, brother. That's very generous of you, man. Thank you. Alright, give me 1 second. I'm just gonna start up the app real quick. Hopefully there's no issues. Let's see. Hopefully there's no issues. Okay, so we're in production. Alright, so now I just gotta go up. I'll send you guys a link, don't worry. Don't worry. I'm just building the React app right now. Yo, Aussie, thank you so much for joining, man. Thank you for joining as a developer. I really appreciate that, man. That means a lot to me, of course. Make sure you also are in the Discord server. I think you are already in the Discord server. But yeah, just make sure you have your account connected to YouTube. And you'll be able to get access to the members and Prime subs only channel. But yeah, thank you for joining, man. I really appreciate that. Let me see. I would join, but I don't get paid until next month. Oh, you're fine, man. You don't have to join. You can just watch the content for free, but joining, you know, it does help me out a lot. But, you know, you can also watch the content for free as well. That's not a problem. Alright, so let's see. Hopefully there's no issues with this. I think I did not drop the database. Yeah, okay. So I did not use any new. Okay, yeah. So if you were here yesterday and you signed up for an account, you should still be able to use the same credentials and stuff. But it's fine if you didn't. So let me just go ahead and try something out real quick. So let me go ahead and try uploading a banner and see if that works. Okay, yeah. Okay, yeah. It's not gonna work right now. I gotta change something. It's really annoying. NestJS does not want to read my environment variables sometimes. So I gotta fix that real quick. Give me 1 second. Sorry about that. I don't know why it happens, but it's really annoying. But it's okay, I'll fix it right now. Give me 1 sec, guys. It's not gonna, the upload feature, you will be able to log in. But the upload feature just won't work because it doesn't have the correct credentials. So you got to give me a second to fix that up real quick. And once I do that, then you guys will be able to use it. Hello, sir. Can I begin to use this playlist on React as basic knowledge? Don't use this. Use the React course. I have a React course. I'm gonna send you the link right now. It should appear in the chat. There you go. So use that React course. All right, guys. I just restarted the app, so the upload should work now. There we go. So uploading a banner works. I can also change my avatar. Let me go ahead and download an avatar real quick. Image is still there. Save, refresh. All right, so it seems like that works. Okay, you guys need the link. Here you guys go. Here's the link. Have fun. There is the link. All right, so group chat attachments don't work. We have one user online. Now try uploading images. So I'll upload an image right now. Here is my wallpaper. Hit enter. You can see that the image is attached right over there. I just sent the link right now. You sent me friend request. You have to go to the register link, the register page. Don't go to the home page because there is no home page. Go to /register. It has to be /register. The other ones don't work. The other ones don't work. So you have to go to /register, sign up for an account. So try uploading an image. Obviously, don't send me weird stuff. I think it's taking forever to upload. Entity too large. Okay, so we need to take care of the size of the image. There we go. So I just sent an image right over here. And what's my username? My username is Anson. Yeah, mobile it's not responsive right now. Change page title first and favorite icon. That's not really an important thing right now. Don't worry about the title or the favorite icon. That's not really an important thing right now. You need all 4 frameworks or applications to make this. Can you just explain real quick the need for React? Well, I mean, React is just a framework that we use to design the user interface. Yo, Mimic, thank you for joining as a developer, man. I really appreciate that. Thank you so much, brother. Make sure, Mimic, that you join the Discord server as well. Make sure you join the Discord server. And that way you'll be able to get access to the private channels that are only available for YouTube members and Twitch Prime subs. So make sure you join the Discord as well. But thank you, man. I really appreciate that. It doesn't seem like it's saving the images in profile. It should be. It should be. If you're uploading an image that's too large, that might be a problem as well. Because it does throw a 413 entity too large error. Keep up the good work, bro. Thank you, man. I will. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, make sure you all join the Discord as well. So that way you'll get access to the private channels. All right, let's see. Yeah, so you can see that I can also drag and drop images as well. So I can drag an image here. Whoops. Let's try that again. Hit enter. There we go. And obviously we need to make it so that when we click on the image, it'll show the full image itself. So we have that. But yeah. Yankus, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Do you use your own backend? I do use my own backend. I'm using NestJS for the backend. I send you a message. And there's also a rate limit on friend requests temporarily for now, because we were getting spammed. But yeah. Images there you go. Not too shabby, not too shabby. Only problem is that we do need to fix so that when it doesn't check for the file size when we drag and drop. So we'll have to do that later. But yeah, I hope you guys like it. I hope you guys like new features. And try uploading a banner as well. Try playing around with the banner. Try uploading a profile picture. Try uploading about me. Try playing around with it and see if there's any issues. But yeah, we'll have to fix everything. Like all the UI right now, it's still using mock information. It's still using mock data. So yeah. What is the name of the social network? Chwat Chat. Can't change profile picture? What happens when you try to change a profile picture? Now you can. Awesome. Profile pic didn't save. Realized I did not click the save button. In mobile, I can't. Yeah, it's not responsive, guys. It's not responsive. We have not made it responsive yet. Unique key 707. Thank you for following my Twitch. Are you planning to make this app into a native apps on Android and iOS? Probably won't use like a native. Probably won't use like Android Studio or iOS, but I'll probably use React Native to make a mobile version. Only because it'll be a lot faster to deploy on both mobile and Android. Why say error to send friend request? Might be the wrong name. You also cannot add yourself as well. GIFs don't work right now. But yeah, let me try uploading another avatar. If I click save, now if I refresh, it should save. There we go. And I can upload this again, click save, there we go, perfect. We'll also probably compress avatars as well. We're gonna basically compress everything, because obviously you're gonna have a lot of avatars. You know, you're gonna have a lot of avatars. Yeah, I know, it's temp. It was a placeholder. Yeah, all these are placeholders right now. They're all placeholders right now. But we'll basically need to compress the avatar, so that way it's a lot more fast when we load it up. And yeah, should be pretty straightforward, honestly. Though I'm not sure why this ended up. How did this get uploaded as is? That doesn't make any sense. That's weird. What do I use for the database? I use MySQL. Well, yeah, I don't know. We'll see what happens. But, you know, the app slowly is coming together, feature by feature. Yeah, I guess now we just gotta fix up the profile pictures right over here, make it a lot more better. Who long do you plan on have this? What do you mean by that, Tokyo? Should add an error for when message images are too large. Alright, let me go to my Asana board real quick. So we need to compress the profile pictures. Check the size of the profile picture. Max 2 mega. Maybe. I mean, I don't know. Like, how big should a profile picture be? Like, how big should a profile picture really be? I'm wondering. How large should we make profile pictures? Does Discord like have a limit on how big they can be? I'm not really sure. I am not sure. Two megabytes. Since they're so small, maybe 1 megabyte. We'll do 2 megabytes. We'll do yeah, we'll do 1 megabyte. We'll do 1 megabyte. So we already did this already. We did this already. Set due date to. Okay, so we could probably finish this, close this out. How would you scale this application later on when you have 10K users? One thing that comes to mind is combination of maybe load balancers and Redux adapter. I think load balancers for the REST API, adapters for the WebSocket, and maybe we could throw in something like a Kafka instance if we need it. I don't think we'll need Kafka though. Yo, man, I'm back. Sorry for leaving. Just had to have a shower. Oh, no, you're fine. Add image size reducer so people can be able to upload image they want. Yeah, there should be a library that we can probably use to like crop out the image, like an image cropper library. I think there should be one available. Maybe something similar to what Discord has could probably help out a lot. So that way we don't have to like, you know, that way they can actually crop out the correct image that they actually want, you know? me see. Okay, so let's also do this. I think this has already been fixed already, so I'll check that out. I think I fixed this already as well. This is not. I'm not going to add a send button. Account settings page. This is already being worked on already. Maybe we'll add Giphy and tenor support later, but not right now. I'm going to remove this. Markdown and support text might be next. Move this up here. I'm going to remove this. Yeah, emojis don't work right now. You should add a feature for people to use different filters on their face and everything, like Snapchat. Let's look at our timeline. We actually did do a lot Tuesday and Monday, but I just kind of like lost track of documents and everything, which kind of sucks, but it's okay. This has already been fixed already. So I'm going to move this. Yeah, it's fine. This has already been done already a while ago. I think we did this on maybe Sunday. I don't even know, honestly. Fix friend request though, so it shows an error if user is not found. I think that's already been fixed already. Cool. Where do you store user info? I mean, they're all stored in the database. How are you currently storing messages? They're all stored in the database right now. You should make it so you can have a server like a Discord server. That feature is gonna come soon. Not right now though. Public group chats. Yeah, I don't know. Let me see. Oh wait, let me go back over here. Please update the UI so it doesn't look like a Slack clone. Discord UI is quite more fun, while Slack is like get the work done like your UI. I think I'm okay for now, but thanks for the suggestion. So as of right now, are you working on backend or front-end stuff? I'm doing both. Can we use MySQL for storing images? Well, I mean, you don't really. I mean, you could store a blob in MySQL, but you probably wouldn't want to do that though. I'd probably advise not doing that for like a large application. But if you want to really do it for a small one, you could. There's a data type called blob that you can use. But you could probably, yeah, you could just store like binary data in the table though. Let's see. Update user sidebar. Okay. Yeah, I think the rest of the things I will have to do is... Oh, yeah, we also have to fix the delete message functionality, because that's also broken right now. I am not working on voice chat, camera, video chat right now. That can come later. That will probably come later when we have fixed a bunch of other stuff currently. But I would say what I would do is probably the voice and video chat would probably come after, when we have implemented, you know, custom servers for people to create and join. But adding it right now is not like a priority, because we have a lot more stuff to fix currently. What database should I use for images? I mean, you shouldn't be saving images in a database though. That's the thing. Okay. So I think we'll work on, let me see. I wonder what happens if I try to edit a message with an image. I don't think anything will happen though. But the problem here is that it will not re-render the original attachment, so we'll have to fix that. Let me try this. Yeah, so I think that needs to be fixed as well. Yeah, so yeah, we'll have to fix that. That's fine. Where do you keep your images? In an S3 bucket. Is it enjoyable though? Like developing it? Do you have fun? Of course. I wouldn't be doing this if I wasn't having fun. Like, I'm having a lot of fun building this whole app, you know, and every single time I see a feature that has been built out that I really like, it just brings me, you know, gratification, you know. So of course I am having lots of fun. I definitely wouldn't be doing this if I was not having fun. 100%. Alright, we also... I'm gonna open up Figma real quick and show you guys what else we have in stock. Open my Figma. That's the mentality you need, and you have it, Anson. Yeah, you know, I'm trying my best. I'm trying my best. Why Nest? Why not Next? There are two different things, my friend. Nest is a backend framework. Next is not. Well, I mean, you could use Next as backend, but NestJS was primarily designed for server-side rendering. Anson, can you make a full React.js course, like from scratch to top level, and NestJS course, and add some projects? I already have a full React.js course using JavaScript that covers all the basics already. In terms of projects, that'll probably be something that I'll work on later. I can share the design with you guys. By the way, make sure you guys hit that like button on the stream if you haven't already. Make sure you guys hit that like button. I would greatly appreciate it. We're going to go for 300 likes within the next 2 hours. So if you haven't already, make sure you guys drop that like button. I'd greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much. I just sent the design in the chat, so you can go ahead and take a look at that. But this is what we'll work on next. Okay. So now that we actually have the profile settings, we can actually work on it now. Yeah, I know. We only did it for private chats right now. Group chats are, we're going to work on group chats later for that. I'm super new to JavaScript. Well, welcome, man. JavaScript is a lot of fun. And it can also be very frustrating sometimes. Can be very frustrating. Is this Adobe Illustrator? No. I would definitely like to at some point start working on themes, but that'll come later though. Okay. All right, let's go into our front end. And first thing we'll do is this. We'll go to sidebars, user sidebar, and right over here is where the default user avatar is, right over here. You can see that that's what's being used. Let's see, and this should be an image. Yes, it should be an image. Okay. So I'll get the user from the context, because that's where we have it stored currently. I still need to migrate this to Redux, but I tried doing that yesterday, but I didn't have any, I wasn't successful, unfortunately. So we'll have to try again, my friends. We'll have to try again. So what we'll do is this. I'll have a default avatar. Let me download a default avatar. Default avatar. Is the app on? Yes, it is. I have not turned it off yet. Just make variables to make everything easier. We'll end up using style components to define themes. So we'll definitely have a dark mode, and we'll definitely have light mode. But that'll actually be good because we have to refactor a lot of stuff anyways. Okay. So what we'll do is this. Okay, so that will take care of that. We will not use Gravatar for now. I'll use Gravatar later, but for now we'll just display default avatar for now. So you can see that that's my profile picture. I'll go ahead and upload another one. So let's go over here, save, and now that will update over there. And if I go over here, it will also update over there as well. And so that will take care of changing that. So for now, we'll just use a default avatar. Welcome back, Hayden. Do you like using Material UI? I think Material UI is some bloated garbage. It's nice, but it's extremely bloated, like many other packages. But the good thing is, though, there's a lot of UI libraries that are tree shakeable, which is not bad. But I personally don't like using Material UI. My experience with using Material UI was I didn't like it because I found myself reading the documentation and everything that they did was just so weird, you know. And it was just really, it just made my code look extremely bloated. And so that's why the last UI library I used was Chakra UI, and I stopped using UI libraries ever since then. You are so good. I'm okay. What is the purpose of 2 keyboards? So I can type faster. What database do I use? SQL, MySQL. Do you plan on storing messages permanently, or will they be deleted after some time? Let's say 9 months. I mean, right now, like, I'm just storing them permanently, obviously, for just testing purposes. Of course, you know, if you wanted to make an app like Signal, you could just not store the messages at all. You could also, you know, let the user configure it. I mean, you know, there's a lot of different things that you could do, but I'm not really thinking that far ahead, you know. Yo, how many monitors do I have? I have 4 monitors and 1 TV. My browser just kicked me out of YouTube. That's sad. Emery, how's it going, man? Parker Smith, welcome back to the stream. Why don't you use CSS, Tailwind CSS? Because I have not had a chance to take a look at it yet. Is the application up? Yes, it's up right now. Attachments are working right now. Are you using TypeScript? Yes, I'm using TypeScript. He has 4 arms, so having two keyboards are so relevant. Yeah, it is indeed. I actually have 5 keyboards, not 4. Or not 2. I actually have 5 keyboards. Where's the other keyboard? The other keyboard is right over here. As you guys can see, right over here. So I'll put that right over here. So now people will stop asking me why I have 2 keyboards. And instead they'll ask me, why do I have 3 keyboards? And if I want to pull out the 4th keyboard, I'll pull it out right over here. And that's the Mac keyboard over here. So you can see that I have 4 keyboards altogether. But yeah, so avatar should work now. Cool. And now we just have to render it on the conversation tab. So that shouldn't be hard because we already know whose name to render. So let's go over to conversation sidebar. Conversation sidebar item. Now let's just make sure we can actually get the user. Get messages by conversation ID. Nope. Get conversation. So let's get conversation ID number 1. Okay. It gives you the creator, but it does not give you the profile. So we'll have to modify the backend to actually give us the profile. You have a MacBook? I do have a MacBook, yes. I need to build my own keyboard, but I want to do a Mac keyboard layout. Yeah, maybe at some point I'll build a keyboard myself. I heard it's really fun. Let me know when you'll start giving away your keyboards. I probably will at some point do a keyboard giveaway. I've always wanted to do a giveaway for something big. I don't know. We'll see. Maybe when we hit 30,000 subs, I'll do a special giveaway for you all. We'll see. I personally would love to do that. Like a brand new one from mechanicalkeyboards.com. Dude, stop. Go use Vue. It's way better. I think I'm okay for now. Do you think using a UI library is handy? I personally only do CSS, SCSS because I love writing my own CSS and can't stand not having full control. I mean, I personally don't like using UI libraries because I am in the same boat as you. I like having full control of every single style that I write. And whenever I used UI libraries, I always found myself overriding the current CSS to fit my needs. It's like if you use a UI library, you're basically, you know, creating a contract between that UI library and saying, hey, you know, everything that is done this way has to be done that way. And I don't like that personally. So that's why I prefer to use, that's why I prefer to use my own CSS myself. What is that VS Code extension? Which extension? This one, it's called Thunder Client. Thunder Client. Is there a way that I can export all of my extensions? So that way, like, you know, is there a way I could do that? Because people keep asking me what my extensions are, so I might as well just do it right now so that way people can just get it from like a command. Is there a way to do that? If there's a way to do that, let me know. So that way I can just put it in a command, so that way people can use that command. Let me see. Let's go over to conversation. Get conversation by ID. Of course, yeah, there we go. Okay, so find conversation by ID. So now this should give us the profile. There we go. And you can see that we can get their avatar and we get their banner. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll go ahead and need to render out the user's details, their profile. And that's really simple because all we have to do is right over here. We have this function last message content that is being rendered over here, right? And now right over here for the avatar, this is where we are rendering out the avatar. So obviously we'll fix this. We'll fix that real quick. And we already have this recipient function already. So all we really need to do is this. So watch this. Let's do this. So if they have an avatar, we'll render it out. If they don't, then we won't. So we'll do cd and URL concat. So now right now we don't have an avatar. What you have for dinner? I just had some chicken. That was pretty much it. Nothing special. Okay. Not sure why it's not showing my avatar there. This is Danny, right? Not sure why it's not showing the user's avatar. Recipient profile avatar. Okay, console log recipient. Am I using the wrong CDN? No, I'm using the right CDN. That's interesting. Is this the wrong user? This might be the wrong user. Yeah, I think this might be the wrong user. Or is it? We have Danny over here, and I'm logged in as Danny, I believe. Yeah. I have one friend. So why is it not showing the avatar? We are in the right conversation sidebar. Recipient.profile the avatar. It's kind of interesting. Yesterday I passed the exam finally. Nice. Congrats on that. Is it not getting the recipient? Let's see. Anson, the dev. Yes, that's me. Okay. What is this? This is creator and recipient. Okay, is it not fetching the latest data or something? Is not using the latest version of the API? That's really weird. Because we had just did get, and this should give you everything. Creator. That is very weird. Oh wait, I think this is. Oh wait, this is get conversations. Okay, yeah, this is for getting. Oh yeah. Okay. Okay. Get conversations. There we go. There we go. Recipient dot. Wait a minute though. Oh wait, it's this one over here. Okay. So left join and select conversation.recipient. I think we'll do left join and select recipient dot recipient dot profile. And I think we'll also need to do creator dot profile as well. Hopefully this will work without any issues. I hope so. There we go. So it gives us creator and recipient. Of course, recipient is not there. Okay, perfect. So now if I look over here, it should work now. Okay, obviously that's way too big. So let's fix that, of course. Let's go over here. The height and the width is 5656, so we'll set that to 5656. Okay. I think what I'll do is, of course, I'll probably just also do class name. Hi, Al's Journey. Welcome back to the stream, my friend. There we go. That's way better. And of course, obviously from on the other account, right over here, we don't have a profile picture. So we can go ahead and do this. What we'll do is I'll probably just use the default avatar again. Import There we go. It's not bad. And if I go over here and if I change my profile picture, I'll just do this for now. Okay, now the profile picture gets updated. Perfect. Okay, I will deploy it again and then I'll let you guys test it out. Redux, how are you? Welcome to the stream. React or Next? Well, actually, Next is actually really trending right now. So I'd say Next is good. Hey, are you coding because we don't see? No, I'm setting up the app on the server so that way you guys can test it out. I'm setting it right now so you guys can test it out. Your coding screen is not showing. I'm not coding, guys. I'm on the shell right now because I'm logged into the server. And I can't show that to you guys. How do you host the website? I'm hosting it on DigitalOcean. Your coding screen is not showing. Maybe it's a loop. Hey Anson, just got a break before a quiz. How are you doing? I'm doing good. I'm doing good. Hey Anson, if I want to start learning Python, which project should I focus on? Maybe you can start building an API with Flask or Django or Fast API. Those are 3 good frameworks that I would recommend. All right, let's see. Let's see if the app is up and running. All right, hopefully. Okay, there we go. I can see images now. There you go. All right, you guys can try it out right now. Here's the link. There you go. Group chat images don't work yet. Don't worry, we'll fix that later. But I can see your guys' profile pictures. I can see all of your profile pictures. And you guys should be able to see mine. And the app looks a lot more better. It looks way better now with actual profile pictures. Obviously, we'll change up, you know, these default ones. We'll use something like Gravatar. We'll use something like Gravatar to take care of that. But it's starting to look better piece by piece, you know, which is good. Just gotta be patient, you know, just gotta be patient. But yeah, go to the register page and sign up for an account, or you can reuse the same account. And yeah. The next thing that we'll do, of course, is we'll need to support, well, obviously to fix up the chat as well. So, you know, we'll need to make it so that we can replace this as well as this and this over here. Yeah, right now deleting images don't work right now. Well, that's on the to-do list already. Evgeny, how are you, man? Thanks for your content. You're welcome. You are welcome. Yo, what's going on, BMO LX? The save thing won't prompt another screen in the profile section after uploading image. I don't know why it won't let me save. Interesting. Give me a second. I'll be right back. Alright, I'm back. If I sent a message, your profile picture disappears. What do you mean by that? Are you talking about this? Because I have not added that yet. I have not made it, I have not rendered the actual image on there yet, so that's why it's not showing it there. Okay, I just refreshed. Reload and send the message. Oh, over here. Interesting. Oh, you know what it is? I think I might know what's the problem. I think it's using the other person's profile picture. I'll have to check. I'll see. Oh, that's weird. If I send a message, it'll render the last message sent. That's really weird. Huh, why would that happen? So what happens is when I send a message, it should dispatch the action to update the state of the conversation. The conversation should render out the recipient's profile picture. It's weird. Who is Discord app? Let's see. There we go. I know why. It's because when we dispatch the action from the backend, yeah, I know what the problem is. Yeah, that's an easy fix. It's a very easy fix. So what happens is after sending a message, the conversation is updated and it does not include the conversation's recipient profile relation or recipient or creator's profile relation. Yeah, and that's why it's showing this avatar. That's easy fix though. Hi Black, how are you? After trying to change my avatar, I got a response with the status 500. Yeah, like I said, it's still a little bit buggy because there's still a lot of things that we got to check, such as size and whatnot. But don't worry though. Don't worry. We will fix that. Okay. Let's see. I'm gonna close this off right now. Let's go over. Yep, let's fix this bug right now. So what happens is when we send a message, let's go over to components. Where is it? Okay. So create message. Once this is done, we are listening. Yeah, I remember correctly. We're listening to the event. Right over here. And so the conversation that's returned from the payload does not include the actual relations from the backend. So we'll have to go into gateway.ts right over here. Right over here. Yep, perfect. Right over here. We'll have to go over here and with this. Okay. So that should take care of getting the profile of the creator and recipient. So now if I refresh, and if I were to send a message, it will not change the profile anymore. And the reason why is because now it will actually include the creator and the recipient. If I remove this part over here, if I refresh, and if I go here, right? So right now the conversation state currently has creator and recipient, and it has profile as well as recipient profile. They're both there. If I say hi, right, you'll see that when we send the payload, it just sends it without the profile relation. So adding this will fix it for us. Creator.profile, recipient.profile. There we go. Very simple fix. Cool. Perfect. Okay. Cool. So before I do group chat attachments, I am going to refactor the backend a little bit because right now it's ridiculously messy, and we need to really refactor a lot before we proceed. So that way we can have a more consistent code base. So I will refactor it right now. Me, how's a beginner at coding seeing this? What's going on, Mehdi? How are you? I got another bug. But while creating a conversation in the message section, which is optional, it won't create the chat that's empty. Oh yeah, that's not a bug. That's just intentional right now. I have not had a chance to remove that yet, so don't worry. Yeah. Okay. I'm going to do some refactoring real quick because right now our thing looks really, really messy. So I think what I'll do is this. I might set up a... I really don't want to have a situation where we are using circular dependencies, but I think NestJS underneath the hood handles it well, I think. So I think we should be okay, honestly. Hi, also I mean who's. Where do you host your app? I'm hosting it on DigitalOcean right now. For reference. Okay, so Okay. I will refactor this message to inject the conversation service instead of just using the repository, because a lot of this stuff is just very redundant. Like, for example, we can remove this and do find conversation by ID instead of just getting the repository. Treon, thank you so much for joining as a member, man. Thank you. I really appreciate that, brother. I don't know how to say your name, so I just call you Treon199. TR Treon. But yeah, thank you, man. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you for joining the channel as a member. That's freaking awesome, man. And make sure you join the Discord server as well. If you aren't in the Discord server, make sure you do join the Discord server. Otherwise, you will not be able to, you know, get access to the private channels, and you won't be able to get the roles. So make sure you join the Discord server. There is the link. Treon is enough. Gotcha. I would call you Trio. Is like a single VPS good for hosting personal projects and stuff? Yeah, of course. By the way, if you guys want, and let me see. If you guys want, DigitalOcean does give you $100 credit, I think. Let me see. If you use this referral link. So if you guys want, you guys don't have to, but if you want to try out DigitalOcean, you can. So I'll send you my DigitalOcean referral link. You can use my referral link, try it out, and see if you like it. You get $100 of credit that you can use over 60 days. So yeah, see if you like it, try it out. If you don't, then you know, it's whatever. But it's pretty much like you have $100 in credit, and you either use it or lose it. So after 60 days, it's gone. So, you know, try it out, see if you like it. And if you don't, you know, you don't lose anything. Are you gonna develop this platform and keep it going for a while, or is it just a fun thing for streams? I mean, I don't know, like, you know, like, we'll see what happens. Like, if we get enough support, maybe I'll consider, you know, maybe what I'll do is I'll, like, you know, make this a real thing. But of course, I cannot do it myself, so maybe we'll have to obviously, you know, hire some people, or get some people to work on it as a team. Because right now I'm the only person, you know, managing the project, so I'll have to get people who would be willing to actually work on the project consistently, right? It is open source too. But I don't know, we'll see though. Right now, I just want to build all the main features right now, and then once I'm done, you know, I'll probably, like, you know, stop managing it and, you know, just be more of a person that manages the project instead of, like, developing the features if people want to, like, you know, contribute to it, that is. Because right now, I'm the only person, you know, making the commits, making the pushes, whatnot, right? And we're not really accepting pull requests right now. But once all that's done, and, you know, if we've really gone so far, you know, we'll see what happens. You know, there's no right or wrong answer. We'll just have to see where the future takes us. Well, if you have a client who has a simple website, where do you host it? I usually just host it on DigitalOcean, to be honest. I use DigitalOcean to host everything. Because I think DigitalOcean can do a lot of good. I think DigitalOcean is really, really nice to use, honestly. I'd love to help developing this thing in the future. Yeah, you know, we'll see what happens. You know, I don't know. We'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. Any idea to feel better after drinking too much and vomit all night? Like if I am happy, very, very happy. I mean, you just gotta stick out with the hangover, man. Just gotta stick with the hangover. Hey, also, can you make a course on how to create apps on React and stuff like that? Cause this line equal dope. Sure, maybe. The app becoming huge every day. Yeah, we're implementing a lot of great features every single day. That's a fact. Can you build a search engine with React? Sure. What I see as success, my word for real. Thank you, RX3Dev. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Trying our best here, trying our best here. You're so good for a 24-year-old dev. I'm 24 too, and not even half as good as you. Well, I mean, you know, as long as you just keep practicing, and as long as you just, you know, just keep going forward, and don't give up, and just, you know, just keep going at it, you'll be in a better position in a couple years. I can promise you that. But thank you, I appreciate it. Alright, let's see where. So there we do that. Then we'll do the left join, select. So this left joins and selects last messages sent and the messages itself. Params, and then I think we just do another where again. Where conversation ID. And it said it'll just be go. And then order by message.created at desk limits 5. Probably also add a limit as well, limit number. And then click it 1. Go over here and set the So what we'll do is instead of this, now we'll do await this dot conversation service get conversation messages params dot conversation ID limit 5. Well, I am 27 and Anson's far more better than me. I mean, our age difference is only like 2 years, so it's not like, we're that far off. But, like I said, as long as you just keep your head into it. As long as you just keep your mind to it, just stay focused, you will get exactly what you want. What are your thoughts on tech loss on stock and how it will ultimately work? Well, I mean, stock doesn't really like. How do I say this? Like, I don't know. It's a hard question to answer because like I don't think stock will like stock alone will like define the company, but like it could worry a lot of like the people who work for the company itself. Yeah, like usually like that indicator can have really bad severe consequences, and it can cause a lot of companies for having layoffs and stuff. It's kind of like a chain effect, you know, but some companies will just do like at most like a hiring freeze, because like, you know, going on like a massive layoff can really hurt your company's reputation a lot. Okay, so we just did a lot of stuff. It's a lot of code cleanup. Let's see if it... Seems like can I read properties of null reading undefined? Interesting. This conversation is broken. Last message sent is null. Okay, something got messed up. Where am I from? I'm from America. Oh, no wonder. Silly me. Okay, there we go. That should fix it. So, yeah, this should fix it now. There we go. Uh, 24 Ken, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Uh, Thank you for subscribing. I really appreciate that, man. Thank you for that. It means a lot to me. Yeah, I do coding streams all the time, so make sure if you haven't already, make sure you guys subscribe for more coding streams. Keep on streaming and someday I will turn into a better programmer. We all will turn into better programmers. We all will. I did know NestJS, but I am beginning to understand it from streams. That's good. And like I said, I also have NestJS courses as well. Definitely check that out, guys. If you haven't already, make sure you guys hit that like button. We're really close to reaching our goal of 300 likes. So if you haven't already, make sure you guys drop that like button. Let's get ourselves to 300 likes. We're at 274 right now. Trying to get to 300. I'll be right back though. I'm going to use the bathroom. Alright, I'm back. Do you use DTO to everything? I use DTO for representing payload objects that are being sent from the client to the backend. Have you considered adding end-to-end encryption? Yes, I was actually looking up some videos learning about end-to-end encryption. I would love to figure out how to do that. I think that would definitely help me learn a lot more about how that works, and I think it would be great overall. Use the theme command to get the theme. We're at 278, guys. 22 likes away from 300, sorry. If you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. We're going for 300 within the next 30 minutes. And then we're going to go for 500 overall. So make sure you guys drop that like button if you haven't already. I'd really appreciate that a lot. Damn, you guys are awesome. We are at 284 already. Thank you guys. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. Okay. Cool. We tidied this code up a lot. Yes, I know that DTOs make validations back to the client, but we can control the client rec, so why it's useful for. I think you're misunderstanding DTOs a little bit. DTOs are basically used for representing the network object that you're transferring from the client to the backend. Now, so with DTOs, the advantage that you have is you can add extra validation using class validator, right, as well as class transformer as well. You can also use DTOs to transform the data with pipes as well. And basically Nest will take care of serializing all the data for you, so you don't have to do it yourself. If you were to just use rec.body, you would have to take care of, managing that yourself. So it's just better if you use a DTO for that. What keyboard do I have? Use the exclamation mark keyboards command to get the keyboard. Can we collab for some projects? Maybe someday, can you please show example? I mean, sure. In NestJS, right? If I have this create conversation DTO. So what happens here is if I try to call the endpoint that uses this DTO, which is this endpoint over here, right? If I try to pass in a payload that does not include either username or message, it's going to throw an error. So you can see over here, this DTO, I am using class validators, decorators, is not empty, which basically requires this username to be there in the payload. Same thing with message, it has to be there. If either one of these two are not in the payload, it's going to throw an error, and that's all handled by NestJS. So right now, right, if I go to create conversation, and if I don't include a username, it's going to say username should not be empty. It's going to give you a status code. This is all handled by NestJS underneath the hood. If I remove your message, right, let's do that. It'll say message should not be empty. Message must be a string, right? If I remove both of these, it's going to throw an error and says all of these fields should be there. And if I click send, now it will actually go through, and this is a different error that's not related to the DTL. Hopefully that makes sense. It's keyboards with an S. Use the icon. There you go. Alfie, how are you? Are you going to deploy this app's API on a standalone Docker instance or Kubernetes? We'll see about that when we get to it. Is VS Code struggling with DTO files? Not really. I've personally never had an issue before. Close to 300 likes. Yeah, guys, make sure you guys drop that like button. We're going for 300 likes, guys. We have 15 minutes to hit that goal. Make sure you guys hit that like button if you haven't already, guys. What is that @ sign you're using? It's called a decorator, and you're good, man. You don't need to be sorry for asking questions. It's called a decorator right over here. Typescript decorator. In other languages, they might call it other things. Like in Spring Boot, they would call this @ symbol a. They would call it a annotation. I'm using Windows. How efficient are you with Linux? I don't really use Linux that much, to be honest with you, aside from just deploying my servers. This is VS Code. Why Redux and not Zustin? No specific reason. What's the link for the chat? It's chwachat.com. Could someone send them the link real quick? I'm just kind of working on something right now. How do you feel about Prettier? Do you like it? As for me, I hate it so much. This thing is so annoying. It drives me nuts when I'm coding. You know, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes I dislike it, but I do like the formatting on autosave though. So I don't really have too much of a problem with it though. Holy shit, I slept and woke up and you're still going down damn crazy. Yeah, guys, make sure you guys hit that like button, guys. We're going for 300 likes. After we hit 300, we are going for 500 likes by the end of the stream. So if you haven't already, make sure you hit that like button. We're going for 500 likes by the end of the stream, guys. So hit that like button. It's the theme command, theme, Theme with no S. If message.attachments, we will delete all the attachments before we delete the message. Okay. And so let's implement this now. So deleting the attachment, basically what we'll need to do is we'll need to go through each attachment, delete it from the let me see. We also want to make sure we delete the message, we delete it from the store as well. From the bucket is what I should call it. Buckets. That's also very important as well. Honestly, Anson, I respect the hustle. You're a madman in a nice way. Yeah, man, I work hard, man. I work hard. Linux is one of the best OS for higher performance and compatibility with all kinds of chips. Android runs on Linux. Yeah, that's true. Let me see. So first we'll delete all of them. First we'll delete all of them from the database just to make sure this works. So if message attachment, delete message attachments. Okay. We'll have to do the same thing for these messages as well. Okay. This should take care of that. So before we delete a message, we must delete all the message attachments. Otherwise, it'll throw an error because the message is mapped to the message attachments table as a one-to-many. When you try to delete the message itself is a parent record for that child record, which are the message attachments. And so the child cannot exist without the parent when you have that relationship, which is why we need to delete all of the children first before we delete the parent. So let's try this out and see what happens. So let's just delete messages normally. So 1, 2. Now let's go ahead and add some attachments. So I'll add one attachment here. Okay. Now let's try to delete this message. It's still throwing an error. Cannot delete a parent. I cannot delete or update a parent row. Am I not deleting it correctly? We're updating this. Deleting message attachments. Let's try again. Oh. Do I have any commercial experience? What do you mean by commercial experience? I went to watch from the beginning of the stream to try to and understand how to make a chat app, and it turns out this is day 21. Yep. We've been at it for a very long time. Couldn't use cascading delete? Probably could. Probably could. I'm gonna try this first before we do cascades though. Or I think maybe doing a cascade would probably just make things a lot easier, honestly, so might as well just do that. Let's go over here. Let's see. Let's try cascade. This might probably just save us a lot of time, honestly. Alright, let's see. I don't know why it's still throwing an error, which is really annoying. If I remember correctly, I think last time when I saw this, I think we needed a cascade on both. I think from what I remember doing cascades a while ago. The reason why I don't like using cascades is because they're so annoying to deal with sometimes. Well, I'll try it with the other side having the cascade though. It's still throwing an error, cannot delete parent row. I remember running into this issue some time ago. My environment does it automatically. Let me look at my old repository to see how I did cascades before, because I remember doing it. I remember doing this one some time ago. All right, let me see. Okay, so this is what I did last time. I don't know why that seems to have worked. Okay, so now that works, which is really strange, but okay, I guess we'll just go with that. I'll take it, I'll take it. Okay, so what I'll do right now is I'll go ahead and upload 3 attachments. Okay, so that's 3. So now we should see 3 more records in the database. 78, 70. There we go. So these are the 3 right over here. So with Cascade, I could just delete all of these right over here. And boom, they're gone. Thanks for mentioning that, because honestly, I would have not considered using that. I've always avoided cascades because I've always had issues with cascades, to be honest with you. So that's why I've always avoided it. Sorry, it's in my country where we recognize commercial experiences work. Oh, okay. No, you're fine. I just wanted to clarify. In terms of commercial experience, about 3 years. What's the tech stack in your remote work? Node.js. Pretty sure you need to only set cascades to delete the children. Let's find out. Freaking hate this. Okay, so in the back end, I have 5 message attachments. 127 is the message ID. Delete. Bam, all gone. There we go. That's good. Perfect. So don't need this anymore. Don't need this function anymore. Are you using some BAS for your backend? What's BAAS? I think backend as a service. No, we're not using any. We're building everything from scratch. Will you do optimizing of the images in this chat? What do you mean by optimization? No problem. They're really useful, simple. So, yep, I agree. Why can't you delete the pictures in singles? Junaid, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Does Discord even allow you to edit messages with attachments out? Does Discord even allow you to do that? I don't even think Discord lets you do that. I'm not saying that we have to be everything like Discord, but I would be interested to know why they do it that way, you know what I mean? Like, for example, I can't... Yeah, so Discord doesn't allow you to edit the attachment, it seems like. So, I mean, we always could make it different, you know? I mean, make the image smaller on size and easier to upload to the server. Well, what we're doing is, for the preview of the image, it's going to be compressed. And then when you click on the image, it will show the actual image in full resolution. So when you load the image, it will be compressed. So, for example, right over here, this image right over here. It's freaking annoying Windows, man. Here we go. So these images are all compressed. When you click on it, it will show the actual image in full resolution. Now let's try doing hey with an image being attached. Perfect, and I can delete that. Awesome. Awesome, awesome, awesome. Code is looking great. Let's see. What's going on, James? Are you using sessions for auth? Yes. It would be really useful to be able to delete message attachments while editing the message. A feature for message notifications on desktop. Thank you for doing this. I would like to have more content like this and tag along with you. Well, I mean, listen, man, I'm always going to be here. And, you know, make sure you guys also subscribe and like the live stream as well. So that way it'll help us reach more and more people every single day. And that also helps, you know, give me fuel to keep on going. Like your guys' support gives me, you know, absolute fuel to just keep on going and keep on working on this app. So I really appreciate it a lot. So yeah, just make sure you guys drop that like button and subscribe if you haven't already. Soul Uchiha, how are you, man? Welcome to the stream. Oh, 300 likes, awesome. Yeah, we're at 307 right now, guys. We're going for 500 though. We're not ending the stream until we get 500 likes. So if you haven't already, make sure you guys drop that like button. I'd really appreciate that. But I'll be streaming for maybe a couple more hours or so. Maybe like 4 to 5 hours. Let me see my calendar. What I gotta do later. Maybe like 6 hours and I'll get off, which is a lot of time, honestly, so. Gamzee, Mr. Who, how are you guys doing, man? What am I building today? Right now, we're working with message attachments right now. What's going on? Oh yeah, these conversations are broken. Yeah, these conversations are broken. Those conversations are broken. Okay, so now another issue that we have to fix is when I upload a message attachment, it should probably, yeah, it should probably show something like attachment. Because content could be undefined, remember that. Content could be undefined. Anson, when will you start with e-commerce project? I don't know. I mean, I honestly would like to do it, but like I feel like I don't know if I would want to do two separate streams. Like maybe one for what's it called? I don't know. What do you guys think? Should I do separate streams? Like maybe one for chat and maybe one for e-commerce? Because I said that I would start the e-commerce project like 2 weeks ago, but then we had so many more things to do with the chat app, and I didn't want to give up on the chat app yet. So that's why I kind of delayed the e-commerce app. What do you guys think though? Should I do 2 separate streams? Maybe I'll do like a stream in the morning where we do chat app, and the stream the next day doing a e-commerce. I don't know though. What do you guys think? Or if you guys don't really care if I do it both in one stream. I don't know. You guys let me know. What do you guys think? Anson, please take breaks from long sitting hours. It'll be painful. I regret doing that. Oh yeah, I know. I usually get up like every like 30 minutes or so. I use the bathroom, stretch, and then I come back. Also, one more thing that I want to mention is that I think what I'll do for the message UI, I've been thinking about this for a while, honestly, and I think what I'll do for the message UI is, I don't know. I was thinking about changing the way the messages are being showed. Oh, that's fine, I guess. All right, let's work on this feature right now. So what we're going to do now is we're going to make it so that when the user clicks on the image, we'll display it in full screen. Now I'm starting to implement chat system for my website. Nice. By the way, I don't understand why many people use DigitalOcean instead of Linode. What am I missing? People have their own personal preference. It's kind of like sports, you know, or teams. Like some people have gotten used to DigitalOcean, so they use that. Is the app online? It is right now, yes. Abdulaziz, how are you, man? Long time no see. How are you? What task tracker is that? It's called Asana. A-S-A-N-A. Mern versus Mevin, what do you prefer? Well, I mean, I think they're both great stacks. So just choose whatever you are better at. Alright, I'll be right back. Alright, I am back. Bruh, WTF is that keyboard? Can someone send the app link? I'm on a phone right now. It's not mobile, it's not responsive, so you won't be able to use it if you're on a mobile screen. Are you going to make it responsive someday? Of course. I've already added some responsiveness to some of the components, but there's just a lot of stuff that we gotta do. So I think maybe when I work on themes, that's probably when I'll work on responsiveness at the same time. Because I understand that there's a lot of people here that are using on mobile, so the fact that they're not able to test it out kind of sucks. Hey Anson, are going to deploy the front end on some CDN? Or it'll be served from a server you maintain. It'll be deployed on my DigitalOcean server. A lot of work ahead if you didn't start by thinking about responsiveness. Not really. Like, all I gotta do is just set up a media query and change the layout of it, and it should be good to go. Because we were working on a separate branch with responsiveness, and what I was gonna do was when the user resizes, this entire sidebar will be replaced with a custom one. So we'll do that with JavaScript. And the rest of the thing, we're using Flexbox, so it will blend pretty well in a smaller screen. I don't know how to explain it right now, but you'll see it when we get to that. But basically, like what I had in mind was when the user resizes the screen, after they get to a certain point, maybe like right over here, we'll just render a different sidebar. And when they're on like a smaller screen, they will only see messages like this. And then when they click on it, it'll take them to this route. And then on this route, they will not see the sidebar. They will only see. You'll see. You'll see how we'll do it when we get to that. It's hard to explain, but you'll see how it works. What's going on, Mick Dev? How are you, man? Welcome back to the stream. Which is best alternative for Heroku? I have no idea, honestly. Does anyone here know an alternative to Heroku? How does chat database structure look like? I don't have a diagram to show you right now, but if you look at the type ORM objects, then you'll be able to see it. Anson, if I give you some code, can you try it on console? Probably not. Yo, what's going on, Abi? Welcome back to the stream, my friend. Welcome back. You're gonna finish everything in a single stream or what? Well, there's still a lot of more work to do, so I'll see how far I can go. Will your app have bots? I would love to get to that point, of course. I would love to get to that point. The way that I would do it is probably have the user request some kind of JWT. Maybe, I don't even know. Or some kind of token. And when they have that token, they can connect to the API. And I don't know, I'll have to think about it. It'll be fun though if I could do that. That'll be a lot of fun. Hi. These days I'm working on my resume, so I have to build some C# apps. You can build an API using .NET, like a microservice API. By the way, guys, if you haven't already, make sure you guys drop that like button. Help us get recommended more in the algorithm. We're trying to reach more and more people every single day. So best way to support the channel is just hit the like button. Make sure you're subscribed as well. And turn on notifications so that way you guys know when I go live. Alright, so what I'm going to do is this. Turn div. Take this, do that. And then I can just go ahead and take this. Will you be able to call through this app? I would like to get to that point. For now, we don't have that supported yet. Okay, so just cleaning this part up. Let's see. What I really don't like is how I have this set up to have two different components. So there's a way, I think maybe what I'll do, because right over here, right, message item container, like I have so much repeated code over here and here. I want to try to combine it into one thing. Is this open source? Yes, it is. Message item header. Maybe we can move this into somewhere else. Maybe I can move this into another component. Message item content and the rest, yeah. Yeah, the only thing is that this part is the only thing that's rendered dynamically. So I might just, yeah, I'm gonna do this real quick before I continue. Because I really don't like how I have to have these two separate functions or these two separate components. So let me do this message. And what I'll do is I'll take this and let's do this. And we'll import everything, but we'll need to, whoops. There we go. E-commerce project will probably be done with, most likely, I might most likely use, I don't know, yeah, honestly. I probably will use Nest again, to be honest with you. But we'll see, we'll see. But to be honest, if I don't use Nest, I probably would not use Express. And I'd probably use maybe something else, like in a different language. Maybe like Spring Boot or something, I don't know. Okay, so what I can do is I can now use this message item container. So these two should have the same functions. Because they're practically all the same. So I want to avoid using this completely. So I think what I'll do is maybe I can, instead of rendering this component, I can just render this. And then after on the first item on top over here, I can render the header, because this is where the header is right now. So let me remove this, and what we'll do is right over here, message item header like that. And that should take care of, oh, we gotta pass in the message. Should be fine now. Okay, so yeah, no, that's not good. That is not good, actually. Let's see what's going on over here. Message item container. Oh wait, it also had. Hold on, wait. Oh wait, I think I messed up. I need to have all of this stuff. Messaging details. Oh, I see. I don't like Golang. I've never really used it before. Spring Boot crazy. Yeah, I like Spring Boot a lot, honestly. What are you doing, Anson? I'm just doing some refactoring of the code base right now to make it a little bit more tidier, so that way I don't have to look everywhere. Having a hard time with that right now, which is a little bit stressful, but it's fine. So let's see. Gabriel, thank you for following my Twitch. I appreciate that. Okay, so is there a way we can kind of tidy this up a little bit? I wonder. Hello, what keyboard switches do I have? I am using Cherry MX Blues. Yeah, so this message item details is what keeps everything on the same line. Wonder if I have message item container. Let's see. Message item container. I'm more used to Vue, Vuetify, and Firebase, so it's cool to see how you're doing things with these tools. Lots of similarities, but lots of differences too, yeah. Vue is the first component library that I used, or framework, I should say. I haven't used it for a very long time though, so I'm sure there's been a lot of changes. And when I used Vue, I think it was version 2, I think, when I first used it. I don't remember, it's been a while. Okay, I am going to lower that alert sound because it is killing my ears. Holy shit, that is so loud. Sorry about that. While you're doing this, why would I not do this? Okay, so these two inside are the same. Well, actually, no. The padding is different. So I think what I could do is this. I could probably put a component inside here that can render out this portion. So message item container body is what I'll call it. Message item container content, message item content. Let's see. And so that will just literally render out this portion because these are literally the same thing. The only difference is the padding. Message content is the same, attachment container is the same, message item content is the same, it's just padding is different. So I could just pass in different padding, I guess. So I'll literally take this, put this over here. The state I'll probably migrate the state. Oh yeah, I don't need to worry about the state because I could just literally, get that from the selector. Plague, sick, welcome back, how are you? Same, lol. Good answer. Message being edited is also retrieved from the store as well, so we can just easily grab those values from the store. So let's do that real quick. And on edit message change is probably the only function that we'll need to pass down. So and the only thing I'll need to just do is just pass in padding for, so I think I'll just do this padding string. Padding. The padding is going to be the same for both, so that's fine. Are you worried about how and where you would deploy it? No, not really. So what I could do now is I could just pass in message body 00070px. Let's pass in message. Okay, and then we could just take this and then render this part out. And just pass in 8 pixels 0000. Okay, let's see. I think I'm being rate limited. That's fine. Okay, okay, not bad, not bad. Not too bad, not too bad. If messages.length is equal to next index or current message author ID, const. So maybe what I could do is, let's see, now we have this message item container. So the only difference between these two is that, let's see, maybe what I could do is this, current message author if it's equal to next message author. So maybe what I could do is this. I could have this condition show message header. Inside message container, what I could do is if show message header and message item avatar. And then what I could do is this message item container body. Maybe what I could do is show message header. So if this is true, we could just render everything inside message item details. Like that. Message item header. And then that. Okay. Or we could just do it how we're doing it right now. Wait, let me copy this real quick. Or we can just render message item container body. Wait, hold on. So if it's with the header, this the padding has to be, yes, let me do this real quick. Message, just copy this, paste that in there, then we do 8 pixels 000. Why is it complaining about this? That's weird. I don't know why it's complaining about that. Message is not sent to type. What? Oh, here we go. Are you answering the developer? You're not answering the developer if you don't have 4 keyboards. Maybe you need chat with 3 girls. How will you implement logging for the backend to track health, security, and all the good stuff? I don't know. Splunk comes to mind, but I'm open to ideas. Message and details. What's going on here? Oh, wait. Oh, wait, I messed up. Wait, it's supposed to be like this. There we go. Okay, so we could probably remove this entirely. And I probably don't need this condition anymore. So this basically checks if current message author ID is equal to next message author. Well, I mean, we have show message header, so if this is true, then this has to be false, and if this is false, then this will be true. So I can remove this part. And I think maybe that fixes everything though. I'm not really confident in what we just did, so I gotta recheck everything again before we do this. So let me just go through everything again. Hold on. So let's see. Okay, so basically what I want to do is I want to basically conditionally render this avatar, and I'll only render this avatar, I'll only render this avatar if show message header. Okay. Now what I want to do is I only want to render this if show message avatar. So what we could do, or show message header, I should say. So that's this condition right over here. Okay. So show message header. So if this is true, then what we'll do is we'll render this. Okay. Otherwise, we will just render this. And everything is still inside message item container. Okay, so if show message header is false, message item avatar won't be rendered. This part will also not be rendered, right? If this is false, the rest will be rendered, which is what we currently have already. So I think this itself should take care of that. So we can remove this, right, entirely. And we probably don't need this as well, because this is just basically the else case, or this is basically just the other case that happens if show message header is false. Basically, the reason why show message header will ever be true is if we are at the last element in the array, which means that we want to show the person that had written the message, right? Or if the current message author is not equal to the next message author. So basically, you can see how my name is being shown over here. If the next author is not equal to myself, then we're going to just show this message over there. Okay. Cool. So we could leave it like this, and I can just remove this entirely, because we already, so by default it'll go ahead and show message item container body. Yeah, basically what I would do is having this if condition would be equivalent to just doing something like this, which is not necessary. So I just remove this and remove this, and our entire code should be tidied up. There you go, as you can see. I can go ahead and log in as Jack right now. Whoops. Conversation number 3. You can see that we are sending messages. Okay. And there we go. Now, how does it work in group chat? No idea. We can try it out. And let's check it out and see what happens if I log in as Danny. Who am I even logged in as? Max. Okay, so that's fine. Let's go ahead and add Max to the group chat. Max is now added. Let's see. And let's go ahead and log in as Danny from the other account. Let's go over to groups. New request, create group message. I think we need the ID. The ID of the group is 1 messages. Seems like we have just discovered another issue. We're able to send empty messages. Oh yeah, that's right, because we did not. We only worked on checking private messages, so we will have to make sure that people cannot send empty group messages. But right now, I do this. It should say hi. Okay. So yeah, the messages are rendering the correct avatar. How you didn't see Doc's coding? Yes, chatting with girl. Also, yeah, it looked like a lot of duplicate code before, much cleaner now. Yeah, exactly. You see, guys, like this code that I wrote like a couple of weeks ago, and now I had the time to finally go back and actually refactor this code, and it looks so much more cleaner, so much more better and efficient. So that way our eyes are a lot more, yeah, we still got a long way to go, guys. We still got a long way to go. But of course, I can remove this. 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 I can remove this, and I can remove this because we've already moved all those imports to somewhere else. I think what I'll do additionally is maybe I'll probably separate message container into 2 separate containers, one for private, one for group, because right now we are doing everything in one container, in one component, and I don't really like that. But yeah, it looks a lot more cleaner, honestly. Another thing that we could probably do is probably move this into like a separate function. For example, I can move this inside here. But although I think this might not do the trick. Let me try this. I'll create something called transformers. Let's do this index.tsx. So since we cannot put this inside the helpers.ts file because it is a .ts file and we're trying to return tsx. So I mean, I could also just rename helpers to helpers.tsx, but we'll leave it like this. So I could also just add all the missing imports like that. And then I could also just do this when I call map. I could pass in, I don't know. I want to reduce our component because like our component has like a lot of functions that are like not really relevant to the logic of the component. So maybe I want to move this somewhere else. Why don't you change a little bit the background of the messages that are sent from the logged user? Does learning cybersecurity as a full stack dev is just a waste of time? Well, I mean, cybersecurity is usually here's what I would say. I would say learning cybersecurity, the basics of it, and understanding security for your application is not a waste of time. Because when you learn I would say you don't need to learn the entire field of cybersecurity. Learn the basics of cybersecurity, and that'll be enough for you to protect your application and understand that from a security standpoint. Why don't you change a little bit of the background? I mean, I don't know. I think it's fine for now, honestly. But I think learning basic security is fine, but you don't need to learn the entire field. You don't need to learn the entire field, I'll say just learn the basics and should be fine, honestly. Learning the basics. Yeah. So I think if I were to call map messages, I probably would need to do something like this. I'd probably need to take all these values and then call map messages like that, which I don't know. All right, maybe what I'll do is I will leave this function here for now. Let me see what else I could do here. I'll definitely leave next index alone. I mean, what if I did this? Current message, messages index. Well, what if I did current message? Make both these useless. I don't know. I mean, personally, for me, I like defining my variables so that way I know exactly what's going on. Because if you do it like this, and if someone reads it, they don't really know what messages index is or what messages at index +1 is. So I think it's fine. I think leaving it like this is not a bad idea. Yo, keep going, my guy. What's your secret? What pushes you to do this every night? Yo, what's going on? How do you say your name? Behen? But I don't know, just determination and yeah, just determination, honestly. And also because I have a lot of support from you guys too, so that really helps a lot. So I would say those two things go really hand in hand, in my opinion. I think maybe if I were to clean up the rest of this code, I think it would really boil down to it would probably boil down to migrating all of these hooks into their own component or their own file. Well, actually, what am I saying? Migrating these use effects into their own file. So, for example, I could do use handle. So the escape is for set is editing is false. I think what I could do is I could create like a custom hook. Function use key down, and what I could do is I could just pass in a callback function like this. So let me try this. And so callback would basically just be whatever this is. So we would have to pass in this function into use key down, and we'll just do that. So that's how I would do that. But then now we have the ID. So now you have to pass in the ID. So that way, let's see. Use key down. Let me see what is the proper. So maybe what I could do is something like this. So the callback can be whatever I want. I'll have to define that later. But I could take this, pass callback here. So now I can make this, I guess, but now the only problem is that, let's see, I guess what I could do is dependencies. And we'll do is depths. Yeah, we'll do this. So we'll just pass in depths like that. Let's see what happens. Hi Anson, just wanted to stop by and tell you that you were the first person I started learning coding from, and now I'm heading to Comp Sci Uni. Keep the good work. Thank you, JJ. I appreciate that. Carpin, how are you? Welcome to the stream. All right, let's try this out. So let me try this. Hold on there. Let me look at this extension. VS Code extension move code. What's that extension? There is an extension that allows you to move like a certain code. Like, what is that extension called? Like, I can highlight this whole thing and then I can move it up wherever I want. Do you guys know what that extension is called? Or what like that key binding is? Does anyone know what that is? Or I'll just look it up. I've seen some people do that before, but I've never known what that was. Alt up arrow. Let's see. Alt up arrow. There we go. That's what I wanted. Thank you. There we go. Thank you, you're all amazing. Alright, so what I'll do is I'll try using this hook. So use key down, and then we'll have to pass in the callback function. So for the callback, it'll just be this. And then ID like that. And maybe what we could do is we can tidy this a little bit up. So const handle key down. And we could just do this. So I can pass this in. And now I want to know if this actually works. Hopefully it actually works. We will find out. We will find out. So handle key down. So this right over here for the message container is only really used for set is editing. So to test this out, what I'll do is I'll do edit. Now if I hit escape, seems like it is working. And of course, if I remove this use key down, and if I, let me refresh again. Okay, so now I'm hitting escape, it doesn't work. Now let me save. Let me refresh again because I didn't refresh. Okay, now it works. So what we could do is we can just call use key down and pass in the custom function. So now we don't have to do all this crap all the time. And we could do the same thing for literally every single event handler. So for example, I could do the same for handle click. And I will move these into their own respective files. So don't worry. What features do we have? I have image attachment right now. That's the newest feature. Rakesh, how are you? So now what we could do is use handle click. We can use the use effect hook. It can take in the same exact callback. So now what I could do is right over here, we can just go ahead and do this. So const handle click can be set show menu false. So this is for the context menu right now. Okay, it's for a context menu. So what I could do now is I could just call use handle click like that. And now if let's refresh so we get some clean state. Now if I click anywhere else, we are good. If I remove this, now I click anywhere else, you can see that I'm clicking. It's not going to turn it off, so that's good. So that will take care of that. Let's see what else. On context menu, no way we can change this. This is just the context menu. Maybe I could move this up a little bit. So this is for, what does this do again? Reset message container? I don't even know why I have this. Oh, this is for resetting the state of message container. So that way when you, yep, that's fine. What I'll do is I will go ahead and remove that. Going on over here? Guess doesn't like that. Where are you storing the images? I'm storing them in DigitalOcean Spaces, which is very similar to S3 Bucket. Very similar to S3 Bucket. Okay, I think maybe if I could somehow remove this whole thing, that will fix up a lot of stuff. And maybe if I were to, whoops. There we go. Let's see what's going on over here. Whoops, didn't mean to do that. There we go. It's getting a little bit better. At least we got it down to 110 line issues, or 110 lines or so, which is not bad. Maybe what I could also do is let's see, set show menu true. I could probably, you know what, I could also do this. I could also remove these two. So I think because we already created some state for this already. I think we did this for, where is it? Set select messages. So this is message container. Yes, we did. So I created a store for this, or a slice for this already. So we could probably modify this. So instead of adding them over here, I just move it to the Redux store. So for example, just subscribe. I'm observing this channel from last 2 days, and dude, you're insane. Continue super heavy live stream. Do you build production ready web apps live? I mean, to be honest with you, I'm not really. My intention wasn't to build this like, you know, production ready. I was just building it for fun. But you know, this was just something that I just wanted to do for fun. You know, like but if it turns into something bigger, then you know, we'll see what happens. But I appreciate the sub, man. Thank you. That means a lot to me. I'm gonna be right back though. Give me like 2 minutes. You need to be careful with DigitalOcean for your account. It's limited time only. Let's see. So what I'll do is I can move the show menu away back in here. So slowly, as we're refactoring our code base, you'll notice that what we'll be doing is we'll slowly move away from having all of our state in the component layer, and we'll move it towards like having it all in the store. So that way we know where it's always at all times. You are really a passionate developer. I try, but thank you, I appreciate it. And we also need points as well. So points. So this is the location of where we are displaying the context menu. Shat MX, how are you, man? Welcome back. How has everything been? Which store are you using? I am using Redux. Redux. Okay. All right. So what we could do is we can first. What we'll do is we'll add some reducers to handle the context menu state. So we'll do toggle context menu state, and action payload action will be Boolean because that's what we're going to be dispatching. So state dot show context menu will be whatever action dot payload is. So that's true, then that means show context menu will be true. If it's false, then it will be false. I'm doing okay, ShatMX. I'm doing okay. Is that a Keychron K2? Are you talking about this keyboard? I'll send you the keyboards that I have right now. I'm going to use the keyboards command on my YouTube chat. And I'll send you the link right now. Give me 1 second. Yo, Anton, you not tired from morning to still coding? No, I'm not tired. Still full of energy. What's going on, Droid? How are you? We have message attachments working, which is great. So let me send you guys the keyboard. These are the keyboards I have. This one is a Cherry MX Blue. This one's GAT Reds, and this one is Cherry MX Red. At least I got company while coding alone now. Yeah, exactly. You have company. You have me. Ida Dev12, how are you? Welcome to the stream. So take care of the context menu, and we also need to create a reducer to update the points. So set points. What did I call it in the other stores? Let me see. Let's see. Where is it? Group recipient slide bar. Set context menu location was what I call this. So let's stay consistent. State action payload action points is the type. So we just do state.points equal action.payload like that. Okay. And all we got to do is now just toggle context menu and set context menu location. We have to export those reducers so we can actually reference them and dispatch those actions. So now what we can do is instead of using this local state component right over here, right? When we click on anywhere in the side, right, we'll dispatch an action. So we'll dispatch, and what we'll do is this. We'll do, so this is supposed to toggle the context menu. So this should come from message container slice, and we'll pass false. Okay. So we'll do the same thing right over here. On context menu, when you right click, you'll go ahead and dispatch the action so it's true. And same thing with set points. We'll do dispatch set context menu location for message container slice. And we'll pass in the points, the coordinates right over here like that. Okay. So we can also just create one reducer to do all these things, so we can tidy up the code right over here. So what I could also do, well, let me just fix up some other stuff over here. So no, we will no longer use these two values anymore. Well, first, what we'll do is this. We can go ahead and go, where are we selecting the state? const use selector state root state dot message container, and we want to get the show message context menu. So show message context menu, we'll get that. Let's see. I might honestly change this to just. I might just change the show context menu. I don't want to make it super bloated. Regardless, it's going to do that anyway, so it's fine. Sorry for asking, but could you show what features we have implemented and what we plan to add? Yeah, give me 1 second. Let me just fix this and then I'll show you guys real quick. Give me 1 second. Let me just fix this and then I'll show you guys. Alright, so now what we can do is instead of having to prop drill, I can remove this. I don't need to pass in the props anymore. So that tidies up this code a lot. So I can remove this. Okay. Because we're using Redux, remember? So what I can do now is I can go ahead and get the points from the message container. So we already are getting the points. We already are using the selector to get the message container state. So all I got to do is just reference points right over there. And now I have the points. So watch this. If I go over here, I can now, the context menu now works again. And this is all migrated to Redux. Okay. Cool. Yeah, right now we're just doing some refactoring. I know it seems pretty boring, but we have to do it. Otherwise, our code is just going to keep looking crazier and crazier. We still got a long way to go, though. We still got a lot more things that we got to worry about. You know, but we're working towards it. We're working towards it. We are working towards it. I'm good, bro. Just at uni. That's why I'm not that active on live. Oh, no, you're fine, man. You're fine. So one more thing that I will probably do is this. No, I'll just leave it like this for now, honestly. I think this is fine. So I probably don't need this component anymore. Don't think it's being referenced anywhere. So I can safely delete this without any issue. You should get a custom keyboard. Mine is so nice. Yeah, I'll look into it. I'll look into it. Zure, how are you? Welcome to the stream. Oh no, I forgot to, there we go. Alright guys, who wants to test out the app? Who wants to test it out? Who wants to test it out? Guys, make sure if you haven't already, make sure, you guys drop that like button if you haven't already. We are going for 500 likes before we end the stream, guys. So we have about 4 hours left. 4 to 5 hours left, so make sure you guys hit that like button if you haven't already. We're going for 500 likes on this live stream. And don't worry, I'll also send it to you guys on Twitch too, so don't worry. I'm not forgetting about you guys, don't worry. Alright, let me just deploy this app real quick, and then I will go ahead and Alright, so I'm going to set up the deployment right now, don't worry. It will take maybe a minute or so. I'm also going to go ahead and drop the database as well, so you will need to create a new account again for those who are testing it out. Alright, don't worry, I'll send you guys the link. Give me about like a minute or so. Alright, it's building right now, so give it like 30 seconds. Smirtnick2172, thank you for following my Twitch, I appreciate that. For background and delayed jobs, what would you recommend in NestJS? Is Bull.js port provided by Nest good enough? I've never used Bull before. Let me look at this up real quick. NestJS Bull. I've heard, but I've never used before. So I don't want to give you misleading information. Queues are a powerful design pattern that helps you deal with common application scaling performance. It looks like it seems pretty promising, to be honest with you. And like, I've never had an issue with using anything with NestJS before, so I can definitely vouch for maybe using Bull. It seems pretty promising, honestly. Hey Triboy, how are you? Lakshya, welcome to the stream. How are you? All right. So yes, if you guys go over here, let me just try this real quick. Don't worry, I'm just gonna test it out real quick just to make sure that it actually works before I send it to you guys. Okay, yeah, no wait, I hate this so much. I got to fix the credentials. I really don't like how Nest resolves these. I gotta figure this out. I don't know why it always messes up the credentials, which slows down deployment by a lot. So just give me 1 second, and I will give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. You should be able to create an account though, but the image upload won't work. So just gotta give me 1 second. Okay. Should have no problems now. All right, there we go. It should work now. All right, guys. So just go over to the website. I will send it on Twitch. Register. So yeah, do not go to the homepage, twachat.com. You have to go to /register in order for it to work. And so yeah, just sign up for an account. Obviously, do not use your real information. And test out the banner feature. And it might take a little bit to load. Not sure why the banner is not loading. Is the image too big? There we go. Now it's there. And you can see that okay, so I have not added the profile picture to the sidebar yet, but because we were just focusing on refactoring, but that will be added later. But you can also try ahead and send attachments. So add more wallpaper. And it should send. If it throws an error, the file, it's likely because the file is way too big, or it'll take some time to send. I don't know. Let me refresh. Let's see what's going on. Okay, yeah, it seems like that file that I tried to send was way too big. Yeah, my profile pic. There we go. Yeah, your icon is updated on the side over there. Is my stream lagging? Oh, there we go. I'm here now. Try creating a group as well, and also send me a friend request. Test the friend request feature. Send a friend request to Anson. Ari, Johnny, how are you, man? Welcome. What we've done today, we were working on attachments. Can you send MP4s at the moment? I don't think you can. It only allows images. So you can see that I have a bunch of friend requests, and try creating a group. So let's create a group right now. Now, keep in mind that images do not work in group chats right now, so just keep that in mind. But I can also just kick users. Kick users should still work. And I'll transfer the owner to someone else. And try changing the about me too. You didn't write unit tests? We do have some unit tests, but we have like a lot of, we were just primarily just working on development. I feel like unit tests would have slowed down our development progress a lot, but we can always go back and refactor and write unit tests. But I do have some unit tests for some features though. Later, try to add a function to delete a profile picture plus banner. What's your email? It's not by email, it's just username. The username is just Anson, A-N-S-O-N. But yeah, try you can see that the profile picture is there. You can see you have messages. The app looks a lot better with actual profile pictures now. Before it looked like shit with all these stupid colors, but now it looks way better with actual profile pictures. And I'm also using dark reader. Let me turn off dark reader real quick. Looks the same, honestly. Looks the same. Cool, yeah, honestly, it looks way better with profile pictures. I can send you a file filled with PFP for defaults. I think honestly we might just use Gravatar for default pictures. Why 3 keyboards for fast coding? Yes. Yes, indeed. You can use React Avatar for the users that don't have a profile picture. Let me look up React Avatar. React Avatar. If that's better than Gravatar, then I'll just use that. Oh, I see. So they can display like FB, WM, like their initials of their name. I guess we could do that. I think, yeah, let me bookmark this real quick. Or let me not bookmark it, but I'll add it to my backlog. There we go. Seems promising. Yeah, I like Gmail, yeah. I think so too. I think that's good. Yeah, so we'll have to obviously add profile picture for the side over here for the users that are in the conversation. That's we'll do that next. I was just mostly working on the refactoring our code base from previous. So, and also try sending attachments and deleting them. Like try sending an attachment. Whoops. You can also copy and paste too. So for example, right now if I copy, I can also paste it too, and I can hit enter. And you can try deleting them. So I could paste it, right? Obviously I can't paste anymore because I'm hitting the max. And I can hit enter, and that should save all of them, I think. Hopefully it works. Maybe it won't. Maybe it won't because it's duplicate. I'm not sure though. Request entity too large. Okay. So, oh, I think I know why. I think this is actually an issue with the NestJS server. So I might need to increase the amount of files that I can send. But I can definitely do 2 though, no worries, right? Yep, there we go. And so you can also delete the message as well. And you can also drag and drop. So I can drag and drop these 2 images here. Hopefully it sends without throwing an error. Might have been too large because these are large files actually. We'll try these 2. And you can see that they'll send perfect. How do you think I can increase my attention span? I hardly spend an hour coding. I mean, I guess the first thing is find out what is distracting you from focusing. That's usually, you have to figure out what the source is first before you can solve the problem. Looks like the attachment API doesn't work for me. Profile picture doesn't work. Added profile picture is not showing up. Maybe you need to update a store in the profile picture change. Let me try. Yeah, so I don't know, because in the code base it updates in the code base as soon as you have saved it, it'll update the user's details and then it should reflect immediately. It does send the picture and private message. Yeah, group attachments don't work yet. That's what we'll probably get to that maybe later tonight or later this morning or tomorrow. We'll see. But yeah, right now we were only working on attachments in private messaging. But yeah, you can copy and paste, you can drag and drop. You can also select multiple files at the same time. So I can do this. I can select multiple. And I can hit enter and it should save like that. That guy maybe has ADHD. He is effed. I mean, I wouldn't say that they have ADHD. I would say like, because I used to think that I had ADHD. But honestly, after some time, I realized I probably don't have ADHD. But I mean, maybe actually, no, I do. I think I do have ADHD, but I can like filter out the bullshit when I need to focus. Are you streaming on TikTok or something? Fortunately, I am not streaming on TikTok. Fortunately, I am not streaming on TikTok. I'm streaming on YouTube as well. If you look at the top left, you can see like we have 69 viewers on YouTube and 13 viewers on Twitch. Works like a charm. The image doesn't show up for me. It could be, yeah, it's likely your ISP. It's likely your ISP. I heard it's a lot stricter in Singapore. Ayo, chill. Alright, I'm just gonna put down the screen for now. Hey Sty, can you please make me moderator? Moderator for what? And why would I make you a moderator? Yeah, I'll just leave the thing on the side for now. For Discord, so I can moderate the chat. I don't even know who you are on Discord, because it says this is your first time talking on Twitch. I don't even know who you are. Press enter 3 times and the message got 3 times. Yeah, we still have to add a delay. Oh yeah, I know. Don't worry about that. Don't worry about that. I know. I need to add a way to ban people. I need to add a way to ban people. Yeah, don't worry. I have not added profile picture in the actual chat. We just had gotten this to work, so we still have to add this to the chat right over here. So if you see right over here, profile pictures, we still need to compress profile pictures, check the size of profile picture, render it in the message and group chat channel. So we were able to do it on the sidebar. So we'll just need to do, and I have to fix this shit too over there. Thanks, Sty. Thanks for your course. No worries, Dishman. How old am I? How old do you think I am? To-do list is very long, mate. Yeah, we got a lot of stuff to do. We got a lot of stuff to do, guys. That's why when people say, when are you going to be done? We're never going to be done. Like, there's always going to be work to do. There's always going to be work to do. You know? So when people ask me, when are we going to be done? Well, the answer to that question is never. I think you are 22. No, I'm 24. Yeah, I'll need to add like a block feature next. We'll need to add like a block feature next. And we definitely need to revisit the emojis. I'll have to experiment with emojis off stream. I'll probably work on something with the emojis off stream. I'm not gonna do the entire thing, but I'm gonna experiment with something. Once I figure it out, I'll get back to you guys and explain to you how I did that. But we're definitely not gonna be using Emoji Mart though. How do you plan these boards? Like how to plan what features will be developed when? I mean, honestly, okay, so it's different between client project and personal project. For personal project, I just really choose what I like to do. What, you know, for example, like, okay, let me think of it like this. If it's like a feature that has no dependency, I'll just do whatever I want that I think is most fun. So for example, the avatars was something that was not depend on anything. Or actually, technically it was depend on some things, right? Because for example, we needed avatars to obviously render on the side, on the sidebar over here. We also, where's the Figma UI? Let me open that up real quick. We needed to also render the Figma, or we also needed profile pictures and banner to add this profile card over here, right? So in those situations, I'll be okay. We need to work on that next in order to proceed with this UI right over here. But like for example, we worked on the friend request feature like not so long ago, and that really didn't have any blockers or any dependencies. So it's just a matter of like what I like to do. You know, when you're working on your own project, you have a lot of flexibility, you know, but obviously if it's a client project, you have to talk to your client and you have to have them tell you what they want first. You have to prioritize things in the order that they want it done, right? So it's a lot different, you know, between a, you know, client project and a personal project. This is a personal project, right? There's no stakeholders. There's no, you know, people that we are relying on, right? We're just doing this for fun. So I have a lot of flexibility. You plan to add web RTC calls? Yes, I am looking into I'm looking into Pure.js. You designed it? Yeah, the Figma. I designed the Figma. I can share it with you guys right now. Here you go. Here you go. How you stream for so long? 8 hours and 12 hours sometimes. I have no idea, honestly. Are you sure you're human? Probably not. Hi, D-Clan, how are you? Do you think to add voice chat? So I would like to add voice chat with WebRTC, but we haven't gotten to that yet, but I would love to add at some point. I definitely want to do that at some point. Like, that would be a huge game changer to the application if we do that. That'd be huge. Hold on, give me 1 second. I'm gonna be right back, guys. All right, I'm back. Chua needs a logo. Yeah, I actually already have a logo already that I had one of my friends designed. I just haven't added it yet, but I'll probably add it at some point. All right, let's see. So yeah, let me just finish. Yeah, so for those wondering of what I wanted to do for the responsive design, I had something like this in plan. So maybe when the screen is like, you know, something like 1,000 or something like that, you can just create a new sidebar and show this, right? And then when they get smaller, it'll just look like this. And so I think what I'll have to do is, if the screen size is like this size over here, we'll have to hide, when we go to the channel page, we'll have to hide this whole sidebar over here, because right now it shows a sidebar, so we'll probably have to hide that. But it shouldn't be hard to figure out though, because I was playing around with it the other day. But yeah, I was thinking for mobile we could have something like this. You know, you can have a nice little send button. I really like this send button, to be honest with you. It looks really nice. But yeah, that's what I was thinking for the mobile design for this. All right, let me just turn back on my dark reader. In case anyone's wondering, I just purged all of the attachments from the app. So if you see any broken images, it's because I just deleted all of them. All right, I'm just going to turn off the server temporarily. So I can just continue working on this. All right, let me fix this. Let me fix this avatar thing real quick. Drink check. No, it's this sparkling water. San Pellegrino. Psycho is vibing. How are you? Welcome to the stream. Narajan, how are you? Welcome back to the stream, my friend. Doing pretty good actually. What about you? Same. Can't complain, can't complain. Can't complain, my friend. Can't complain. Excuse me. What do you think about the queen dying? I've actually been asked that already, and I think that it's sad that I think it's sad whenever anyone passes away. I personally never really paid much attention to politics or anything outside of that, so, but you know, I definitely don't feel good about people passing, so I think it's sad. So what are you up to right now? Right now I'm just fixing up the application so that way we can render the profile pictures in the chat. I just learned spreader, operator, rest pattern, and parameters. Nice. Hey, what's going on, Aiden? How are you? How's everything been, my friend? Damn, this sucks. Group recipient sidebar. Let's see. Well, yeah, this is going to be a little bit different. I'm going to change this to something else, actually. For now, I shall change this to message avatar style. Just temporarily. Are you using Vim key bindings? No. Anson, bro, I'm failing to use VS Code shortcuts. Just keep practicing. How are you storing your pictures? I'm using DigitalOcean Spaces to store it, which is very similar to S3 Bucket. Does anyone have a good Express.js TypeScript Prisma boilerplate? Yeah, does anyone have one? Or there we go. So that's weird. How it's not? Oh, you know why it's not rendering my profile picture? Because I removed it though. I don't know why it's still pulling it though. I did remove the profile picture, so I don't know why it's still there. That's very strange. I could have sworn I deleted everything from the space. Let's double check. Well, that's oh, you know what? It's cached. It's cached. That's why. Yeah, it's cached. That explains it. Let me just purge the cache. Purge full cache. And now all of those images should be gone in a second. If I refresh. Let's refresh again. Might need to clear my own cache in my browser. But I guarantee if I log into an incognito window, it should not be there. Let's double check. See, it's gone. Perfect. Yeah, it's just a browser issue. But if I go over here now, if I upload my profile picture, save. It should show my profile picture. Not sure why. Interesting. Interesting. That's very weird. Let's see what's going on. Let's see what's going on. So, message the author. Line 14. Oh, it's undefined. Interesting. That's interesting. Author. Okay, yeah. So I guess what we have to do is when we... Yeah, I think the message resource needs to get the actual profile. That's fine. So when we fetch all the messages from the backend, we have to actually include the profile. And this is where, honestly, GraphQL would be very handy. So instead of just querying for... Instead of just selecting individual relations, you could just use GraphQL to select what you want when you need it, instead of just returning an entire payload. Because the data will scale and grow larger at some point, and GraphQL would be perfect for something like this. Use Cloudinary. Who is this guy in your chat and username is OnlyFans? I have no idea, but the chat should be offline right now. It should be down right now. Because I turned off the app earlier. Let me see. So let's go into our backend. So get messages from conversation. So this one, yeah, so we need to do author.profile. And I think that alone should be all we need. So now if I refresh, I should be able to see the profile. Author profile. Perfect. And my profile picture's over there. Awesome. And I can go ahead and log in as someone else. So let's try this. And my profile picture's there. Perfect. So that should take care of that. Awesome. I got hired as a junior backend dev using Express Mongo. I did some projects with these technologies and implement some features. But I'm kind of stressed about it. What's stressing you out about it? What's wrong, Captain Alpha? Maybe we can help. Morning, Anson. How are you? I'm doing good. Zachary, how are you? Let's go. Yep, let's go. Welcome everyone to the stream. How are you all doing today? Let's see. All right. So this is taking care of rendering the profile pictures in the actual chat. That's good. Display profile pictures. Private chats. Okay, and then on the back end, we'll just need to go ahead and just add. Okay, and then I can just push those changes to GitHub real quick. Good to hear. Doing well, thanks. What day are we on now? We're on day 21, I believe. Why are you building this? Why would I not build it? Okay. So profile pictures work good. Now we just need to make it for group. Now when we work with group pictures, it will indirectly, this is where we can actually add more features to the group. We can rename the group. We'll be able to add a profile picture for the group as well. So yeah. Is Nest better than Express? Well, I mean, depends what your definition of better is. I wouldn't say it's necessarily better, but it does, because it's like, you know, NestJS itself is a different framework. It's not that it's better, it's just different. You know, because like there are some reasons why people would still use Express, because it's really easy to quick start, prototype it, and you get full control of everything. You get to implement everything yourself. With Nest, it's more opinionated, and you have to let Nest kind of like guide you through. You have to follow the way Nest does things. With Express, you can do whatever you want, and there's no right or wrong answer. I'm just stressed about the job. I'm saying to myself, what if I couldn't do it, or what if the projects I'll be working on are so complex? Well, here's what I would recommend. If you feel like you're coming across a point where the task is difficult, you have to make sure, you know, well, what I would do first if I was in that situation is I would try to figure it out on my own first, and I would do my due diligence, and I'd at least show my teammates that I'm making an effort to figuring it out. And if I really can't figure it out, then that is where I will go ahead and ask for help. Do you think you have to be smart to be a good developer? No. I mean, intelligence does help a lot, but just knowing the right resources, knowing the right questions to ask, knowing having a good work ethic will really help you out a lot. You don't need to be quote unquote smart, you know. Hussein, hopefully I'm pronouncing your name correctly. How are you? Do I ever sleep? Yes, I do. Love the UI. Did you use CSS framework? I used style components, and that was it. And I'm glad that you like it. I'm glad that you like it. I'm glad that you like it, my friend. We'll also add a scroll bar later, but that's not really important right now. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. I might as well just do it now, right? Might as well just do it now. It'll take like 2 seconds. Interesting. Let me see. Yeah, the UI is very good. I'm trash at designing. I just gotta practice a little bit more, my friend. Just gotta practice a little bit more. That's all. Let me turn off Dark Reader too. It's making it hard to actually see. When you go to bed, get up next morning, realize you're still online. Let's see, so I think maybe I'll need like a ref. Let's see, section. Do I need a ref or maybe target is all I'll need? Whoa, whoops. This message container. Interesting. What is this component? Let me figure out what this is real quick. Header. Okay, so let me find out where is it. So message panel, header body container. Do you have any tips on how to get better at backend? I just say just practice. Really, like there's no secret. Just to practice, honestly. Figure out what your weakness is and just work towards that. That's what I did myself. think maybe what I'll do is for here. Let's see. Let me see. All right, so let me figure out where I'm scrolling to. Hold on. In your opinion, is JavaScript or TypeScript better? 100% TypeScript. 100% TypeScript. 100% TypeScript. Perfect, all right. All right, so I don't know if some of you guys may have been here last time with the pagination. So last time I had an issue with figuring out how to detect how to scroll. So I actually did some research off stream a couple days ago, and I had the solution saved somewhere in my browser. And so basically this will allow us to detect when we scroll to the top. So watch this. If negative scroll top max is equal to no plus scroll top. And so this will basically allow us to actually set up pagination very easily when we get to it. So you see how now, when I scroll to the top, okay, perfect. So we probably won't do pagination today, but we'll do it probably maybe tomorrow or like later on this week. But I know a couple days ago last week, we had some working solution, but it was really weird. It was like adding the messages to the state twice. So we'll have to look into that. What are you doing? Just joined. Well, right now I'm just setting up the scroll thing right now for later. We're not gonna work on pagination right now, but we'll definitely do this later though. I have it set up so that way we don't have to use get bound rect, and it should just be based off of the scroll height and client height. But yeah, what we did earlier was we were working on profile pictures and we added attachments, so it's nothing new so far. I have a page in React with 290 lines. Should I make components for everything? You can try to, like, you know, break it down into other components, yeah. After trying TypeScript, it's hard to go back to JavaScript. Exactly. Exactly. Once you go to TypeScript, you can never go back to JavaScript. Okay, cool. So let me see. Yeah, we'll have to set up pagination on the back end later. I won't worry about pagination right now. At least not so soon, because I really want to finish the other stuff. So I think maybe after attachments in private chat, we'll do attachments in group chats. And we also want to make sure that group chat is also rendering the participant's profile picture. Right now it's broken, so I'll have to fix that. I'll be right back though. Give me 30 seconds. Let's see. Yeah, TypeScript is just too addictive for me. Yeah, I'm never going back to Java. Even whenever I try making videos with JavaScript, I mean, I'll do it for the video, but for actual development, I would never use JavaScript ever again. Hey Anton, how old are you? 24. Use Zustin instead of Redux. I think I'm okay. Alright, let's see. Alright, so let me just do this. First, let me just, I'll save this for later. Listen to on scroll pagination. I'll save this for later. I don't want to move it to a separate branch, so I'll put it there. What I want to do is when the user clicks on an image, I want to display a modal where they can see the entire image itself. That would be a good feature. So, yeah, we had this already. Okay, so let's do this. Let's see. Message container. Where are we? Message item container body. I added a component. Yeah, right. It should be this one. Yep. So message item attachment container. So this is where it will contain all the images. And so what we'll do is we can just add an on-click. On-click. Very easy. On-click. And so basically what we'll do is we'll display an overlay, and we'll probably, maybe I'll use Redux to manage the modals, because we definitely don't want the user to be able to kind of like click twice and open up two modals, or two overlays I should say. So what we'll do is we'll use a fragment for this, and this fragment will render an overlay style. Inside the overlay style we'll actually have the full resolution image. So watch this. Right now on the actual app, it should just show this overlay because we are rendering that, right? We want to conditionally render it, of course. So when the user clicks on an actual image in the chat, right now they're all broken, but don't worry. Let's just do this. So when I click on it, I want it to display the overlay and then show the actual full resolution image. So for those who were not here earlier, basically what we're doing is we're saving the image twice. We're saving the image in full resolution asynchronously, so we're not waiting for that to upload. We are saving also a compressed version of the image. So right now you're seeing the compressed version over here. So that way it loads a lot faster. So when you click on the compressed version in the chat, it should open up the overlay with the full version, the full non-compressed version. What is your VS Code theme? Yeah, it should be in the chat already. Hey man, I recently got into backend development. I came across your NestJS video in your stream, and I gotta say they have been an amazing resource for me to learn. I want to say thank you. You're welcome, Aaron, and I'm glad that they're working out well for you. That is great to hear, my friend. Oh my god, 9 hours ongoing. Yup, we're still here. We are still here. All right, let's see. So set show self-taught or CS at shitty school? What do you mean by shitty school? But to answer that question, no, I went to school for computer science. So when we click, we probably should just do set show overlay. Probably don't even need to do it. Honestly, I could probably just do this. Let me do this. Probably don't even need much, honestly. We'll just do on click set show overlay true. So probably don't need that. And then we'll add an event listener when they hit escape or when they hit the close button, which we will have. Then we will go ahead and close it. So right over here, we already know what attachment it is, I believe, right? Message attachment. Oh wait, no, we don't. Oh, okay, so I think what we have to do is this actually. We need to know which image to actually show, so const on click. So set show overlay to true. And you will set the URL to whatever this key is, so this should be pretty simple. Only difference is that the CDN, it will, instead of preview, it'll just be CDN URL. So what we'll do is this const image URL, set image URL equals use state. Okay, set image URL. So I'll set that, and inside here we can just literally render out the image source. See what's going on. Okay, so I think this image probably does not exist in the CDN. I'll have to check. Let me check real quick. Oh yeah, let's change this to original. Hold on. Let me do this. Get profile picture. I think this is just base. Settings pro. I think this was base as well. Yeah, this is base as well. For now, at least. index.cdn, okay. And then preview should be perfect. So this is preview. Let's see what's going on here. cdn.original.concats. Oh wait, this is missing the slash. There we go. Let's try again. There we go. So you can see the full image, and of course what we'll do is we'll add like an X button all the way at the top right, so that way we cannot click on anything else, or so that way we can close it. But this shows the full image, like the full resolution image, not scale at all. And yeah, that's fine. So let's go over to, let's go look at this component. This is a position of fixed. So I wonder if I add another fixed element in here, would that even work? That's what I'm curious about. So let's look at React icons again. Hey, did you try Cloud for Images? I have not. Hi, just joined the stream. How are things going? Pretty good, pretty good. Can't complain, can't complain. Guess we'll use MD close just to be consistent, I guess. Okay, and I wonder if I could position this. Maybe I could position to absolute, maybe? Probably not. I guess we could do that. Let's do top 10 or 10. It's also not good that I can right click outside of it. That's not good at all. Cool. Alright, I call this use key down, but it really should be... Well, actually, no, it's fine. Use key down. So now we just gotta go ahead and pass in the function. So I probably could just do this and then pass in the empty dependency array. So let's see. React.keyboard event, maybe it's the wrong one. I think it's just keyboard event, yeah. If I hit the escape key, e.key escape. Oh, it's escape. Here we go. There we go. So if I hit escape, it will. Perfect. Awesome. How do you connect a user to an avatar? Do you upload the avatar first and then add the URL to the user profile? Yep. So what happens is on the back end, what I do is I generate the record for message attachment, or actually no, that's for message. That's for the message attachment. For user profile picture, I just generate a UUID, which that is used as a key. And if you look over here, right, in our spaces, this is where we have all of our images stored. So this key over here that's generated is the key for the image itself, and you just basically store this key for the user's avatar, and then you just basically append the URL to that key. It's kind of similar to how Discord does it, but they use something like hashes, for example. But that's just generally the idea behind it. Cool. So now I should be able to click on any image and see what's going on. Obviously, these images are broken. Let's go ahead and send some more images. So let's try this. Over here, I can see the image. I can see the image here. The image here. And I think maybe what I might do optionally is maybe I'll add like, you know, like a control like over here, like those angle brackets on the bottom. And when you click on it, right, when you click on it, you can navigate to the next attachment. I think that'd be pretty cool to implement too. How would I do that though? That'd be really interesting. Maybe what I could do is I can, whenever you click on the left one, you just figure out which element you're in, and you just go to the previous one, and you have to it basically like kind of like pagination. So you have to check to see which position you're in. If you're at the end, you have to start from the 0 again, right? That depends on how you want to implement it. Like if you're at the end, you can just not let the user continue anymore. If you're in the middle, you can just go left or right. I don't know. We'll have to figure that out later. That'll be for later though. But yeah, like pretty cool. Okay, I like it. Not bad. Of course, if you click on a broken image, it's not going to work. So let's just commit these changes. Well, maybe before I do that, let me do one more thing. Do you post images to your backend? Yeah, so basically the buffer, the binary file, is sent to the server, and what I do is I compress the image for the preview, so that way in the chat you can see the preview, so that way you're not loading the full scale image, and then we save the original. Okay, so when you click here, you can see the actual original image. But we're never saving it in the backend. We're just basically passing it through the backend. But I feel like what I might do though is I might create a microservice to handle the images. I think I might do that. Maybe that might help with scalability. I don't know, but would be fun. Cool. Okay, let's get these. I guess now we could probably work on group chat. That's all we have right now. don't think group chat is supported yet. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, we'll work on group chat. We can move on to that. I think maybe after this, we finish with this, we'll probably do pagination. Bro, I don't understand a shit, but looks you're working hard. Keep it up, bro. Thank you, Fury Beast. So luckily for us, we're using the same input field, so we're using the same input box for both group chat and private message. So luckily for us, we can just reuse that, and the only thing that we'd have to change is really the backend stuff, to be honest with you. And we've already done that for messages already, or for private messages, so it should be really easy to set everything up for backend. Karan, hey, how are you? Welcome to the stream, my friend. Oscar, good morning. Glad to see things are going well. They are going well indeed, my friend. And hope you're doing well, my friend. Yep, everything is working out. Everything is working out little by little. So yeah, like I guess let's work on group chat now to display the image. So for group chat, like I said, we're using the same input box. So I can very easily copy attachments and paste it in there if I want to. I can drag and drop as well. The only thing is that we just can't send it yet because that needs to be fixed. So what we'll do is this. We'll go ahead and go over to messages, message panel. And basically what we need to do is this. So the same thing, route ID, content, attachments, etc., etc. All the difference is the way that we're calling the function. So of course right now post group message is using the old only accepting just content. It's not accepting form data. So we'll have to we'll first modify the backend first. So what we did yesterday with conversations was we modified the backend. So it was create messages right over here. So we modified this endpoint, this create message endpoint. So we'll do the same thing for group messages as well. So group messages controller. So it'll be literally the same thing. So create group message will literally use the interceptor to get all the attachments that the users are sending. Hey Anton, do you have any project ideas for my web programming class? Maybe you could try building. I mean, I don't know what like your skill level is or what your background is. I could recommend maybe building like your own image hosting website. Maybe you could build your own URL shortener. You could build, I don't know. Like it depends. Like I give some ideas, but I don't know if they'd be exciting to you, because the more exciting ones are the more complicated ones. So I don't know what the scope is that you're looking for. Like, are you looking for something that you could just build very easily, finish in like a weekend? Or are you looking for something that is like long-term project? NestJS. Yep, I love NestJS. All right, yeah, so we'll basically do the same thing. We'll use the uploaded files decorator, and this will take care of extracting the files for us. And everything is literally going to be the exact same thing. Exact same thing. Exact same thing. Create message DTO, same exact thing. Content is optional. And then this will be creating group message. And of course, we will need to make it so that we check to see if there is no attachments and there's no content. Then we'll throw an empty message exception because there has to be at least content or attachments. Okay. What we'll do is for parameters, will probably be a little bit different. We'll need to modify it a little bit. So. Oh, let's see. And we'll need to modify this. No, I need to be more complex because it's for my CS final year and I need to present to professor. Oh, I see, I see. So it's like kind of like a capstone project. Damn. I had some friends that did some capstone projects for their final semester. I don't know what exactly they did. I can't remember off the top of my head. But otherwise, I would tell you though. I personally can't think of any ones right now off the top of my head. I don't know. Usually they should give you like a theme though. Honestly, they should give you like a theme for that. You know, they should give you like a theme. Maybe you could create something that has to do with AI or something like that. Maybe you could use something with AI. Maybe you could create like something where you can use AI to detect if a user maybe you could do something like this. Maybe what you could do is you could create a tool that can compare two files of code and detect like the major difference between the two. And you can detect if the user is cheating or not. That was actually a senior project that someone built in our college to, prevent like people from like cheating and stuff. So maybe you could build something like that with AI. Can you tell what project you have in mind that can be done in a week? Just want some inspiration. You could build an image hosting app. Next step, Facecam. Maybe. Hey, are you a senior dev? I wouldn't really consider myself a senior dev, honestly. There's still a lot of things that I have to work on to really consider myself a senior dev, to be honest. And that's why I'm here. That's why I'm here building this project right now, to get better and, improve my skills. So even if we aren't right now, the end goal is to become one. I just realized, oh yeah, it's this. Yeah, there we go. This is the correct interface. Perfect. Keyboard looks like a keychron modded. I honestly have no idea what that is, to be honest. Keycron model. I don't know what that is. Someone actually asked that earlier, but I didn't really know what that meant, to be honest. Create group message. So what we'll do is this. So we'll go in here, and we'll have to do the same thing. So basically, we'll literally do the same thing. So before we create the group message, so we have to actually also go into, where is it? Utils type ORM entities group, and we need to add the group, or not group, the attachments property. So we'll do the same thing with conversation. There was a oh wait, I'm sorry, not conversation, message. So message has this attachments property. So honestly, I think I might probably move this into base message, I think. I think that should not, I think that will be okay. Let me check, no errors. Now it's throwing a weird error. One too many. Oh wait, I know why. Yeah, I know why. Huh, interesting. Base message. Yeah, no, we're not gonna do that. Which ORM is this? This is type ORM. Keycron is basically a keyboard brand modded, changing keyboard sound if you'll see it. I mean, I honestly have no idea, but if you do the ! keyboards command, it'll give you the keyboards that I used. This one is the Ducky X Formula. Hey Anton, tomorrow's my exam. What kind of exam is it? Regardless, good luck with that. Bro, I was stuck in VS Code shortcuts. Back from sleep, hello Anton. How's it going, Junaid? Are you down to do a Clash of Code? Maybe some other time. How could you test these apps? Hard to test in my opinion. What do you mean by that? Hard to test. Okay, so this should take care of creating your attachment, saving it to a database, calling promise.all, and then we save the group message. And I think this should honestly be all we need to do for group message attachments, I believe. I think we've already done all the front end stuff because we are sharing components on the front end. I think this is all we need to do. So now all we have to do is just call the API. So create message. Conditionally rendering component using and getting 0 in UI. I have no idea without being able to see your code. Create group message. So we'll do ID string data form data. I think maybe what I'll do is this. Okay, so just trim some lines of code from here. So inside here, what we do is if the URL will be set to a dynamic URL. So if the type is private, we'll just go ahead and return conversations ID messages. If it's groups, then we'll just do groups ID messages because they're the same URL anyways. Form data will obviously be the same because it's the same exact thing. Same exact thing. I can now remove this. Okay. Let's see. Okay. All right, let's try it out and see what happens. Let's go into groups. Cannot add or update child row. Interesting. Cannot add or update a child row. I think maybe we cannot have two. Interesting. Is it a possibility that we cannot have two? Let's see. I wonder if you can have many to one. I wonder if you can have two many to one relationships. That wouldn't really make any sense though. A message tag, yeah, that wouldn't really make any sense. I think we might need to create a separate attachments. Yeah, that kind of sucks. That's fine. I think that'll just make these a lot more easier, honestly. You can, it just differentiates by which columns to join with. Oh, I see. I see. Hmm. Let me see. Just curious, don't you go to work? I do. What are you using to get the live count on your screen for YouTube? It's just a widget that's built into Streamlabs OBS. Thank you, Rahul. I appreciate it. Okay. Image storage service. the attachment service 21. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it this way. Screw this. That is causing more issues than it should be. Definitely not doing it this way. I hate having to define these. I hate having to use union sometimes. They're really annoying. Upload group. So I'll just do it like this for now. Just combining it all together just feels so annoying and weird. It just feels so weird to me. So we'll do the same exact thing, I guess. And I guess what we could do is probably just like put them in a different folder. Maybe we could do original preview, but we'll worry about that later though. We'll worry about that later. All right, so this should take care of creating group attachments. We just need to make sure we're calling the correct create group message. And over here, this dot message attachment service, create group attachments. Okay. let's see if it works. So it's submitted, but I don't know if it actually did anything. So maybe it didn't. Okay, now it does. Okay, cool. I can click on it. Okay, yeah, it just needs to get the correct URL, I think. Okay, now the images are not being rendered. That's weird. Okay, so it most likely might be because of the way that we're fetching the group messages. It's not. We don't have the relations. We don't have the relations being fetched for group messages. So, for example, if I go over, let me open up my Redux store. So if I go over to group messages, I can clearly see that each message, let's go over here, there's no attachments. Okay, so that makes sense. But of course, if I were to upload it right now, the Redux store would probably return that. Maybe. Let me see. Yeah, so the Redux store. Okay, so what's happening is when we send the message, when we receive the on message event, I think it's able to add that to the store, so it shows it here. But if we refresh, it's not going to be there. So all you have to do is just make sure when we fetch all the messages, it actually gives us the attachments, which it's not doing right now, but it's working though. So all you have to do is over here when we call get group messages. I think this is by ID. I think create group message, edit group message. Yep. So if I go over here, I can do get group messages relations author, and then the other relation that we want is attachments. And now if I refresh, I should be able to. There we go. Perfect. And yep, perfect. It's able to get the correct image in group. Whoa, that is way too large. Okay, but at least it works though, which is good. Cool. So group messages, still obviously in beta, but you know, it's working decently. Might also need to downscale the size of this image in the image itself. Maybe might set like a max height, max width type thing. Let's see. Yeah, not bad, not bad. So group messages now has attachments already. Perfect. So group messages work great. Now I think deleting group messages should also work as well because we have cascades. Perfect. Perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to test. Yeah, so because we have that cascade on the group message attachment over here, it works perfectly. It was giving me an error earlier when I had too many to ones and too one-to-manys. But I think we'll just leave it like this for now. Oh, whoops. Undo last commits. There we go. So group messages work now. Still refactoring. No, we were working on group messaging, group message attachments. So now for group messages, you can send attachments right over here, and it will work. And what we did was we added a nice little overlay, so you can click on the image and then it'll show it up right over here. I need to actually fix the front end to not downscale, but like just set like maybe like a max width. So right over here, maybe image. Is there like a max width or max? Maybe like max height 90%. There, that's good. Because if I didn't set that max height, the entire image was just literally like, you can't even see the image. See? So if I set that max height, I could also try 100%. I think 100% would be not bad. But I'll probably do 90 just to be safe, I guess. There we go. What if they upload an image that exceeds size limit in addition to normal image that doesn't exceed? We'll upload a good one, forget the bad one. Good question. I don't think, I don't know. I don't know, honestly. I think with DigitalOcean Spaces, I don't think there's a limit to what you can upload. It's just like the Nest server itself has a limit to how much it can take in. If I remember correctly, NestJS by default prevents like large payloads, and by default it'll give you a 413. But we can always disable that or like, you know, change the limit. I remember doing it a while ago, but I'll have to look it up again. But it should be fine though, honestly. But yeah, so that should take care of that, so we can see the image. And of course, if I hit escape, that'll close that. I'm in software sales right now, potentially gonna get promoted to AE, making 6 figs. But I've been working hella hard on front-end engineering this year. Do you think it's worth a jump over? I mean, honestly, if you like what you do right now, and if you think that the money that you're going to be making from the promotion is going to be way worth it than switching over to engineering, then, you know, stick. I mean, that's kind of like, you know, I can't really tell you because like I've never done software sales before. And of course, it's also up to you on whether or not you want the extra money, or if the other position is going to pay you more money than, you know what I mean? It's like, I don't know the full situation, so I can't really tell you. But yeah, everything is coming together. Obviously, the next thing that I'll do now is support after rendering the avatar in the group chat, and of course for the sidebars. Well, that's we'll save that for later. Let me see how long I've been on for. 10 hours already. Let's see, it's 5 a.m. right now. Let's see. DigitalOcean has 5 terabytes file limit if I recall correctly. I think it's actually 250. I think it's actually 250 actually from what I saw the other day. I saw something about 250. Let me double check, because I saw the other day it says something about 250 gigabytes, and then if you exceed that, you have to pay more. I have to double check though. I love it doesn't even just tell you right over here. That is kind of whack. Okay. Wow, if it's 5 a.m. at your local time in the stream, it's 10 hours. Do you sleep sometimes? Sometimes I don't, sometimes I do. I mean, I get some good sleep sometimes, but yeah, obviously I don't think this would be something that I'd do long term though. How many years would you say it would take to make 6 figs from starting as a junior dev? I mean, you could make 6 figs as a junior dev if you hit the right company and negotiate well. Because I know some people who got their first job paying like, you know, close to 90K, close to 100K really. But yeah, you could definitely make 6 figs. You could definitely make 6 figs starting out like as a beginner, you know, because software engineering pays a lot. Is it possible to create chat one-to-one where people will be connected randomly? Something like Omegle, but only text chat? Yeah, of course it's possible. Everything is possible. Anything is possible is what I should say. And this should not break private chat as well. Private chat should still work fine. Okay, group chat, between group chat, I can toggle between group and private. Cool. My company pays junior 60K. How long would you think it would take to hit 100? I mean, so like it also depends on location too. When it comes to getting that salary, it depends on a couple factors. It depends on location. Where you live matters the most because companies pay based off of cost of living. They don't pay based off of your skill level. They don't pay based off of, you know, how many years of experience. They pay really just based off cost of living. So that matters a lot. I would just say the best way to get a pay raise is just switch jobs because companies usually don't want to give you raises, if I'm being honest with you. I worked at my old job for 2 years and I didn't even receive a single raise. The only raise that I received was, I don't even think I received an inflation raise actually at my old job. So if you want to get a better pay, you have to apply for a different job. Because companies, you know, they don't want to give you more than like a 5% raise every year. And they only do that because of inflation. Do you update prod once a day or more frequently? Well, I mean, right now, this project just for fun, and the server that I'm using is really just a test server. It's not really like a production server, that makes sense, because the app is not really on 24/7. I usually turn the app off when I'm off stream. How do you come to a point where you understand the logic so well? I guess just like lots of practice. You know, the more you practice, you'll start to pick up things intuitively over time. And when you do certain things, you'll remember how certain things are done. And when you remember how certain things are done, it just shows that you have a better understanding of it, and you can use that understanding to build on top of the new things to learn, if that makes sense. I like your VS Code setup a lot. Is there any way you could share this with us? You know, someone actually asked earlier. I mean, and I asked earlier if there's a way that I can export my extensions. I wouldn't mind, but I don't know how to. What do I have to look at settings? I think it's the settings.json, right? I don't even know, honestly. If you can tell me how to export it, I can add it to a command, and I'll be more than happy to add it to our Nightbot, so that way you guys can get the, you know. But I don't know how to do that though. Is it this? Is this what it is? This is it, right? This is it? Just join. What's going on, Icicles? How are you, Icicles? How do you manage your time? Don't you get burnt out for coding 10 hours a day? Not really. I mean, I get burnt. You know, to me, burnout is when I just can't think of something to do. Like, for example, like 6 months ago, 7 months ago, 8 months ago, I uploaded a bunch of videos for Discord bots and some other stuff for Express, and I just didn't know what to do afterwards. So I kind of like quote unquote burnt out. But realistically, it was just that I just didn't have something to do that gave me purpose to wake up every single to do. You know, so yeah, that was really the problem. Yo, thanks Daniel for subscribing to my Twitch, man. I appreciate it, brother. Thank you, Daniel. Thanks for the sub, man. I appreciate it. Yeah, but it's like as long as you have purpose in life, you can. As long as you do something that makes you wake up every single day, to do, then there's no such thing as burnout, in my opinion. Because if you love what you do, right? Like, you know, maybe you'll come across a point where you get roadblocked, but then, you know, what you gotta do is just, you know, take a break, you know, sit back, relax, enjoy some fresh air, play a video game or two, have fun, and then, you know, go back to what it is you're doing. But for this case, you know, I'm really just doing this for fun, and a lot of people enjoy it, and you know, you guys support me a lot with this development process, right? Like, it's a lot of fun for me to just sit here and answer questions and just code, because it feels like I'm doing it with multiple people at the same time. So for me, it doesn't feel like for me, it doesn't take a toll on me, you know. Is the app down? Yes, it currently is right now. Yes, if you can share as a public, just anyone can copy them using physical plugins. Called syncing, I guess. Yeah, let me just double check something real quick. Okay, yeah, I'll just copy this. And, let me just do this real quick. Alright, here's what I'll do, guys. I will go ahead, I'll periodically update. You know what I'll do? I'll create an extension so that every single time I change my extensions, or does this show themes? I wonder if it shows themes, but what I'll do is I'll periodically update this so that way you guys can get my latest extensions. And I actually need to save this for myself too, because I'm going to reformat my computer at some point. So it's a good thing that I'm doing this now. Okay. Here you go. There you guys go. I'll probably periodically update this, so make sure you guys like star it so you guys get updates whenever I make updates to it. Make sure you guys star it so that way you get updates. Let me also add this to Nightbot too. Login, commands, custom. Let's do VS Code. All right, so now if you do VS Code settings, you should be able to do that. There we go. All right, there you go. So now when you do that, you get my VS Code settings. So now it'll be easier. I call that VS Code settings because I don't know. Maybe some people might want other settings. I don't know. I can shorten it though for now. Yeah, I'll just shorten it. I'll shorten it. Give me one sec. Yeah, I don't think I'll have any other settings that I'll add on here, so I'll just call it settings, I guess. What makes you love programming? What makes me love programming? I don't know. I just like building apps. You know, I just like coding. I like learning. Like, you know, I just like I just like studying. You know, I just like learning. So doing this helps me learn. So at the same time, I have fun at the same time. What do you think are the main work that junior backend developers do at companies besides building APIs and working with sockets? I mean, that sounds very specific. You probably won't be working with sockets unless they want you to, but junior devs usually usually from my experience, junior devs usually, you know, pick up tickets that they plan out in the backlog. So usually as a junior dev, you'll be kind of be more spoon-fed. For example, like what will happen is the project manager or the scrum master will plan out the sprint with everyone else in the call, and they'll usually, like, you know, go around asking people in a round robin style who wants to take what. And usually as a junior dev, you should be more proactive and, you know, pick out tickets that you feel comfortable with instead of having someone hand it to you. But that's typically what you would do, is you'll pick up these features and do it on your own. Senior developers typically do more leadership role. They'll also do more project planning, and they'll also take care of, you know, high level architecture, like drawing, you know, diagrams, drawing higher level diagrams, documenting, like, you know, new products that they're working on. And obviously, you know, the more technical side of things, they'll worry about that stuff as well. But it depends on like, you know, different companies. You know, different companies have different like, you know, different standards, of course, and different work ethics. Can this be built with GraphQL instead of REST? Of course it can. Run codeless extensions. Let me go back to, where's my GitHub repository? Let me rename this to, yeah, let me do this. I'll probably add my terminal settings here. Maybe I'll add my terminal settings here. I'll probably do it before I reset my computer though, which won't be anytime soon. But I'll do it at some point. Do I use Linux? I do not use Linux. As a junior dev, I started refactoring old modules, then got some advanced tasks. Yeah, it really just depends on the company, honestly. Alright, what time is it? It's 5:30 right now. Let's see, where are we currently? Let me also just push all these changes too, so I don't forget. So that way tomorrow we can just start fresh. So I just push the backend changes. So the backend changes should allow group attachments. So for those who are running locally, I will at some point add like a Docker container. I'll Dockerize so that way you guys can just deploy easily to your own instance. Once we're actually fully done and when we move on from this project, I'll create a follow-up video on how to actually properly deploy this. And that will include setting up the Nginx, setting up the upgrade on Nginx proxy, and just, you know, setting up the CI/CD stuff. But that'll be for the end. That's like when we get towards the end though. Let's see, what else we have to do. Let me just go into my Asana real quick. So we've already done this already. Profile pictures, we still have a lot more. Let me actually just move this down over here. So friends page needs to render user profile picture. So we already rendered. So this is done. Render profile picture and message in private chats. That's done already. SQL or no SQL? I prefer SQL. Have you worked with Git submodules? I have not. I have not. I have not. Let's see. Friends page needs to render user profile picture. I am probably going to delete this, and I'll move that into a separate task. Let's see. Update conversation sidebar. We've already done this already, so that can be completed. Not sure why I did this. Let's just complete this. Update user sidebar and placeholder avatar. Yeah, I think we did this already. Implementing image upload for profile pictures. I think we've done this already. Yeah, I think we've done this already. That's done. Profile banner feature has been done already. Still need to take care of compression though. So we'll do these three and then. Yeah, I think we're very close to finishing out message attachments. But right now it only supports images. Of course, we will want to support other files like, JavaScript, JavaScript files or text files or any type of file. I've been working with submodules in my current work, and you have to manage a really big multi-platform product. It's really great. Don't they use submodules for like monorepo or something like that? That's what I heard. That's what I heard. Heroku is shutting down. Yeah, I heard that they're shutting down their free tier, which is kind of unfortunate because I remember using Heroku for the first time, and Heroku is actually the first thing I've ever used to test out deployments and stuff. So it's kind of unfortunate they are shutting down their free tier. It is very, very unfortunate. Like, it's very unfortunate. The nice thing about these attachments is that they flex, which is really nice. I'm gonna try something real quick. Is it width? I think it's width. Let me see something. Hey Aaron, how are you? Bro, Anton, I just want you to know you're an inspiration, man. You inspire me right now, and before to keep going and to program. That's good, man. That's good. Keep going, man. Don't give up. Bro, the only thing I want to know is how you just went 13 hours or something without pencil user or something. I don't use eye drops. In the past, I actually used to have. In the past, and this was a real long time ago. I actually used to have really dry eyes, but it happened not because of the computer though. It was really strange, but there was never I never had a real answer of why that was the situation. But I don't really have that problem anymore. It's really cool. And it's the first time I see someone use React State for doing responsive instead of CSS meter query. Yeah, you could do both. You could definitely do both. I think with CSS though, it's a lot more optimal, but with using the resize method, I think you would only need to do that if you really need to. But you could definitely do both though. You could definitely do both. Is it window.innerWidth? I think it's innerWidth, yeah. Yep, it's innerWidth. Whoops. All right, so what I want to do is I only want to show the sidebar when window.innerWidth is greater than 800. So if it's less than, then we don't want to show it. So what we want to do is this set show sidebar. So if window.innerWidth is greater than 800, then we'll show it. If it's not, then we will not show it. So we can just pass this here. And we'll obviously need to make sure we clean up. So we remove the event listener whenever the component unmounts. And we only want this to render once. So if you see how it disappears now? As soon as it goes to 801, it appears again. So when we add our 800, it disappears. So now this one's going to be a little bit tricky because we want to make it so that we want to make it so that when we're at 800, right? We only want to show the sidebar if we're in the conversations over here. And instead what we want to do is this. So right now I'm in conversations page, right? And I know that there's no ID, right? I'm in over here. It's showing conversation panel over here. You can see ID and conversation panel. So what I could do is I could say if there's no ID and let's see, we'll render out conversation panel. If there's no ID and there's no show sidebar, or if that's false, then what I could do is I could render the sidebar fully out like this. Well, actually, no, I don't want that. Well, actually, what I want to do is this. So you can see how it works. Like, so this is what I was aiming for with the responsiveness. Basically, like on mobile, right? You'll just see only the user's conversations, and when you click, it'll just take you to the next page without showing you anything else. And then we'll have like a back button that can take you back to this page over here. But the tricky part is figuring out how to correctly hide the conversation panel. That'll be the tricky part. So I think what I can do is this. If there's no ID, let's do this. Well, let's do this. So we only show the sidebar when it's greater than 800. Okay, so I think what I could do is this. If there's no ID and show sidebar, then we'll render conversation panel. So watch this. If I move it here, you see how conversation panel is there. If I bring it back here, it's gone. If there's no ID and then over here we can do if there's no ID and conversation sidebar, like that. So now obviously, well, now here's another problem, right? When I resize this, now we have two sidebars, which is not good. So I think maybe what we'll do is this. If ID and let me do this. If there's no ID and show sidebar. So if this is false, which means that we don't select one, and if show sidebar is false, then yeah, we could just render only conversation sidebar, I guess. So okay, now it renders 2, which is not good. Yeah, this is a little bit tricky. What time is it for me? 5:39 right now. Let me try this real quick. Sometimes if you have trouble with figuring out the ternary operator, if you have trouble figuring out the ternary operator, what you could do is you can use an if statement and then convert it to a ternary later. That's what I personally do all the time if I can't figure out the right ternary operator to use. if show sidebar, then we'll do this. Well, actually, no. Do Control-Z real quick. Well, let me see. If we don't render a sidebar, then if we don't render a sidebar, right, then I guess we have to render the actual outlet. But the outlet is what if I conditionally rendered? It's tricky. All right, take it easy, stunt facts. If there's no ID in conversation panel, let me actually change this variable because this variable name is confusing me a lot. Well, actually, so we only want to show the sidebar when it's greater than 800. When it's less than 800, we want to hide it. Okay, that's fair. And now, if there's no ID, which means we're at the base page. So if there's no ID and there's no show sidebar, and show sidebar is now instead of rendering conversation panel, we'll render. Okay, so I think what I'll do is if there's no ID and there's no sidebar, then that means that the size of the screen is less than 800. So show the sidebar, otherwise we'll show the panel. Okay, but now if I resize it though, it shows it now shows the panel, which is really annoying. Now if show sidebar and conversation sidebar, there's no ID, and there's the showed sidebar is false. The stream is lagging, is it? Hi, I am React. What's going on, React? Is it still laggy? Okay, that means we cannot render. Okay, so I think what we could do finally is for the conversation sidebar, we can add a media query. It's funny, I realized that yeah. So I think what we could do for the conversation sidebar is right over here. Right now the width is 400. We could probably do like a media max width 800 px, and I could just set width to 100%, like that. What's going on here? Why is that overflowing? That's not what I want. Maybe 100%. Oh, maybe calc 100% minus, and then the 80 pixels. There we go. So now if I click here, I can see the message. I can always go back, right? If I click here, we'll have to do the same thing for group as well. Because right now we're not doing the same thing for group chat. It's only for private chat right now, I think. But you can see that I can click here, and we'll obviously also fix the message as well. Yeah, we'll fix the message a little bit as well. But yeah, this is how I would do the responsiveness. I think this would be not a bad idea. And of course, we just have to fix the responsiveness for, you know, the other ones as well. But yeah, like if the screen size is small, well, what I would do is like I said, I'll use the Figma design that I showed you earlier. We'll decrease the size of the box, the text box. We'll basically make it look like this is what I'm aiming for. We'll basically make it look like this. It was loading every few seconds, but loading quality 140p. That's fine now. Awesome. Joe Dev, how are you? But yeah, I mean, I think this looks nice, honestly. Like, you have, like, you know, an actual... This could basically be all we need to do for responsiveness, honestly. So if I go here now, and if I were to use it on an iPhone, right? Of course, we have to fix the messages a little bit, but you can see that you have the... You can navigate... Well, on iPhone, maybe we could probably, like, decrease the size of the images, I think. I mean, maybe that could be fine. But yeah, the responsiveness is something that we can easily fix. That's not a problem. Let me do this though. I should have a branch responsive UI. I'm gonna add this to another branch real quick. So that way I don't lose this tomorrow when I look at it. Have you worked with Vue as well? I used it. It was my first framework that I used a while ago, but I have not used it for a very long time. I have not used it since then. It was the first one that I used when I first started learning these frameworks. I learned Vue first, and then I learned Angular, and then I learned React. All right. What's the tool that you're using for project management? I am using Asana, is what it's called. All right. Let me take a look at something real quick. By the way, guys, if you haven't already, make sure you join the Discord server if you have not already. We now have a vanity URL, so make sure you guys join. We're over 1,100 members right now, which is freaking awesome. But yeah, just make sure you guys join if you haven't already. It's the best way to connect with everyone in the stream. But yeah, I'm gonna get off. How long has it been? It's been about almost 12 hours. But yeah, I gotta get off right now. So, anyways, I'll stream again tomorrow around probably the same time. We'll see. But yeah, thank you for everyone watching the stream. I really appreciate it. Thank you to all who donated and joined the channel as a member. I really appreciate that. Thank you to everyone who also subscribed to my Twitch as well. I really appreciate that as well. And thank you to all for watching and giving your suggestions and commenting and just interacting with the chat. I really appreciate that. So I will see you guys and girls tomorrow. Peace out.